the goalkeeper, then the new one comes in, and he makes a mistake, and what do I do then? Facebook the press conference saying, what happens when my goalkeepers make a mistake? That's obviously thinking, is it? He also sums up the fact that we need to score more goals in the opposition. Yes, I need to. And we're gonna cause chaos. By our movement, we're going to cause chaos. Well, the problem is, I mean, we had a couple of instances where two players actually collided because there was no sort of space. Yeah. No. Well, another thing is you've got Moses Nate from who used to play for Blackpool. He's a good player. He's not very big. He's not very quick. I don't know. Scored his first game and got the penalty. Yeah, but he needs service. Unless you're very, very good, like, you know, like, yeah, but I mean, the really good strikers can sort of go and get the ball in midfield, run off with it, bells in it. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't touch the ball second half before he's second half. Unless you don't run it. And the problem is, you have people going up and down the wedge, they can't cross the cross. Then one big cross, a little bit too high, and you go heading it over. Yeah. Anyway, but if someone who did go to play, that's the most, oh my God, we would be like a really sensible Manchester, we get no points whatsoever. There's no team of Premier League quality. Yeah, people love to come to Medic, very impressive.
Conway left us in mid-middle, so I went given you wouldn't went on.
No, we've got debts to pay off from previous regime, so we've done very well to actually, we were very close to going down this race and going down that rabbit hole, and then we end up in League One. I parked in it yesterday. Rubbish. Speaking of rubbish, do you think we'll borrow now? Or what's the league? About 500? Not far off. Well, I mean, they'll give Bantam a go, aren't they? I mean, the older folks will be hoping, get to 406. So Reagan's the memory of his hit all those years ago. Well, of course, I read today that the guy who I thought was winning the championship this year was going to be around for a while, 10 years. That guy stole the problem. I think he hurt himself fielding. I think, depending on the fit, I think he's sure, yeah. I don't think so is good. And everybody else, yeah, he's not very good. Hampton just looks too old, obviously. I mean, they should be good, but they're not a if Finn Hudson Prentice is the first season goal, I'm a second season goal. Well, that'd be great aspect of when they're in trouble, it's keep your 50 there, so that's nice. But we've done 2 seasons running when every Huskies in trouble, it's 50 there. Classic London against Knox, where we lost the first day, we were bowled out for 8, it's not 3 are already 150 ahead. Yeah, no, but I mean, no, at Worcester. They had one day triple, one day empty, and they were bowling along at 200 to speed. She used a racing car, and Gyro was just putting a few pounds over there. Now, I'm a bit confused, Roger. When I was last here, that was the market for Scottish club, and it got replaced by James Hilbert, so this is now the market for Scottish. It's got a bit bigger. Is that because the Scottish got a bit bigger? That's maybe the sound is bigger? So I haven't been here since 2026. I was due to come for the third day of Somerset Essex last year. There wasn't one. Unfortunately, I hadn't paid for anything. Yeah, that was about the equivalent of April last year. Again, I was with the law firm, and as you saw my prospect sitting here on Sunday disappearing on the back. I wasn't on the lecture today, but still didn't take that special. Now, against Sussex, it looked like it might be an interesting final day with them being a few behind and about 5 down, 6 and then on with the beats really fast. This is a very, this is a good view. It's sort of, it's very Trent-Bridgian.
If you can tolerate a bit of coolness first thing in the morning, that's fine.
I don't think you've been too bad for all.
No, it's a bit cracked up here in the morning.
Yeah.
Come the afternoon.
As long as it's not very windy, you're okay.
Yeah. Start to warm up as the afternoon.
So here both of us come aboard. That photograph.
Yeah, sure, you crack on.
We're a bit too swift, but just finding ways to let the goals get in. It's not a good. It's very, it's the atmosphere yesterday at the Hawthorns that we can't be bothered with it. We're not going to be bothered about those. We know what's going to happen. Really, they turn up, but there's no sort of real.
What's your running like?
We've got Britain, it goes, you guys, they've got home to Watford, Good Friday we're away to Somerset, Easter Monday, Derby, 26th, away to Cardiff, last night, Toby Luton.
That's worth it, right?
Now, the teams have got, but no, it's
15 games, obviously,
it's the lose either way. But, no, I mean, until yesterday, we played the top 4 and not lost to any of them. That's what I did, that's 7 draws.
It's very strange that exactly against the sort of top side of the division, and then when it comes to your sort of red and black
Just the way Derby, and Derby was after we beat us, Derby went lost like that data. I checked the breathing report yesterday, I don't know the play. Not on the official website. But there's no believers in 1-3-3, now the report. The two teams have their own good job in that. Pittsburgh won the Honeycott quarter and won the Honeycott 3. Did you hear about what they were doing yesterday at all? Or? Lost 3-1. Brooklyn Diamond. So they're now 7 points in the playoffs, but the team that got behind them has got 2 games now. Getting a bit. They haven't won any of the last 3. I saw against Darlington, and they were shocking. They lost 2-0 to Birmingham as well. Chris. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Chris was on it. I'll be giving one more football match. Today, weekend one. One of those classic ones where it's only 15 minutes in the first half. Yeah, Kent's got a good ball. Robert was at Hampshire on Friday. State to say that was yeah, 200 runs, the first big wicket.
A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Day 3 of this Worcestershire County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Worcestershire set to start at 11 a.m. Somerset will resume on 637 for 6 in their first innings, a lead of 483 runs. Lewis Gregory unbeaten on 30, and Tom Banton a Somerset record 344 not outs. Highlights from an extraordinary day 2 are on the official Somerset website, along with tickets to all home fixtures this season. Today, there's a wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available in our various concessions around the county ground, along with the county room, and the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open during the lunch and tea intervals. Entry is free of charge. From everyone at Somerset County Cricket Club, we thank you for your tremendous support and hope you have an enjoyable Sunday in the sunshine with us at Taunton.
That would be an interesting rubber to well, we were very bullish at the Abbey Bowl meeting. We're going to punch above our weight again. I am actually, because I'm going to see my mother who's just over born in Lancashire, and if it's a nice day on a Sunday, having what bag and fries and what was fantastic. I haven't been to what was I haven't been to what was Denmark 2016, so it's very fantastic. Derby home wins are a bit like MC. Yeah, yeah. So did you get any more cricket after I saw you at Kiddies? I didn't see you last year, I saw you at Kiddies. Derby was playing. Oh, did you? You alright? Bearing in mind I'm in full-time employment. At least that's so much fun. So, the first ball I saw in the South Championship was 120 long ball. Smashed away, I would say. Yeah. Alex Davis is a careful put on and field. It was quick but wide. I saw Noel, and I saw Julie, but I think the other lot were all at football. See Birmingham playing. We're getting regular reports from Birmingham. Getting a bit excited when it's 3-2, and then 6-2 in the end. But Marvin played fantastic. Pretty good. No, it's 16. So the same that Kingside had a knee operation. So, anybody else? Anybody else? Oh, Jackson Management. He was there. No, I was, for the duos of the 4T, I was at the Calder Bear stand there. And then I looked around because I was sat sitting in front. It was really quite nice. The last couple of hours was a bit short. And is that new for free? I don't think so. And you hung up your marker pen, have you? Well, you don't work during the cricket season, by the time the cricket season finishes, you'll be ready. I feel pensioner. How the state guarantees cricket watching club. I've had it, and I thought I was looking at it. There it is. Okay. But it's actually a Visa card. I want the Visa card. Could have seen my other lessons as well. Yeah, as I'm still keeping those because the thing about activating it and stuff like that. Well, I thought if the weather's good, I'll turn it nice and early on the first day and no problem. When I parked on this side of the road, it was 11. No, I always park clearly it was an older road, so I reckon it was a cul-de-sac. Third one was a flood to that thing. I mean, funny, on a day like this, it's probably about 50, probably 15 minutes away, so I'm there, I think it's not a problem. I can't go to war. Yeah, there's all the cars there, there's plenty of extra. Oh, I turned up through the gates and get into one that bit, so I didn't know there. I've not been there.
I've never used the word road.
Get fingers in his stick.
Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 here. Somerset take on Worcester in the Rothesay County Championship. The bells are chiming, the sun is shining, and what a day we witnessed yesterday. An unbelievable partnership by Tom Banton and James Rue. James Rue getting a quite majestic 152, but the star of the show, Tom Banton. He is now put himself at the very top of the tree in Somerset's history. He is currently 344 not out, and there's not many times that you'll watch a score of that size, and you can count on one hand how many false shots they were. He played absolutely unbelievably, and maybe licking his lips for another little bite of the cherry this morning. Somerset are massively dominant in the game. It's going to be a tough day for Worcester, but we're sure to see some rearguard action on a pitch that obviously with the scorecard you can see it's a very good batting pitch if you play well, but there were signs of spin that will interest our two spinners, Archie Vaughan and Jack Leach. Tune in for a fascinating day 3. Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship match. Somerset taking on Worcester, and if you were with us yesterday or in the ground, you would have witnessed something incredibly special. One of my commentators was here, Sam Dalling, but joining us for the first time this match, Mr. Vic Marks. Vic, it was really quite something.
Well, what's happened? No, I actually something I don't very often do, but I'm not actually talking. I tuned into the stream, watched most of the last session to see Tom Banton. Amazing.
I mean, we were quite enjoying, or I personally was quite enjoying the laptop that Sam had up of who's the next target from sort of 280 onwards, and the names and the history. It really was, if you're a Somerset fan or a cricket fan, really quite remarkable that a guy 2 years ago was very much pigeonholed as a one-day player. His 4-day cricket was kind of in the mire, and in such a short space of time, having a fantastic county championship season last year, and now to be the top of the tree in a very elite list of names. It was quite something, and as I mentioned to you a minute ago, that many runs, that many balls faced, and you can probably count on one hand the false shots, a couple of player misses and the occasional inside edge, but apart from that, the bat was just thundering.
That's not what we expect in a way from Banton of old, in that he's got all sorts of shots in his arm, but he was never regarded as a sort of measured player, and we thought he might drift off just to be a white ball cricketer, full stop. But to his great credit, last year especially, he was so determined to get into that red ball team. And he just got in at the start of the season, as far as I remember, because there was a sort of odd injury, so there was a place for him. And then he ensured that he could not be dropped from thereafter. Had a really good season. And there he is now. Beggars belief, doesn't it? 344
It
not
really
out.
does. Well, he's on strike. He's facing the first ball. Finch is taking the ball from the Marcus Trescothick stand here. Somerset have obviously not declared, which is the hot topic. When and how many are the questions that we will be looking to find out over the next half an hour or so. Finch about to start his run up. We're away.
It's almost that first ball.
Well, I'm gonna have to open the next hand for false shots all of a sudden.
Yeah, there are two now. The leading edge. I thought that was going to balloon to mid-off.
I mean, that really would have. You'd have heard the boos and the ahs and the oohs all over the ground.
Well, I thought they'd declare overnight, I must admit. But I mean, I'm a Johnny-come-lately, so I can't quibble about much of what's been happening over the first 2 days.
It's very rare in April where you have a look at the forecast. There's no rain. There's 2 full days of play, lots of time, and I think the conversation that will develop throughout the day is the slight breaking up of the surface.
Yeah.
Tom Hinley, the left arm spinner, that I suppose didn't cover himself in glory, but not because of his bowling. He dropped the catch of James Rue when he was on 30, which obviously was pretty costly in terms of James Rue's score and the partnership. And then he came on to bowl. But I have to say, he bowls a nice googly. He defeated Lewis Gregory a couple of times on the outside edge. So there is spin from straight, which I think will play a major factor in the day's play.
Yeah. Obviously the wicket gets easier by the experiences of recent years. But if it does turn a little bit, then it is a very, very good cricket pitch indeed. I have got one grumpy thought about triple centuries and all that. And I need someone with a very good laptop. And Sam's disappeared suddenly. But I'll share that.
We could just make it up.
Yeah, we probably will. But we may get confirmation. Yeah, off he goes again. He manages to find that gap between square leg and long leg brilliantly, doesn't he?
Another boundary to Tom Banton. We will have the live stream available to us for comments if you are listening, and me and Vic do get anything wrong, which we will undoubtedly do.
Okay, well, this is my observation, my gloomy observation. I don't think it's going to happen here. It shouldn't happen here. But you go through those triple centurions. Did you play at Guildford when Langer got 340?
I did.
Okay, well, you can confirm. Match result, draw.
Yes.
Did you play when he got his other triple century?
I did, and yes.
Match result, draw.
Yes.
I played in the game where Viv got 322. Match result, draw. There's a pattern here.
Yes. Well, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I'm not so good. I lost track after those three. How many triple centurions have finished up on the winning side?
Well, I think if in terms of the chance
Tresco,
of that
he didn't get a triple century, did he? James Hildreth, when he got one against Warwickshire. Draw.
Yeah, that was a bit of a, I think, off memory, that was a rear guard sort of triple 100 as well. Very good one, obviously. There aren't too many bad ones. But I think in terms of what we witnessed yesterday, and I think the difference is, and it's a phrase that has snuck into my psyche over the winter of watching different sports, actually.
Mm-hmm.
The word disruptors. I think Somerset have disruptors in their bowling lineup. Casey Aldridge bowled with pace and bounce. Craig Overton, when he's got his tail up, can obviously do what he does. I think Lewis Gregory has those spells where he seems to take those clusters of wicket, and of course Jack Leach. Somerset have got that ability to change the momentum of the game with a bowling attack, and that's something that it was really, really apparent even from quite early on. Worcester didn't have an answer to good batting, whereas I think Somerset do.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm anticipating a victory. Don't get me wrong. It's just a quirk that all these triple centurions, some of which took place in 3-day matches, which makes it more difficult. And by definition, the wicket is usually pretty good.
Well, I can slightly add to that with a personal disappointment, I suppose. I have been on the ground for both Somerset's top 2 scores, and both of those occasions I have scored 0 runs.
Dismissed.
Well, I wasn't dismissed yesterday because I was up here.
No. Okay.
But I was out for naught after JL's 342. So
were you forward defensive, little Nick?
I was mentally exhausted from padding up for about a day.
Who was he batting with most of the time then?
I think everyone but me. I think by the sounds of it. But yeah, I can remember walking out there, and I kind of felt for Casey Aldridge. You know, he was padded up for an extraordinary amount of time, and you kind of always sense that someone's going to get out for a cheap score. You know, the mental toil of being the next man in for such a long period of time.
You could almost, in that dressing room, particularly with our lineup, Somerset lineup, you could have a sort of rota system. Right? You be next to him for the next hour, and then we'll switch it if necessary to, Aldridge, Gregory, Overton. Doesn't make much difference who comes in next.
Yeah, it feels like that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm sure that probably was put into play as Banton just pops that down the ground. Move on to a rather magnificent 350. But he's, in the context of his innings, he's looked shaky this morning, Vic.
Well, he was very shaky from his first ball where he got a leading edge. A proper celebration there, a warm round of applause. I've never seen Hindley before. I saw him yesterday on the stream, and it's very unusual to see a left-arm wrist spinner on April the 6th bowling 20-odd overs. And he looked to have... He's very interesting, isn't it? I mean, you don't see many of those around in county cricket, or in any sort of cricket. Yeah,
he bowled some good deliveries. I got the sense that Lewis Gregory wasn't picking his googly particularly well. He got beaten on the outside edge a couple of times, he has been just there as he finishes his first over morning. He's brought up his own personal century. He's gone for 105 off his 23 overs, but you have to say the superlatives of Tom Banton are the reason for that. And I have to say, James Rue, I thought, batted beautifully as well. He got a life on 30, but he was exceptional in the way that he measured his innings. If you were here on the ground, there were quite clearly times where he was just very happy to be the man supporting Tom Banton.
Just get a quiet 150.
Just eases his way to 152. Banton on strike to Finch.
Hit that hard, doesn't he? You could hear the fact that he timed that perfectly.
Yeah, that's a really awkward length for the fielder, and almost sums up the innings or the game so far from Worcester. That's gone through the fielder. It's landed almost on the half volley to the deep fielder, and it's nearly taken his shin through to the boundary with the ball. Yeah, I think that was the one thing that was quite apparent, even from quite early on in the Roux-Banton partnership. There was almost a feeling that Worcester didn't fancy themselves to get a wicket, and it looked like they were going through the motions for a long time. And I always look at the bowlers in these situations. I feel for them because I've bowled on this pitch. We've bowled on this pitch where it's flat, and it's so difficult sometimes to get wickets and penetration. But the one thing that I focus on is what the bowler does in his run-up. And quite a lot of the time, the fielder hadn't touched the ball, and the bowler was already past the stumps on his way back to the run-up. There was no theatre. Not one of the players tried to have a word or create some competition. It just looked very sort of
resigned.
Resigned to the fact that they were waiting for a declaration. And I understand that once Somerset had gone past 400, but it was almost there when Somerset were on 200 as well. And I think that's probably the criticism I'd have of the Worcestershire bowling attack. Banton's going over the top again. Just evades the fielder. Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. He's obviously here to have a bit of fun for half an hour or so. It's going to be some exciting viewing, but my, when it's your day, why not carry it on to the next day?
Yeah, he's probably played more foul shots this morning than he did yesterday, but he's allowed to. No one knows what the score is now. There's a glitch.
Yeah, he's on a lot.
He's on 350 plus. The scoreboard's just having a bit of a reboot.
Well bowled there by Finch. Yeah,
this is why at Lords, I think they reinstalled down the bottom end, sort of square of the wicket near the tavern. They reinstalled a manual scoreboard for the moments, the rare moments when the electronic ones stop working for whatever reason.
It's the Russians.
You reckon? Or it could be the Yanks. I don't know.
Yeah, it's. The scoreboard that springs to mind is the one at the Oval that seemed to have your score up before you'd completed your second run. It was one of the fastest scoreboards you've ever seen. They used to have the roll numbers, don't they? And you'd see them spinning round as you were turning
for two. They put the 3 up, and if you'd only run 2, it's because not the scoreboard's wrong, but you'd not running. Taken the obvious third.
Gregory also struck the ball magnificently well when he came in, hit a couple of beautiful straight sixes off of Brett D'Oliveira.
Well, how's Lewis going to calculate his declaration? Can't see a scoreboard.
I'd say they've probably given an amount of time, half an hour. Half an hour seems like. I mean, this is where you're into sort of mental warfare, isn't it? You've got
I suppose so.
A tired, dejected Worcestershire team. You've got the add-on of Gareth Roderick, has done a lot of wicket keeping, and he was the opening batter that looked really good on day one. You know, I think there are a couple of factors at play. The Worcestershire team would have been praying for a declaration overnight.
Do you think so? I don't know. I mean, I'd have thought the logic is that to save this game, we're going to have to bat for 2 days. Well, now they have to bat for 1 day, and where's that one? That's up in the air, but it's dropped.
Another one grasped. Nothing's going right for Worcester, but it's of their own doing. I think that's 4 drop catches now, and I think the hardest one was the Brett D'Oliveira drop off of Tom Banton, the spiraled sort of slog sweep that had quite a bit of spin on it, but they've dropped 3 absolute sitters really in the modern game. Banton goes with the reverse over short third man, and another boundary to the tally. It's got to be getting close to 60 boundaries here for Tom Banton It's quite magnificent to watch. I mean, there's no way to shut down Bant as well, but you know, those early career 360 abilities, when you transfer that into 4-day cricket and then you put a temperament into the melting pot as well, you're getting the results here. You know, it's just so hard to shut down when he's playing well. Like I said, all the fielders are pretty much out now apart from the 2 catchers, and he still manages a way to find a gap.
I mean, I kept an eye on this game from a distance. And when he came in at 40 for 3, he was actually very positive to start with. But he didn't feel the need to change from how he started. You see what I mean? He didn't go all eccentric and extravagant.
No, I think one of the one observation that I was sat with Michael Vaughan downstairs, and even 4 defensives were. It was like a crack of thunder around the ground. Everything he did was hitting the middle of the bat, and I think again one of the criticisms of the bowling tactic is they bowled. I mean, it might sound crazy, but they bowled very stump to Banton. They didn't really ask him if he was going to leave or not. To someone like Tom Banton, who's so good when the ball's in straight, with how straight he delivers the bat face.
That's gone a long way, I fancy.
Yeah, that's a long way. He's hit that to the longest part of the boundary.
The umpire can't really tell, and up go his arms. So that is a long hit out there.
Yeah, they bowled a lot of middle and off balls. They didn't ever flirt with the sort of 5th, 6th stump. And
that's right. He's the sort of player who wants the ball on the bat early on.
Correct.
And he will go after width early on, which if it's a length ball width, there's a couple slips, there's an element of risk, isn't there? Whereas if it's a straight ball, you get your bat on it.
Yeah.
I take your point that you want to test him. I mean, some players you wouldn't want to bowl that. Why? Because you'll know that they just won't be interested and they're not going to nick it.
Yeah, I mean, the one feature of Banton, I think all the work that he's done is when he shapes up, he delivers the bat so. I mean, it's actually, probably quite appropriate that they're playing against Worcester, but he's got the Graham Hick bat face. You know, when he played well, it just looked like a barn door coming back down the wicket. It was perfectly straight, and like I said, at no stage did they, stick a sweeper out, pack the offside, and bowl a channel just to ask the question. Frustrating.
Can you cover drive that one?
Yeah, and but then once you're on 150, the horse is kind of bolted, but.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing you need to do early on, actually, before he's in. That little bit of width, couple slips. He's the sort of player in the past who goes for width early on to establish himself, to show he's in. Then once he's in, you just relax. Anyway, the field really has spread now. There's just one man in the sort of the ring, as it were.
He's really going to delve into the creativity of Tom Banton as he belts that one down. One bounce to the long off fielder. He's moving around the crease now. You can see that he's
actually disappointed with that one. I think he's smashed it to long off, but he looked like could have done a bit more there. I don't quite know what.
He's really looking to up the tempo, and I suppose the score that the man that we've just mentioned, 405.
Yeah, I played that game.
Wouldn't that be appropriate?
Yeah, they
played that game, did you?
Yeah.
The second happiest man on the ground was Phil Frost, I believe.
Well, maybe. Well, Worcester won easily, and that was a question of sort of a demoralisation. They were 150 for 5. Worcester.
You had them.
Sort of.
So are you trying to say, Vic, that triple centuries produce draws and quadruple
centuries tend to produce
victories? They're the winning ones. Okay, I like your thinking.
Well, I think there was, I know, a previous quadruple century here, slightly before our time, but Archie McLaren got 426 here in about, 1900 and something, early 1900s. Because I remember this, because Phil Neal was captain of Worcester when Hick got his 405, not out, declared. and we were a bit tired. But I remember walking off. And I probably congratulated Hick, and I said, Archie McLaren got 426 here. You know?
Yeah, there have been a number of big scores. We have heard from the producer that the 410 of Sam Northeast also produced a victory, so maybe Vic Marks is onto something.
So perhaps that's why they want Banton to get 400. They've done the research. The analyst has been hard at work. Triple centuries don't win, but quadruples do. So we'll have to let Banton get 400.
I mean, it sounds like we've both been there. I mean, put yourself into the grey matter of the Worcestershire team now. I get your point. It's less time for them to bat at the draw, but yeah, that's it's still quite an ominous amount of time. You know.
Yeah.
What's it going to be? 5.5 sessions to bat out. You're going to have international quality spin. Somerset are going to be able to crowd the bat. Any false shot, any sort of bat pad is going to be a potential wicket. So, you know, I'm pretty optimistic of the outcome.
You know, without having to bat on, I'd have thought with a lead of 480 odd. But anyway, I can't.
I think
I'll
the damage
be too
is
critical
done.
of Somerset's performance so far, but I was surprised when they came out again today. 371 he's got now.
Yeah, I think it'll be a real interesting moment when the time comes, when Somerset do get ball in hand, and how the Worcestershire players shape up. Because it's a really remarkable turnaround, because Jake Libby and Gareth Roderick batted beautifully, 70-run partnership. The Somerset bowlers were just a little bit off their lines. They bowled a little bit too straight. They didn't quite get the lengths right, because the two batters, one of them bats almost on the stumps, and Roderick was 18 inches outside of his crease, so there was a challenge out there. But once Leachy got that wicket, you really did fear for the middle order, really, and the Aldridge spell was really something. He bowled quick, he bowled accurately, he swung the ball.
Well, I did see his wickets, and you don't really associate him with swing, do you? Well, I haven't in the past, but if he got it to swing a little bit as well.
I think it's that thing with speed, isn't it? You know, when you bowl at the pace that Casey Aldridge bowls, you don't really need to hoop the ball. You just need to move it enough, and you're exposed as a batter when you play the wrong line. And yeah, he bowled beautifully, and the rhythms were great. And I think the real positive thing is the bowlers didn't have to do a great deal of work to dismiss Worcester in the first innings. So they're certainly going to be fresh and, you know, upbeat, no doubt about that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if Worcester play well, they've got to get through that new ball, haven't they? Obviously, it might turn a bit, and that will make it a very good wicket indeed. But clearly, it's been fairly batsman friendly for the last couple of days. Oh, he's out. I think he might declare now. No. Yes.
Banton has been dismissed for a quite remarkable 371. Almost quite hard to say that, really. It's an incredible achievement by the 26-year-old. Somerset have declared on 670. He's going to get an enormous and well-deserved round of applause. Italy has picked up the wicket. And Tom Banton, and really does. Really, the game kind of starts from now.
Everyone at the playing ground is on their feet. All the spectators are standing. He's been congratulated by everyone on the Worcester side as well. And their ordeal is over. But 371 beggars believe. They used to talk about trying to get 1,000 runs by the end of May. I don't know, at this rate you could always do it at the end of April. It's never been done.
Well, we had a funny little chat with Andy Hurry when I was out there, and he said, I messaged JL last night, just gave him Tom Banton's number which he would undoubtedly congratulate him with, and I believe the Justin Langer reply was, "Well done, pal. Now you've got to do it in the next game like I did," because he obviously got back-to-back triple hundreds. So you could be onto something there, Vic.
Well, the next game's at home.
Only JL would somehow manage to find a challenge after congratulating a triple century.
Yes. Well, you played under him. He had these eyes, didn't he? Just looked through you.
Yeah, he was.
Still has, no doubt.
He was really consistent with his behaviours, JL, and was brilliant for the club. But yes, sometimes you sort of. I always think about when I used to open the bowling with Charles Willoughby in the one-day stuff.
Yeah.
And we would set up the team, and he'd be at the top of the mark, just about to disappear off to first slip, and he would sort of like thump me on the chest with his index finger, and he would say, I won't complete the sentence because there are a few beeps in there, but it was basically, if you bowl a loose nut, this will be the only over you bowl this game. And he had the eyes. He's got very blue eyes, hasn't he? And they're piercing, and you just, for me that was like a chest out, okay, I'll show you, captain. But yeah, he did it. He was he had those moments where games would ebb and flow, and he knew that there was an opening there, and that's when the eyes would almost go like a shark. When a shark's going into feed, they'd sort of blacken over a little bit.
Well, I remember now. I remember when he was captain here, and I think the second team were playing on the ground here, on one end of the square. So the other end was beyond the boundary. And at lunch came along in his second team game. Now came Justin Langer with his pads and his all kitted up to bat, and he shadow batted for about 35 minutes during the lunch interval, and he was running twos, playing a shot, running three, and he was there for at least half an hour. And then just as the players were starting to come out after the lunch, he did it again, and then he held up his bat to the stands because he got 100. We thought, oh, what an idiot. Yeah, that was and then the next day, I can't remember how many he got, but he got 100. And so we thought, actually, you can't mock this. You can't mock this. But at the time, it seemed ridiculous.
Yeah, he used to have this thing about running 100 shuttles. We would do in practice, which is obviously what the people don't see, the fans don't see, is he would get the bowlers would obviously, he was very protective of his bowlers, knew that they were, he always used to say they're the match winners, they're the guys we need to look after. He used to have us running to fine leg to make sure the bowler didn't have to walk to take his hat to the umpire, and he's very protective of the bowlers. But the batters on a training day, we'd have our net, and then he'd have us out there running 100 shuttles, and we had to have a bat in hand.
Right.
So normally most teams that I've seen, they'll just do a fitness session, but we had to have our bat in the hand, and the mentality of running the 100 shuttles, and at the end we all used to be told to celebrate and raise our bats.
Yes.
Very much. He definitely had the golf maddies, but it was he was a fascinating character. As the groundsmen are out there now rolling the wicket.
Yeah.
Hopefully not flattening out that spinning area if you're a Somerset fan.
Well,
the fielders are floating out, doing a few catches.
Who is Somerset? I mean, the spinners will probably be on relatively soon. Bat pad. Who is Somerset's bat pad?
Tom Banton.
I mean, I suppose that's where he'll be going.
Do you know what? Watching him in the warm-up today,
yeah.
I don't think there would even be the question if I won't do it. He was out there, he was playing football, got a good sweat up, took a load of catches. You'd honestly have thought that he got 10 the day before. No difference, and I think that's one of the real sort of shifts in Tom Banton. He understands what it takes to be good at this game.
Well, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens to him now, because he, of course, was in the Champions Trophy squad. But they never like to change the team, doesn't matter what happens. So he didn't play. He thought he might get a game right towards the end, actually. But he's just scored 370 here. There's some cricket coming up. There's some one-day cricket. England have got some 50-over games right at the end of May, June. There's a little one-day series. There's some T20 coming up. There's some Test cricket coming up.
Well, he's in.
Well,
he's going to be in, because not only.
Well, how's he getting the Test team?
Well, not only weight of runs. Well, in the Test team, I suppose there's a question.
But in the one-day game, you thought we're going to miss him. He's going to go.
Yeah.
And that's great. But if he can sort of consolidate on this 371, admittedly against in prime batting conditions against a modest attack, but nonetheless it's 371, and everyone now is thinking, well, Banton, where does he play?
Well, it's the
So
sort of innings that changes perception, doesn't it?
Yeah. It just grabs it.
Yeah, the perception of Tom Banton, if you asked anyone, any cricket fan on the street, was great white ball player. Oh, didn't he score those hundreds in T20 in the winter? But if you think about it in the wider context, he's the perfect Brendan McCullum man, isn't he? Really,
Well,
the way
he plays
plays
the right
the game.
sort of way.
Yeah, he's got the style that I think very much suits the England camp, and he's now scored an enormous score. I mean, the pressure's going to be on for.
Well, certainly in 50 and 20 over cricket. Even though this is a championship match, what England? I mean, I ended up at the Champions Trophy for a couple of weeks, and what England craved was some top order players who could go beyond the T20 20 ball 35, which is quite handy in T20. But they wanted people who could bat for 30 or 40 overs consistently, alongside Root, let's say. And Banton's suggesting that he's got that. He's a bit more measured than a Salt now, who just goes out there and smashes it from his own way. But in 50 over cricket, that doesn't always work, does it?
Yeah, I think he can bat in a number of positions. I think the test team slightly concerns me, only because the real obvious space is who's going to bat at the top with Duckett, and part of me thinks that
it'll be Crawley, I think.
Well, yeah, but
this is a regime that is averse to dropping anyone. But it wouldn't suit.
Crawley's not really scored a bean in any form of cricket. I mean, he's played some franchise cricket. He's even been dropped from that team, and I think he's got a couple of low scores in this championship game. And
well, I mean, we're sort of going off on a real tangent here, but I think they will be aware that last time round they thought, well, who's our next batter? It's Lawrence. We'll send him in to open the batting, and it was. A calamitous decision for Lawrence, apart from anything else. And that finished his career.
I wouldn't want Tom to make his Test debut as an opener.
No, it'd be ridiculous.
So maybe he's got some work to do, but what a great way to start the season, though. That's.
But it would be surprising now, even though this is just one innings at the beginning of April. It would surprise me if he's not playing in some format for England. Before the season.
He's undoubtedly going to be playing the next
50 over. There's 50 over coming up.
So occasionally, Vic, there's a sentence that gets put down on our live stream that I can't ignore. Yeah. Going back to the Justin Langer and Eyes thing, it's from Banana Brooks, and I think this is quite wonderful. Sharks do ocular rotation just before they bite to protect their eyes. So maybe, being from Western Australia, where sharks are in abundance, maybe that's what JL used to do to us. Ocular rotation, love it. Thank you very much for that. I've enjoyed that. So, Worcestershire, the opening pair, stride out to the wicket. Jake Libby, and I'm assuming Gareth Roderick, even though he's done an awful lot of crouching.
He's had a night's sleep. Scoreboard's back in operation. I suppose the scoreboard's getting a bit confused because it's never really reached 600. What was the final total in the end? 670, 680. We forgot to note that.
And as predicted, Tom Banton has walked out onto the field looking like a stormtrooper. He has the short leg pads under his whites already, so he's pretty keen of getting in the game. Craig Overton is going through the motions, warming up at the top of his run, the talisman of the Somerset seam attack. The pressure is on. Tom Abel's at a leg slip position, which is the only slightly peculiar position at the moment. Here we go. The second innings is underway. Nice little bit of shape away in the channel. Gareth Roderick wants no part of that one.
Yes, 670 was the final total.
Quite
a lead of 516. So they'd do well to knock that off by tea time tomorrow. Just a flicker of movement there. You could hear the shouts of approval from the slip cordon.
Yeah, there's a nice crowd in today. I think they were expecting, or certainly wanting, to pay tribute to what we've all just witnessed after the last few days. Tom Banton's record-breaking innings. But now, I think they're in the mind of stock car racing fans. They want to see a crash. They want to see a tumble of wickets. We know that Somerset, day 2, day 3, great time to bat. So if you get yourself in, can you emulate what Tom Banton has done? There's time in the game. There's no scoreboard pressure. It's just about batting and negating this challenge. Somerset have been magnificent after the first hour on day 1, when you kind of thought that Worcester were going to pose some problems. But the spell of Aldridge, that wicket of Jack Leach, has completely 180'd this game. And Tom Banton's already going in at short leg. The helmet is back on.
Someone's had a bright idea. It looks like bat pad might come into play. Forget that leg slip.
His sweaty helmet is already back on the head. What a guy.
Yeah, he's quite deep actually there. He's almost for something off the face of the bat there, you'd think, a little.
Yeah, I spoke to Craig after his opening spell. He was pretty disappointed, but as he always does, he came back strong as Roderick just runs that one off the face. A good line, actually, from Craig Overton. Got himself into a bit of an awkward position, but played with nice soft hands, and he picks up the first Worcestershire runs in the second innings, all the way down to third man for 4. But yeah, he was. What do you think, Treeks? Obviously, I was honest. I said, "Well, you bowled rubbish, mate. you bowled far too straight. Get it out in the channel, let the ball swing." He just attacked it was classic. First game of the season, I want to bowl a magic ball, and actually, I think the way that Lewis Gregory handled it was great. Didn't let him continue with a spell that wasn't
took him
clicking.
off early.
Took him off after 3 overs. Had a spell himself. Bowled nicely. Josh Davey bowled beautifully. Actually, he didn't pick up a wicket, which was, I suppose, the one anomaly of the day. But then his comeback spell was the classic. I'm a little bit hurt, captain, and I'm going to show you that I'm the premier bowler. It took 3 really high quality wickets in that period where Somerset just decimated the middle order of Worcestershire.
Well, I wasn't here, obviously, but over recent years, people have sort of felt that Somerset have been quite slow starters, and I've always thought, looking on, it's almost it's a virtuous problem in that they are so keen, they're almost too uptight to get going, to get started, and almost straining too much and not quite relaxed enough to settle into their work right at the start of the season. I felt they were, almost over-motivated to do well, because they were a very conscientious team, this lot, and they're desperate to do well. And sometimes I fancy that they take a while to get into the game because they're a bit uptight sometimes. And Gregory, I think, is a good man to perhaps resolve that, because he's pretty laid back out there and relaxed.
Yeah, agreed. The Somerset mid-season, late-season form, especially when it starts to turn, has always been where Somerset pick up the bulk of their season's points. You're exactly right there. Often slow starters, and all the signs are good for this game. But we've had an interesting comment here. Deep backward square. Up to the end of the 2024 season, there have been 22,549 county championship games, of which no one has scored a triple hundred. Of which 9. Anyway, that says to me that 40.2% of games where there's a triple hundred scored end up in draws.
Right. Of course, until about the late 80s, there was never any 4-day cricket in championship. cricket, which meant that a triple hundred by definition would have taken over a day for most players.
Well, actually, no. Here's the follow-up.
Okay.
There have been 67 games in which someone has scored 300, of which 31 of those, 46.3%, have ended up in a draw.
Okay.
But if you get a 400,
Well, yeah. Now, what's happening at Gully here? Who's at Gully with a helmet on?
that's Casey Aldridge, I think. Yep, that's Casey Aldridge at that floating fourth slip.
Yeah,
very
quite close,
yeah,
but helmeted.
if he reaches out with his long arms, he could probably touch the end of the battery. He is very close. Not sure he needs a helmet, to be honest, but if he feels safer, happy days. I suppose that's probably not, the helmet's probably not there for the nick, it's for the cut, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be from the sort of slash.
Roderick, much like the first innings, he bats about 12-18 inches out of his crease when he starts, likes to press forward. Libby at the other end, as we mentioned on day one, bats very deep, so they do give you quite different challenges as batters. You've really got to hone in on quite different lengths when you bowl at these two. I think Libby is quite reluctant to come forward, so anything that can get him driving is where you feel like you're in the game as a bowler.
Is he at Notts, Libby, with you? No.
No, he just left. I think he was on. He moved down the M5 from Nottinghamshire,
Having
to
come from
Worcester
Cornwall,
around that sort of
originally,
time.
wasn't he?
Yeah, from Cornwall. A couple of Cornishmen ended up playing for Nottinghamshire. Chris Reed, off the top of the head.
Oh,
that's
he's a
a
Devonian.
very tight leave there. Just nibbled back a little bit. South of Somerset, so it's all the same.
Well, no, you've got to get it right now. And I've lived in Devon for years now, but Somerset is the team of Devon and Cornwall and
Of course it
Somerset. I mean, I'll tell you this, but I remember playing, just after I'd retired, I played in some sort of charity game that Brian Rose had organised down at Torquay, where Somerset played against this sort of guest 11, but high quality, so we had Kenny Benjamin play, but Malcolm Marshall played, and Chris Reed was 16 and kept. And I think Harvey Trump curiously opened the batting for Somerset. Malcolm opened the bowling, and he got a nick, did Trump. And he was bowling not full pace, but properly. We'll just watch this one. He got a lovely nick, and the 16-year-old Chris Reed just took off, goalkeeper-wise, full stretch, stuck in his glove, roundabout shoulder high. And of course he was very pleased with that. But what I never forgot was Marshall was just thought this was wonderful, and he was so good with Reed that he was so pleased that he created that moment for Reed. But it was just one of those glorious goalkeeping catches at full stretch that took the breath away.
Well, he was one of the best glovemen and wicketkeeper batters on the circuit for many, many years. He's got a lovely oil painting in the Trent Bridge main pavilion above the bar. Yes, I think you've got to have a serious career at a club to.
Yeah. Well, he went to Gloucester initially, didn't he? He went to Gloucester from Devon, as there was always a big connection between Devon and Gloucester, actually. But Gloucester had Jack Russell, I think, still. So then he went on to Nottingham, where he had a terrific career. Ended up scoring lots of runs and taking lots of catches.
Yeah, very good. Representing England a number of times. I think I've upset a few, Vic. Chris Reed was born in Paynton. He's a Devonian. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Paynton. Yeah.
Lucky you're here.
Yeah.
Lucky you're here.
I see that as my role, really, here, just to correct your little.
On many ways, you know me, Vic. I like to make it up as I go along.
However, I think I'll give Sam that role for a bit now. Good luck, Sam.
42 minutes in, and Vic's already had enough. He's going to have a little break. Too early for a Horlicks, Vic. So get yourself a nice coffee from downstairs, and we'll see you later. Sam's going to join me, laptop in hand. where stats finally become correct. You can always rely on Sam Dalling and Harry Everett for correct stats. Oh, beauty there from Craig Overton. Lovely channel. Hovering around off stump and has just pitched and left Jake Libby.
You got there in the end with the YouTube comment, didn't you?
Yeah,
you were able to read. You haven't got your glasses today.
There was a 9,000, so I didn't quite get the connection there. But yeah, so it's interesting though, isn't it?
I think the point was the percentage of in games where there's a 100, it's more likely to be a draw than games where there aren't a 100.
46%,
46 compared to 40.2. You were just reading numbers at one point.
I mean, I suppose there is a fair amount of common sense in there. If someone peels off a 100, you can fair assume that the wicket is slightly hovering in the favour of the batter. I mean, but even so, I think when you witness a 100, I mean, you could be bowling on the M5, and it's just the concentration that he showed as well. Like I said, I think the big context here for the Somerset fans is this was a lad that was kind of frustrating everyone. You knew he had the talent, and he was playing loads of white ball cricket and couldn't click with 4-day cricket. And then within 18 months, he's put himself at the very top of the tree in regards to individual run score. So I mean, it's just been an incredible thing to witness. I thought sending him the odd well done message when he was getting T20 hundreds this winter in different parts of the world was going to be maybe the highlight of his year, but he has absolutely blown that one out of the water.
Well, getting the messages from you were going to be the highlight of his year.
Well, no, the highlight of my year to be able to hopefully get a reply from the great man. But no, he's I always make sure you keep the well dones coming. I'm sure his phone battery didn't last too long after the close of play last night. I would imagine his social medias and all that kind of stuff would have been going bonkers.
I wonder how many unread WhatsApps you got. Do you get stressed when you've got unread WhatsApps, or are you happy to leave them in there? Because he could have hundreds, wouldn't he? I mean, his phone would have blown up last night.
Do you know what does me, and hopefully the people listening will kind of feel my pain, is WhatsApp groups. They give me anxiety. You get put into so many groups where you kind of feel rude to leave them, but 99.9% of the stuff that gets put on there would kind of make your life better if you didn't have to read them, to be honest. Banton chasing with the pads on, can't quite save the two.
I think it's 4 as well, because there's no ball. Josh Davey just overstepping there. You know who I feel a little bit for?
Tell me.
James Rue. Not many days where 150 just doesn't get mentioned by anyone. Afterwards, not many days you don't do an interview after 151.
Yeah, I interviewed him
152
this morning. I'm not sure if it got shown or not, but we were just talking about the partnership and the overriding sense that he was just like super excited for his mate, and he understood that he just needed support. And one of the lines that he came out with, he felt that it was better for Tom if he just had a consistent partner out there. And the proof is in the pudding. At the end of the day, Worcestershire 10 without loss in the 4th over. A couple of play and misses. I thought Overton has bowled an attacking line to the openers. There's a little bit of shape on offer in terms of swing. The pitch is a true and good one, but can Somerset seamers just open the door for Mr. Leach and Master Vaughan?
I was going to try and let it go. It's one of my bugbears. I'm going to have to. The proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Okay.
It's a phrase everyone always gets wrong. I try to let it go. Everyone does it. It's okay. It says more about me than you, that.
Well, Sam, it's a dangerous way to start the day, because if you make any faux pas today, I'm going to be all over you, sunshine.
That's fine. Just trying to work out. Well, obviously we know it's. When he made 133 Banton, he faced 174 balls. And I think in his interview last night, didn't he said he was joking with Lewis Gregory on day 1 in the evening. So I don't know how anyone faces 200 balls. The concentration to do that. He never got near it. So what did he do? 403 balls. So 229 more deliveries than he previously faced.
Yeah,
Concentration to do that, I don't think, should be underestimated.
Yeah, I think that is one of the key features, really. I mean, it's just, I suppose there's a point in an innings where you're satisfied with what you've done. You know, you get 120, 160, and there must be a little bit of your grey matter that's thinking, you know what, that's a good day, and you can switch off a little bit. But I think Bance is really aware of, again, changing perspective, perception, of what he is as a player, and you know, when you put a performance up like that, there's no doubt that his 4-day credentials are solidified after that. Josh Davey runs into bowl. Another beautiful line delivery there. Libby watches that go past the off bail through to James Rue.
What was the conversation in a dressing room? And I'm thinking from a Worcestershire perspective, when you go out, knowing that the best you can do really is save the game, but you've got to bat for 2 days. How do you approach it? Do you have to break it down into little sessions? Are you still trying to score some runs and chip away? Or what are they doing, do you reckon?
Well, I think it's obviously a daunting challenge. I would, if it was me personally, and being in dressing rooms myself, I think you would be selling the opportunity to the batters, someone to put their hands up, and the opportunity to, in some way, emulate what you've just seen. That's the challenge that I would probably be posing if I was on the coaching staff. I mean, it is a great opportunity. You've got a lovely ground, a good pitch. There's not a cloud in the sky. I mean, if you could describe, you know, batting conditions, this is what you'd describe. So Somerset will have their work cut out for them to take wickets over the next, 170 odd overs that we have left in this game. But I think we've mentioned it a few times. I think spin's going to play a pretty sizable part. I think Leachy will want the hard ball in his hand quite early. It wouldn't surprise me if he's the first change from the river end. That hard ball just spinning and bouncing a little bit more. And again, I think the emotions of the Worcester dressing room, if Leachy can get the ball spinning off the straight, if he turns one, I think you'll see quite a dramatic change in body language. If one turns, I think that's going to be a long day, a long rest of the game for the Worcestershire team, because we know, you know, in terms of spell length, Leachy can just strap it on and bowl and bowl and bowl.
And this, I mean, Lewis Gregory is blessed in terms of the options he's got here, because there's every chance Casey Aldridge, standout bowler in the first innings, might be the fifth bowler to be used again. If Jack Leach comes on first change, Lewis Gregory's got himself. He's got these two at the moment. If it turns, Archie Vaughan may come into the game earlier than you'd anticipate.
Yeah, I suppose the one of the question marks for Lewis will be, you know, Casey did all that damage from the river end, which would be Leachy's preferred end. So do you give him a spell before you give the ball to Leach, or do you do what you did in the first innings, which would kind of make sense, where you give Leach a few overs and then bring Casey back at some point? Yeah, there's a few little quandaries for Lewis Gregory to navigate, but he generally does it very, very well.
Nice questions to have running through your head, aren't they? Very different questions to what Brett D'Oliveira has probably had running through his head the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that ideas were few and far between. Oh, a direct hit there from, is that Alfie Ogborn that's on the field as a substitute at the moment? What a brilliant little bit of cricket that was. I think it is Alfie Ogborn, isn't it? Left-hander.
Who's he on for? Yeah.
Yep, Tom Abel's coming back onto the field, so he's touched the ball once and nearly created a wicket. So even the 12th man's dangerous here at the Cooper associates.
A few hearts would have temporarily stopped in that Worcestershire dressing room. That is the last thing you want in this sort of situation.
We've got a replay of that magnificent piece of fielding, taking a tight run. They wouldn't have known that he's left-handed potentially, but yeah, Jake Libby made his ground quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, Alfie Ogborn, the depth that Lewis Gregory's got, I mean, it's going to be busy. I think there's 5 games in a row, so the seamers will get rotated. We've had Miguel Pretorius out there warming up over the various lunch times. Alfie Ogborn, seen a bit of JT Langridge, Jake Ball in running the drinks. Let's see this from the reverse angle, see how close it was. Difficult to tell. Great bit of work from Alfie Ogborn.
James Rue up to the stumps. I mean, that was something that was discussed quite a lot in the Worcestershire innings. Roderick was very reluctant to come up to the stumps just to pin the batter back in the crease. Somerset have gone to that tactic in the 6th over. Well, that proved to have an effect.
You were around when Josh Davey first signed for the club. Were there any signs back then that he would go on to have as good a career as he had? Because he's been around for a decade, or has the improvement been marked in him?
I mean, he's always been a quality performer. I think you know, early Somerset career, he was part of the sort of the squad of bowlers. You know, would come in and out. You know, a horses for courses kind of situation. Obviously, we had a very good seam attack at the time there, and he probably didn't play as regularly as he would have wanted to. But you know, when there's any sort of anything around, he's always in the game. I mean, one of the real strong points as we have a look at that run out. Yeah, Jake Libby's comfortably in. He's probably nearly past the stumps when that hits, but again, just a little message to the Worcester team that you're going to be under pressure all day today. Yeah, one of the standout features, I suppose, of Josh Davies' bowling, he's always in that area that gives you concern. He has that ability just to nip the ball back from time to time, even on a docile pitch. So yeah, he's one of those sort of county seamers that are absolutely gold on a pitch that isn't offering too much to other people. And when he gets on a pitch that is seaming, he's a real handful.
.177 red ball wickets for Somerset, just over 23. Came as a batter, didn't he?
Well, he would say that he came as a batter, but I assure you he was signed as a bowler.
Scotland international, that thick Scotch Glaswegian accent I think he's got, hasn't he? Very broad.
He's probably got one of the poshest Scottish accents I've ever heard. This could be fake news.
Okay.
But
You can say it anyway.
I think, if I'm right in saying, that Josh Davies' dad might do something sort of like North Sea oil riggy type work, and I think they were up in Scotland as a family when he was born. So he was born in Scotland. I think it was something to do with his dad's work, but I think they're from Staffordshire or something like that.
It was Middlesex he started, wasn't he? He was in and around there. A couple of catches in at mid-wicket.
Hoping I haven't offended anyone from the Davey family, but I think that's something like correct.
Of the many things you've said on the live stream, I suspect that's one of the
Isn't
least
there
likely to offend.
Isn't there that there's a game show on TV, and I think like Bob Mortimer's one of the contestants where Would I
lie to you?
Would I lie to you? Okay, where I've got to sell a story,
yes.
and you then. So
but I would pick it apart.
In this case, are you going true or false?
I mean, it's very plausible. I believe you. I believe anything you tell me, Triggs, but that's because I'm probably pretty naive.
Well, if you spoke to Josh Davey, you certainly wouldn't think he was Scottish.
But he'd also tell you he was a batter. That would be a good. Would I lie to you? My name's Josh Davey. I'm a batter. 4 slips in by the looks of things. Well, a couple of slips, then a couple of gullies really for Craig Overton to Jake Libby.
Beautiful shot by Jake Libby. Full face of the bat down the ground. Banton in hot pursuit with his Stormtrooper pads on. Libby's going to pick up 2 runs.
More than capable of batting long, Jake Libby. I remember seeing him make 180 not out at Chelmsford off 496 balls.
Yeah, he's going to... Well, someone's going to have to come up with an innings of that level of quality to keep Somerset out of the game. 2 very capable players out there, as they showed in the first innings. But a 50, a 30 is just not going to be enough today. One of the pairs is going to have to go big.
But even then, it's a huge ask, isn't it? He batted for 681 minutes in that inning. So what's that? 11 hours, 21 minutes.
Yeah, there we go. Adding something like a credential to my Josh Davey theory. Josh Davey, like me, was born in Aberdeen, so would make sense that his dad was in the oil industry. Would I lie to you, baby?
Could just be a massive Aberdeen fan. They could have been up at Pittodrie for the weekend for an SPL game. But yes, that would make sense.
Yeah, Suffolk is his, I suppose, where the family reside by the looks of it. I'm now just believing the live stream. Oh, that's close, that's close. Back leg, and the finger goes up. Craig Overton has struck a beautiful ball, pitching middle and leg, straightening. And Roderick's played all round that one. The back shin was contacted by the ball. And Martin Saggers does the rest. That's very adjacent. A beautiful delivery. The umpire finally gets to stretch that arm in anger.
You get the sense that Gareth Roderick knew what his fate was going to be there. He turned away. He's just moved away, isn't it? But he's played right around it. He's falling over. That's as out as it gets.
That is a beauty. And that's nipped off of the pitch. So that maybe puts to bed the fact that it's a complete belter. Makes Banton's knock look even better. That's definitely just nipped off of the seam there, but what a length that was, that little bit of movement. Gareth Roderick didn't do an awful lot wrong. He was turned around by that late movement. And you always feel as a batter, when you get hit on the back shin, you're in trouble. Probably knee roll, to be fair.
He looked away, didn't he? He looked away, and as soon as he got the reaction, he turned around just to double check. But he knows. Craig Overton knows. All those boys know.
Yeah, that's
what a start.
That's a serious delivery from Craig Overton, and his celebration speaks volumes.
Kashi Valley is the new batter. Work to do. 27 on his back.
Oh, another sharply moving delivery there from Craig Overton, standing that seam perfectly up. Just nipped away from Kashi Valley. Give him credit there. I think he's left that.
Remarkably, I remember chatting to Kashi Valley beginning of last summer. Didn't play any red ball cricket until he was 15 and only ever hit a tennis ball around. I think he batted 11 in a game for Dunster Boys, Bedfordshire boy. So, yeah, he's in his mid to late 20s now, but he trialled, went around the second 11 circuit. But to be a pro, having not played hardball cricket until you're 15 is quite something.
Well, he's done pretty well, but he's going to have to do something special today. Lovely forward defensive that played so perfectly. It's hit the stumps at the bowler's end, so well played. But a successful over from Craig Overton. He's picked up the first wicket. If you were watching, it was an absolute beauty. Not much Gareth Roderick could do about that. Pitch, middle and leg, nipped away, would have probably clattered into the stickers of middle and off, but cannoned into the back shin of Gareth Roderick, and Jake Libby's downfall from the first innings. Somerset fans will be hoping of a replay of that. Jack Leach has offered his cap to Paul Pollard, and he is in the attack in the 8th over.
Like you said, he would fancy getting that hard ball in hand. He's going to have it. Lewis Gregory took a brilliant catch, actually, because he was blindsided almost by James Rue in that first innings.
Yeah, I've got a feeling. I like being brave. I think we're going to see more spin than you think. I think it's going to turn.
You said that.
I really do.
As soon as Vic walked in the box this morning, he said it's going to turn out there.
Yeah, I really do think that this is going to offer for Jack Leach, and you know, he's got that great ability. He bowls a lively pace, Jack Leach, as well. He's always got that one that can sort of skid on and trouble the shin, but as soon as he starts turning the ball away, he becomes a super dangerous bowler, and just one to turn away, I think, is going to pose an awful lot of problems for the Worcestershire top and middle order.
Casey Aldridge at leg slip. Tom Banton under the helmet at short leg.
To length played off the back foot, as you imagine, from Jake Libby. For those who did see the first innings dismissals, he prodded forward to one that turned away, nicked to Lewis Gregory. Generally does prefer to play off the back foot. Can Leachy just get one to spin? That's the one that slides in. Both edges are in play.
Be a bit of noise around them as well. A couple of those lads will just be, maybe not directly to him, but he'll be able to hear them.
Yeah, I think that's the one, part of being in such a strong position. You can crowd the bat, and as a batter you just know that any sort of false shot, any forward defensive that pops up a little bit, it's going to present a chance to those close infielders. I don't think it'll be long before you see a fourth person in there under the lid, maybe Tom Abel, that might go in at silly point as well. Jake Libby's not known for his sort of attacking style in this format of the game. He's just going to look to bat time, so I think you can quite comfortably stand there at silly point and feel like you're in the game. Right on cue, he's ran down the wicket and belted him back over his head for 4.
I like that from Jake Libby though, because like you, that is not what the Somerset fielders would be expecting. So he's decided he is just going to make sure that Jack Leach and all those Somerset boys know that he's capable of playing those shots. He's not just going to sit there and make himself a target.
Yeah, running down the wicket, I would say, isn't his modus operandi, but he played that shot beautifully at the end of the first Leach over. 4 runs conceded. Worcestershire are 20 for 1, trying to save a game in reply to Somerset's mammoth 670.
Yeah,
Tom
4 nights.
Banton getting 371 of them.
496 behind. You're going to keep looking up at that, where you basically don't want to be looking at the scoreboard if you're a Worcestershire batter. Keep your eyes away from that, because it's not pretty reading.
Thanks to Virtue, one of our sponsors. We had a great day with Virtue early season, where the guys got the opportunity to have a radio-controlled sort of Top Gear lap with me. I'm sure that content will come out at some stage this summer. The boys and girls certainly enjoyed that.
A bit of a content creator these days.
Well, I might even be sneaking into the realms of influence.
Are
Who
you?
knows? No, absolutely not.
That's a dangerous world we already live in. We don't need you influencing
Yeah,
people.
nobody needs my influence in their lives. But yeah, it was a great day. It was press day, and Virtue have got that radio-controlled Range Rover that brings the ball out to the middle of the pitch in the one-day games, and both the Somerset men and women had their opportunity to put a hot lap in, and actually turned out to be the first lap of the day that was the one that took the gold medal. It was Josh Davey.
Are you meant to reveal that before the content comes out?
Well, probably not, but I heard it here first. Yeah, it was actually really disappointing to. Well, it wasn't disappointing, but I did sort of make the comment to Josh that I think he took it in good spirits. But I said, well, you're not the fastest bowler at Somerset, but you're fastest driver. There we go.
He's still talking about it, living off that. Ben Warren's walking into the box with banana muffins. Yeah, why not? Somerset Bagpuss from Nikki. Oh, she made us a lemon cake. You after one?
I pop one up on the side if you don't mind, Ben. That would be lovely.
Thanks very much to Nikki.
That. If we can have a little look at those. Look at that.
They are beautiful.
Bit of icing. Probably should ask for the ingredients before you give it a go.
Are you allergic to anything? Is there anything that we need to be aware of?
Wow. I seem to be allergic to anything healthy at the moment. I'm having a sort of comfort eating.
But you're enjoying your life a bit more, I think.
Well, what are you saying? I've been miserable.
No, not miserable. Catch her in straight. As Overton continues it, Tom Lammonby in there at a straight mid on. I've been enjoying the coffee here. I don't know which Maunder brother it is, but we've been enjoying the delights of his coffee. Jack Maunder, is it? Must be the scrum half because it's 9. Lammonby's 15. What were you, number? Sam Maunder. It's either Sam or Jack.
Yeah, if you are in the Taunton area and you go for a stroll at any stage, pop into 9:15 and grab yourself a vanilla latte, as you bought me again. I'm actually feeling bad. You've done 2 rounds, and I'm very much in the chair for.
Wow, well, I feel it's rude to go to a coffee shop and not offer out. It's maybe the way I've been brought up. If you cast your minds ahead for a couple of months, Friday the 8th of August is the Beer and Cider Festival. Seems to have become an annual event. I'm sure it'll be bigger and better because it's the 150th anniversary of Somerset County Cricket Club. Somerset versus Durham. Long old way for Durham to come down for Metrobank One Day Cup game. Somerset had to go up there last year. Jack Leach picked up a lot of wickets there last year, won the game quite comfortably. But Beer and Cider Fest, so log on to the Somerset website, pick up your tickets early. There is that 4-fielder around the bat of Kashif Ali. In fact, leg slips come out, and Casey Aldridge is in the eye line of Kashif Ali.
Well, in the first innings, he showed signs of wanting to be quite aggressive against Leach. He came down the wicket and sort of skewed one over mid-off. He looked to take the attack on, so I'm sure he won't be backward in coming forward, Kashif Ali. Leachy won't be fazed by that, though. That's Casey Aldridge under the lid at silly mid-off. Needs to stay down. He's a bit jumpy at the moment. Not surprised after that first cover drive that clattered into his shin. I hope he's got some shin pads on. It doesn't look like he has.
Stayed down well there.
I mean, that's slightly. Yeah, I was wondering if there's another option for that silly point, because you don't really want one of your premier fast bowlers in that crouch position for too long. But that is another real positive sign of all things that happen here at Taunton. They've got that 3 Musketeers mentality. Everyone's prepared to put in a shift for their captain, their team, which is great to see.
We've moved on from Pirates, now we're on Musketeers, are we?
Anything could happen, Sam. You know this.
That's why I keep coming back for more.
And void of useless information and anecdotes. Ichi just looking to settle in here as he closing it his second over. No real alarming spin away from the bat as yet. But as you come to expect from Jack Leach, an immaculate line and length, always bringing that front pad into play. Tom Abel again going off the field to bring in the super sub, Alfie Ogborn, who a few overs ago made a brilliant piece of fielding to direct hit the stumps. Nearly ran out Jake Libby. Would have been a bit of a heart in the mouth moment. I mean, what would that have done for the dressing room? You've got 2 days to bat out to save the draw and you run yourself out. Could you imagine?
It's a long walk back, isn't it? You keep your eyes firmly fixed on the floor at that point and sit in the back.
I think you'd have to potentially do the I think Vic will probably be able to thumbs up this one, that he'd have to do the Northampton Peter Roebuck walk back, where he just packed his bag, said put it in the boot, I'm walking home from Northampton. Is that true, Vic? Hove. That is a long walk. Was he rescued somewhere? Yeah. White's on, brown brogues, off I'm going. I've had enough of this.
Craig Overton continuing into his 6th over. 1 for 12 now, as that one's turned down towards final leg. Would you then be an advocate of a bit of Archie Vaughan straight away from this Roscoff Pavilion end, or do you think because we haven't seen this one turn sharply from Leach, it'll be one of Gregory or Aldridge?
Probably not. Probably not at this stage. I'd like to see Lewis and possibly Casey have a spell before you went to Vaughan. But then again, you know, he was really good at bowling round the wicket to right-handers if it's spinning. And he can get that one just to slide across. Brings in the slip. Kashi Valley just plays a straight ball through square leg to pick up a couple of runs. I think Craig's just creeping a little bit too straight again. That line that he bowled where he got the wicket, I think that's the straightest you want to see him. Those balls that were in the channel, there was a play and miss just before the wicket, and I think that plays a part. Just like to see him land the ball on a round off stump, no straighter. Again, a little bit too straight and a little bit too short. That's been clipped nicely. Leachy's in hot pursuit. Flicks that back just inside the rope. Kashi Valley picks up another 2.
Yeah, very strong there as well, Kashi Valley. That back lift that points towards the slips. Good bit of work from Leachy right on the rope.
Yeah, I think just occasionally Craig is eyeing up the magic delivery, and to be fair, he did bowl one in his wicket taking over, but I'd just like to see him operate around that off stump a little bit more often. Too straight again.
But in the situation we're in, you can't blame him for having to go for that magic ball with the brand new ball, with the time in this game and the deficit that Worcestershire are staring down.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want him to fall into the trap that I think the Worcestershire bowlers fell into. They just bowled at the stumps. I know that sounds like an obvious thing to do, but I think the really good bowlers, they move the ball on and around off stump. Good players don't generally miss middle stump balls unless they do some, you know, do a fair bit of movement like that one did. But I think that was a product of dragging Roderick into the channel with his head, his feet come across the stumps a little bit. But when you start feeling for the ball, that's what makes the straight ball delivery more dangerous. When you just bowl straight, I think batters are quite accustomed to playing those. To be fair, I don't think you'd make it to professional levels if you didn't play the straight ball quite well. So it's that 2 or 3 balls out in the channel that I think made that wicket taking ball even more dangerous. The end of the over there. And we're going to have another over of Leach. Lots of time left in this game.
Just getting himself worked up a little bit there, Craig. Chuntering a little bit, getting himself going. Word or two with Kashi Valley.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. You always get a little bit of niggle from Craig Overton. I think, again, we did speak about it, and it was all very nice out there. And I think the only words that were spoken to Banton was from Ethan Brooks, and it looked like they were just mates from back in the old Warwickshire days, and it was like chat, chat, chat. No little bit of niggle. I think when you're up against it as a cricketer, you've got to get in the scrap somehow. You play so many players that are known for that. I mean, Alfonso Thomas, he would openly admit that, sometimes if he felt a bit flat, he'd sort of try and get into a fight with someone just to get the old fire burning a little bit. That's something that you often see from Craig Overton when he's feeling flat. It was very much a Roy Keane thing. I know there's a brilliant Instagram page called No Context Keane, with all of his great one-liners, and he was criticising the Man United team, and he says something along the lines of, I'd just like to smash into someone every now and then, just to get myself going. And I think, that's somewhat relevant in cricket. You can have a little bit of a chirp, and undoubtedly the batter will have a reply, and it will just fuel the fire a little bit, get a bit of adrenaline going.
And there are arguably times where he took it a little bit too far, old Roy.
Well, yeah, and it was often followed with a red card, but most United fans wouldn't have had him any other way, because he was a great leader, and
do you think there's
played in a great era for Man United?
Anything in the theory which I've heard before is that players know each other better now because of the way that the franchise circuit works and the lines and these setups, and actually you're probably more friendly with people from other teams than you might have been in days gone past, or is that rubbish?
Well, I don't think it's rubbish, but I would view it as rubbish, because there's a thing.
So you do think
mate, there's a thing called white line fever. You go over that rope, and you got a bloke up the other end. Yeah, he might be your mate, but he's trying to ruin your day. Sport. We all have our personal stats or our personal pride in our own performance, and even if he is your best mate, I remember, it was one of the toughest things for me to do was to when Blackie signed for Durham, and I was bowling against my best mate, my roommate for God knows how many years, and I picked a fight with him. So I was like, you know what, mate, you're going to try and belt me around the park, and he knew I wanted to get him out desperately. And do you know what happened?
I want to know, though.
6 of the most boring overs you've ever watched, because he was petrified to get out, and he was used to hearing all my nonsense. So, you've got to get into a scrap. That's what sport's all about. You've got to combat the opposition, even if you've just been on tour with them. You've got to scrap.
Who's your favourite scrap?
Vic Marks, who's going to join us now.
Politically got out of that one, well played. A master broadcaster. There's the Andy Hurry, Jason Kerr, looking very relaxed, as they would do in the sunshine. It's going to be Casey Aldridge. 5 for in the first innings. And he's actually on a different end. He picked up those 5 wickets from the River end. He's on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, and in place of Craig Overton, who picked up that 1 wicket to full Gareth Roderick, falling LBW. Worcestershire 28 for 1 after 12. They trail by 488 runs. We've got 76 overs minimum remaining today, potentially 96 tomorrow, and the good news is Vic Marks is here for a lot of those. Hello, Vic. Nice to see you
Sam.
again.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be here. Just a couple of days where things seem to have gone reasonably well from the home side's point of view.
Not bad. Not bad, I think. There's been worse starts to a season than one suspects.
Well, Aldridge on the first morning must have been terrific.
And interestingly, he said after, well, I didn't feel great during that opening spell because, you do pre-season and you bowl in those games, but it's very different in a competitive game. I think he had 4 for nothing off about 5 overs in the spell. Yeah, he came on 5th change. I don't think any of us thought first thing in the morning as they pick up a couple of runs there that Jack Leach would be the man to take the first wicket of the day, but that's the way it fell, and then Aldridge came in. Oh, beautifully. He's already early-ish still in his career, but he changed his games, he changed his momentum, Casey Aldridge, bat and ball.
Yes, well, he loved players. I mean, he's also one of the best fielders I've ever seen.
Oh. He isn't bad.
It's a real oddity, actually. I mean, three of the best fielders Somerset have had have been the Overton twins. They've both got fantastic hands.
Catching, yeah, they're huge hands, and they helps.
And now Aldridge. You don't associate 6 foot. I don't know. Aldridge must be about 6'4", I should imagine. Maybe the Overtons are slightly taller. You don't associate those sort of cricketers being brilliant anywhere in the slip cordon, especially. But they are. It's a huge asset.
Yeah, you'd argue, I think, Aldridge and Abel, both probably the two best fielders in the outfield. Aldridge, he's so
unless
quick
it's in
for
the
a man.
air, I want Craig to be quite close to the ball as well. Craig Overton. But that weird 2020 campaign where whenever the ball, they always put him at long on because he's quite long, and he never seemed to drop anything.
Yeah, I haven't got the number, but it was 20 plus catches in that T20 campaign, including his brother at long on in the semi-final, if I remember correctly, and he seemed to enjoy that one. A couple of Taunton's Toms next to each other in the covers, Abel and Lamont being actually the third of that triptych. Tom Banton's at mid-off. So they're both in the line of sight of that Cashy Valley cover drive. She likes to play.
Well, a solid start. No great movement, but bang on target. I see there's wickets falling at Chelmsford.
What sorry, wickets.
It's a bit early to start sort of monitoring other sides, but you keep an eye on Surrey, who were, I think, favourites to repeat their successes of the last 3 years. But they've lost, I think they're 5 down. Harm's got a couple. Having started really well, they've lost a little flurry of wickets.
Are you tipping them to go down? Are you on the morning at first morning of day 3?
No, I don't think I'll be doing
struggling,
that.
flailing. Sorry,
No,
I'm at Chelmsford. Here's your boy Vic.
Well, we're looking to see. Just hoping for just a little bit of turn. He's on target.
What's that feeling like, Vic, as a bowler, as a spin bowler, when the first one turns? You get oh, hello, I'm in.
Well, do you know, curiously, it happened more than once. The first ball you bowl, because you're not really worried about whether it's going to turn when you bowl your first ball. So, in one sense, you're relaxed, but you're not straining to spin the ball. Oh! But more than once, I found that the first ball I bowled of the day in the session spun. I thought, oh, you're in here rubbing hands. And then nothing turned for hours after that. But if you see it turn, you think this could be my day. And you think, no need to be too clever here. The conditions they're not quite. We're not talking about these conditions here because nothing much has happened so far. But if you see it turn, then there's no reason to try and be too clever, to seek out all sorts of clever varieties, changes of this, changes of that. Because if it's turning, it's in your favour, and you just want to squeeze that batsman. In the knowledge that something will happen, you don't have to go hunting. And Jack has become very good at that.
That's the art.
He's become patient.
Experience, yeah.
That's why he's such a good bowler. It's not always automatic that a spin bowler relishes a turning pitch, because alongside a turning pitch comes that pressure from everywhere, from a silent pressure usually from your teammates, from the crowd, from everywhere. The ball's turning. Well, Jack should get 5 for here. It is not automatic. And some spin bowlers actually, in one sense, preferred it when it wasn't turning too much because the expectations were different. And very often, if it does turn, this is a lament on behalf of the Slow Bowlers Union. In the modern game, if it turns, you might be the only person in the team who's the fully fledged spin bowler, finger spinner. If it's seaming around, you've got 4.
Yeah.
So a couple could have an off day and you'd still be able to function. But if if it's turning and you're the only bloke in the team that's a proper finger spinner or wrist spinner, well, the pressure's on.
Yeah, and actually the number of games people are talking about, people like us up in a commentary box are saying after 1 or 2 innings, we go, oh, well, it's okay because Jack Leach at the 4th innings, Leach will do this in the 4th innings, or someone will do this in the 4th innings, and just piling pressure on.
Well, to his credit, when it has turned, I mean, I don't count this pitch as one that's turning, but towards the end of last summer, where they had some really good cricket pitches here that spun, but not in a devious, they weren't bad pitches. He produced again, and sometimes he'd had to wait. He might bowl 15 overs without getting a wicket. But he tends now in his old age, well, he's not that old, but he doesn't go searching too much. He knows from past experience if there's a bit of help there, if I just keep it in the right spot, keep probing away, keep the pressure on, they'll probably come in the end, those wickets.
He's been around for a while now, Leach. I think the Libby dismissal was number 496 in his first-class career, which is quite some total. A lot of experience, 140 odd of those in Test matches.
140, see, there's some serious bowlers who've taken 140 Test wickets.
He's 140, we had him on.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's right up there with, you can see the names, people like Edmonds and Embury and Titmus.
Pushed wide of Lammonby. They'll think about 2. They won't come back. I think Jake Libby was keen. Kashif Ali was just leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. And so the last thing you want is a run out at this stage. 142 Test match wickets in 39 games.
It's quite a good sort of strike rate, actually. I mean, if you compare that to, say, John Embury, who was off spinner of my vintage, but people regarded essentially as the best English finger spinner of that era. I mean, it took him a long time to get his 140 odd wickets. I don't know how many he finished with.
147.
Yeah.
Strike rate of 104.7.
Which is, how many Test matches did he play? 60 probably.
64.
Yeah.
Jack's strike rate is 66.2.
Yeah. I mean, the people play differently now.
Yeah.
And I mean, actually, Jack is quite a mean bowler, but he would be probably going at 3 and over in Test cricket, I guess. When I was a kid, someone like Fred Titmus, who was a great off spinner, but he would go at 2 and over, no more.
Ooh, slightly wayward from Casey Aldridge. I think he was searching for the Yorker there. James Rue does very well, diving away. So his left makes it look easy.
People play spin bowling differently. I mean, Moeen is an amazing record. He probably concedes runs more rapidly than any of those spinners that you've got on the list of England wicket takers, but he takes wickets took wickets at a significant rate. But he would be expensive, but that's partly because of the way people play spin now. But Moeen was quite a phenomenon. How many did he end up with? I don't see
204
now.
204 Test wickets.
Yeah.
Strike rate of 61.8.
That's very
3.62 economy. Yeah.
But his economy would be, moderate compared to the others. But partly the era he played in.
Yeah, 2.2 John Embury's economy, so 1.4 runs higher, but it's not what they were looking to get him in the side for. Big gap on that leg side. Only be 1 there, Archie Vaughan, who we may well see with ball in hand a bit later. I suspect we will see him.
Yeah, we will, I'm sure. It should be, and it's starting to look. It'll be hard work to get these 10, but you have to be a bit patient and latch on to every chance. Batsman will make a mistake in the end. One might just do something.
I mean, speaking of chances, I don't think Tom Banton played a false shot until he'd made 350. When he hit those couple in the air, when he was just hitting out towards the end, it was virtually faultless.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Overton probably 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, sort of semi-long off. Long on's a little bit deep, or mid-on's a bit deeper. I think that's Josh Davey. Get 2 there, I think.
Yeah, they've sort of left that big gap at mid-wicket, which is a tempter. If you can just get that ball to turn, it's such a big gap that it invites the batsman just to play slightly across the line, which you can do if it's not spinning, into that big gap. But if it just holds it line and those fielders at short extra cover, that's a rare misfield. Davy striding off to back to backward point. Slightly unhappy with that.
Has he been switched out? It is David there. So who's at mid on? Lewis Gregory? No.
I don't know, but it's not Davy.
No. I agree with you.
Gregory's at slip. There's a few I don't sort of automatically spot. Like, you get used to spotting Banton. Banton's usually got a helmet on. And Gregory's waving his arms about. Craig Overton's about 6'5", and Aldridge is just below him.
Probably Lammonby. Must be.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure it is, but it could be Lammonby. It could be Ogborn was on. I think it's Ogborn. Alfie Ogborn.
I love how definitive you were, just slamming your hand on the desk there.
Sorry, that's Ogborn.
Aldridge goes too straight, flicked away, but there is a fielder, and it is Davy. Down at fine leg. Just one. It's now 480. So Surrey were losing wickets, were they, at a rate?
Well, they were. I don't know what's happening now.
Let's have a look. Jordan Cox got big runs, didn't he? 176 for 5 they are. It's not a bad middle order they have either, Surrey, is it?
Didn't get much support from behind the stumps.
He's down on one. His appeal as standard involves being down on one knee, isn't he? Sort of looking up, begging. Let's have another look. Not much going for that one, I don't think. Strikes Kashi Valley on the inside thigh. Quite high.
You can sense they don't think that much is happening because there's just a one slip now. 2 minutes short extra cover.
This is a game of patience then here.
Well, they obviously don't think that ball's moving. And you're right, they're just giving nothing easy away, just trying to bowl fairly straight. Just want something to keep a bit low. Batsman error comes into it. That's the source of most dismissals.
Short mid on, Lewis Gregory's just hopped across from the covers, straight in the game there to Jake Libby. Looks to me like Archie Vaughan at backward point is just going through the motions, having a bowl, whether that's to try and catch Lewis Gregory's attention, or it's just to alleviate a bit of boredom, or whether we might see him soon, I don't know. But he was getting ready, those arms just getting loosened up. We've got about 25 minutes till lunch. 7 and a bit overs potentially. We'll probably get those with Jack Leach bowling at one end. Certainly get them if Archie Vaughan comes up.
Going, it might be. I mean, this is Aldridge's third over. Gregory's also got himself. This is a question that I've been meaning to ask off there. But it's not that exciting. In fact, it's not exciting at all. But what sort of ball are we using in this match, having failed to get here at the start?
Dukes.
That's Dukes.
But we've got a couple of Kookaburra spells this summer. Lovely straight drive from Kashi Valley. It's going to slow up, but even though it's going to tease, I think it's going to go over the boundary ropes. Yes, it is. Jack Leach into the shade. Nice shot from Kashi Valley. He moves to 15.
Well, that was a sweet shot. He had to thread it through. There was a short mid-arm, but it got him past him. And after that, there was no catching it. So 3 good overs, but not particularly threatening overs from Aldridge.
If you look
It might be, I mean, he looks very relaxed as ever, but I think it might be that ball might have a little spell, let's have an experimental spell from this end.
Oh, he just went and stood right by the stumps and went through his motions there as well. So if he hasn't been asked to do that, he's certainly suggesting to Lewis Gregory that he'd be very keen if the question were posed.
I would think there's every chance. But the other option, I mean, he's got
plenty of
options, 6 bowlers really. Or himself. Gregory has a knack of excuse me, picking up wickets. But I'm guessing you'll go. He might just give Vaughan a couple, see what happens before lunch.
Big shout.
He's got it. He's got it. It's a classic. It's a classic Leach modern dismissal. The prop forward defensive, and the ball just beating the inside edge. Not really spinning much. It doesn't need to from the angle he bowls it. And up comes the finger. Let's have another look. It thudded into that front pad. That's one sort of lapse of concentration, essentially. He doesn't get very far forward. He's popping forward, and it looks like it's hitting middle and leg, I'd say. And Leach is surrounded by his teammates. Again, there's nothing particularly venomous about that ball, but modern left-arm spinners, Leach especially, they're always hitting the stump. So if you miss it, you're out.
It just looked out, didn't it? It looked very out. Jake Libby knew that, almost like he was playing for turn. He was a little bit late on it as well. Ethan Brooks is going to come out, bang it for. So he's lasted 47 balls there. Jake Libby for his 16. Worcestershire 2 down, 40 for 2. Big ask now for Ethan Brooks. If another look on that replay of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd when you watch that. You think, well, hang on, he's barely missed a ball.
What's he doing with his bat?
So why does he miss that one? And I don't quite know the answer to that. But it's just one error, and Leach gives you, no respite. The old-fashioned left-arm spinner would essentially, in years gone by, bowl to his first slip. As he got the first wicket of the season, thinking outside edge caught is my classic way to get my wickets. But the modern left-arm spinner, and Leach is a very good example of this. The first port of call is LBW, and so you bowl a bit straighter. For years gone by, that left-arm spinner bowled 6-3 offside field and be looking for batsmen to drive him and then get an edge of some sort, maybe to the covers, maybe to slip. But now the first port of call for Leach is that prop forward LBW, because they give them out now. They never used to. Or they rarely used to. If you're sweeping,
modern game is
if you're sweeping, you've got given out. But you rarely got given out to batsmen who are forward, but hit on the pad. Oh, that's dainty.
Yeah, nice shot to get off the mark from Ethan Brooks. I don't think it's going to run away for 4. Not got enough pace on it. It's Gregory giving chase. Got Tom Abel for company. He's got the shin pads on now and a helmet, as Trigg suggested a little bit earlier on. We had a bit of Casey Aldridge in there in the eye line, but actually Tom Abel gone under the lid. Certainly wouldn't be under there when you're bowling at the other end. He was just a bit late on that ball, Libby. If we looked at when the point at which the ball hit his pad,
sometimes you've got to give Leach can vary his pace a bit and just a bit more speed onto the ball, maybe. But you're still puzzled sometimes why they missed that one. It's what you've got to learn to do as a modern batsman, as opposed to years gone by. You've got to make sure, if you're facing left-arm spin, you've got to get that left leg out the way. You've got to use your bat. If you use your pad, you'll be gone. The other thing is a great settle. I mean, he's just get that fairly early wicket. What's he done now, Jack Leach? He's bowled 6 overs. He's got one for 12, and that sort of relaxes you as well. You're in the game. You've got that first wicket. It's not spinning much, but you can still get wickets if you're Jack Leach and you're on top of the game and you're the tentative batsman. Just hit that left pad, you know you're in business.
Yeah, Worcestershire won't be as relaxed as Jack Leach. You wouldn't have thought looking at that scorecard. Trailing by 473. It is, as it has been for much of the first couple of days, been a very productive session so far for Somerset. Adding a few runs. Tom Banton going past 350 this morning, eventually declaring when he fell for 371, and already they've picked up the wicket of both Worcestershire openers. Casey Aldridge is going to continue. And that is I reckon that's Tom Lammonby. I think it's got the ball in left hand.
Yeah.
Been making a bit of coffee this morning. Straight in.
Well, his shop's getting, I hope it's a great success, and everyone's
Busy
doing their
yesterday.
level best.
I was queuing out the door yesterday morning when I went for a coffee. Yeah, it was brilliant. Less of a queue this morning because it was a Sunday. People aren't up as early, I guess. Good coffee. I had a coffee flight Vic this morning, which is a special. They do. You get a shot of espresso and a cortado, which I wasn't entirely sure what that was. A cortado. I never really know. I think they make some of these things up, but it felt to me like a slightly smaller milky coffee than whatever the next one up is. It was nice. It was so beautifully served. So you drink your espresso. I had that while I was waiting for Peter's takeaway to be delivered. Was coffee a big thing in your day? Because the modern player, they're all taking their... You did not take your percolator around,
Good Lord, no.
freshly grinding your own beans.
No.
In a word, no one on your side.
The big difference was that if you asked for a coffee, it took you 20 seconds to get it. Which is not the case now, obviously.
Spoon into the jar.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a great industry, isn't it? Coffee. I mean, I'm sure when I was a kid, or in my 20s, the notion of going out for a coffee to meet someone.
No.
I'm sure that happened very often. Went to the pub, I think. So it's quite an industry now, yeah. And I don't recognise half of them. Not even you recognise all of them.
Cortado was due on me, not even me.
Oh my goodness me! No, that was perhaps optimistic. Just for a minute, I thought Rue was getting excited, but actually Aldridge wasn't particularly excited. But flick something.
Yeah, flick that pad of Ethan Brooks on the way through. Yeah, it is a good industry. So you're saying that Nanda Lordy and both from Viv Richards wouldn't go for a coffee, for a flat white with, with oat milk in the morning?
I'm pretty sure in mid-1970s when they all started. I'm not sure if you asked for a flat white, anyone would have any idea what you're talking about.
You have to specify these days that you want cow's milk. You can't just say if
Do you?
Oh yeah. Oat. Are you an oat milk man, or are you more?
No, I think I'm a cow's milk man.
Cow's milk man. Fair enough.
So yeah. That's one of the. It's the notion of one of our young cat players opening a coffee shop in Taunton was unlikely to happen.
Beautiful scenes there. Someone was, I think, there's a little bit of sweeping action I can see over on the top of one of those flats. I wonder if he's just sweeping everything off to the balconies below. A view over the Quantocks here. Anyone entrepreneurial in your side? Anyone running side businesses? Butcher shop or something would be more like.
I mean, what did happen was we can't go into but we felt, the players felt, that there was no real commercial exploitation of Somerset. So Brian Rose, whilst captain, sort of set up a little commercial business of selling various items.
I didn't know this.
Yeah. Because the club at that time didn't seem particularly interested in doing that. And certainly we've been quite successful. So, I mean, I can't remember what they sold, but they originated the first handbooks that they made.
Uh-huh.
But there'd be T-shirts and hats and that sort of stuff.
Could you buy like a Vic Mark T-shirt with a slogan?
Well, I'm not sure it was quite that specific. There might have been one for Viv and Bob.
Like
but
Marxist
Wyvern Sports Marketing, I think it was called.
Okay.
And we, I'm not sure how lucrative it was, but that by the standards of the day was entrepreneurial for the players to do it rather than the club to do it. But that's some time ago, because I think the players felt, that there's a bit of a market out there and no one's bothering.
Well, it's been proven right, because these days,
Yeah.
Tom Abel goes into...
Our shirts didn't change every year, I don't think it's fair to say. And I do remember, actually, we got sponsors to sponsor kit a bit later on, and our jumpers. And I think we changed sponsors one year. And I think the new ones were Fiat, the car company. But rather than give us new sweaters, they just gave us a new badge and said, "Could you take that home to your partner and ask them to sew it on, the old jumper?" And he's got that away. Maybe that's just drifting down. Anyway, there's no one out there to stop that boundary. I don't think that was off the stump, so it was risk-free. I think it was just drifting down.
So 20 gone, 48 for 2, Worcestershire.
I don't know. No, actually, well, it might have been a bit straighter than that, so he won't mind that too much, Leach, in the sense that if he'd missed that, he was in with a shout, but he hit it. I'm judging that on where I thought Rue's gloves were, which was still around about middling off.
I mean, speaking of yearbooks, Brian Rose might have started them, but I believe Richard Walsh is heavily involved in this one. The official 150th anniversary yearbook is available now, just £24.99. A lot of love has been poured into that by Richard Walsh, and there is people who have written for it. It's a lovely little read.
Yeah, it's I would say that, but it's a lovely polished, and it's a one-off piece, obviously. Now we've got Archie. We've got a confident field. There's 3 men round the back, plus a short mid-wicket for his off-spin. Suggested they're confident that he knows where it's going to land. Let's see. And it's on target. He must have had an interesting winter, Archie Vaughan, captaining the under-19s, and he took wickets in a flurry in one of the matches, didn't he? As captain of the under-19s. I think he ended up with 5 for 20 or something. In South Africa, probably.
It did go there. Tried his best to escape Harry Everett for the winter, but sadly, even on his honeymoon, Harry turned up. I saw pictures from Harry's honeymoon where he dragged Rach along to watch England under-19s, wherever they were playing. He's now a paddle opponent of Harry's, but yeah, you fly to the other end of the world and up pops Harry. Virtue Motors earpiece, or Virtue earpiece in, chatting away. I think Thomas Rue was out there as well, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Poor Rach.
You're never safe, are you, really?
You aren't, no.
Doesn't matter how far you travel from the West Country. Ooh, what he's hit that. I mean, that's one of the things that I didn't have to put up with very often. It's a perfectly good off break, that pitching in just about the right area, just outside off stump. And he's dispatched it with the old reverse sweep.
Well, we've seen the reverse sweep and the sweep already for Ethan Brooks. I mean, that's a sign of a
modern player.
It's a cliche these days, isn't it? But in this situation...
And immediately, actually, they've reacted by protecting that area. There's a huge gap around extra cover now. And he was looking bop it there. But so there's nothing wrong with. I always have to point out there's nothing wrong with that ball that's gone for 4. Yeah.
The off-spinners union.
Yeah.
6 for 19. He took off 16 overs in the second test in Ronda's Bosch. No doubt inspired by his chat with our colleague.
Well, yeah. But a perfectly competent start. I always used to think that, it's the first over is the most demanding, just because you're not quite in rhythm, you don't quite know how it's going to come out. But it's a great art to be able to get through that first over, landing it where you want to, and he did that. One may have gone for 4, but there was nothing wrong with the delivery.
A quick glance of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's here.
Ah, right.
In his Somerset kit, and he's sort of sporting his mullet these days. He changes his hair fair bit. I think he's PSL bound.
I know, so it hasn't obviously quite started yet. PSL.
No.
Must be, because it's in parallel more or less with the IPL now, isn't it? This year.
Yes, and I saw. So I've seen people going out there. So the first game is on Friday, the 11th of April.
Right.
Islamabad United versus Lahore Qalandars. Tom Kohler-Cadmore plays for. Somebody in the PSL. And I must confess that this is where I would like Harry's knowledge. Peshawar Zalmi, which I know he's played for before.
Okay. They're protecting the sweep shot now. There's a huge open area at mid-wicket. The mid-on is very straight, and the next man on the leg side is a deep backward square leg. Well, that must have turned, I think, just in what's happened. It's got me back for a second. We'll have another look at that, I suspect.
Genuine outside edge, wasn't it? Wider first slip. May not carry to a second.
Yeah, he might have been thinking in terms of nibbling it on that into that huge gap on the leg side, which is half the purpose of it, a field like that. But we'll catch up with that in a minute. Jack doesn't hang around. Good for the over rate.
Just puts batters under pressure, doesn't it, as well? It's a big old gap, that, Vic, isn't it? You wouldn't fancy being a man at deep square.
Well, you could run 4 or 5 there if you get to deep mid wicket, just gently. You could. I don't think I could.
I was about to ask. I definitely couldn't, Vic. I'd be lapped. I think I'd get away with a 2. A brisk 2 it would be for me as well. Who were the runners? Who were the Tom Abels of your day between the wicket?
Well, there were some good combinations for Somerset. Brian Rose and Peter Denning opened the batting, and the 2 blondes from Western. And they were both quick, but the beauty of it is that they barely called, they just did it on looks, and they batted together a lot. So they'd be running, initially they'd be running before the fielders realised anything was happening. And they didn't have many mistakes. So they were great, they ran beautifully together. As I say, more via looks than calls.
Brian was a man of relatively few words anyway, so why waste them on...
Yeah, and so on the field, so was Dasher. It was lovely.
Was Dasher because of his running, or was it more his batting?
Well, he looked quite Dasher. He was very blonde. He wasn't the most elegant. He was Chewton. He was from Chewton Mendip. His father was a butcher there. He went to Millfield in the end, and he played the Chewton chop, which he scored stacks of runs to third man, but so very often they would have at least 2 third man to Dasher. Off the back foot, he had a bat. It was like a Swan Vesta matchstick. It was the lightest bat I've ever seen.
Round the wicket, Vaughan.
So his speciality was that he drove Jeff Thompson mad at Bath. I think never seen him went back like this, but he just kept carving him. Didn't have to have much width. Square on the offside or down the third man. But he was a good athlete, so he would field in the covers. He'd be quick in the covers. So they were, and Rosie in his youth was a good athlete too. So those two opening the batting in terms of running between the wickets, they could steal a few. Viv was pretty quick too. He was a good runner. He didn't get run out very often. And he didn't run many other people out either. More to the point.
Treeks tried to chuck Compo under the bus earlier on. He said, we were looking it up a couple of days ago. He said, oh yeah. So we worked out he'd been run out 5 times in his red ball career.
Who Pete had?
Pushed into the offside just for a single, a little bit uppish. Yeah, and he said, oh, probably at least half of those by Compo. Yeah. And the power of the internet told us that Nick Compton didn't play in any of the 5 games that Treeks was run out in. So yes. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No, I know.
58 for 2, 23 gone. Oh, I've not been keeping an eye on the live stream as we see the match summary there. 458 is the deficit. We've been told by Steve Lee that a Café Cortado is a Spanish coffee, espresso and steamed milk in equal measures. So always learning. Question for Vic from Dave Luxton. Do you remember when Rosie broke his arm against the Aussies?
Yes.
He has the ball that did it, Dave Luxton says.
Does he really? It was in 1985 or it might have been 1981. I can't remember. But I remember Tomo was playing, I think. I do. We had a very busy day when about 400 or 500 runs were scored. Australia batted first, smashed it around, and we went out and smashed it around. Both was playing. I think it might have been. Could have been 1981. More likely 1985, perhaps.
I'll have a look.
But actually, can't have been 1985.
There was a game in 1985, but did they play here on every tour? Does it look familiar? Well, we will see if Brian Rose retired hurt. Yes, this must be it, 'cause Brian Rose retired hurt on 81. Cheeky half century for a Mr. Marks in the middle order.
Oh, right.
That's why he remembers
I think the runs came at fairly good pace on both sides. Oh, I tell you about that too. Actually, I
second slip in, doing a Dreskothic on his knees.
Oh, yes.
Tom Banton down there.
Yeah, he's doing the Dreskothic, in the Dreskothic pose.
Yeah. Did it to Leach, with Leach bowling a lot actually, towards the back end of his career. Plenty of pictures of that. Tom Abel under the helmet too. Turned a little bit, that one.
I do remember that game partly because I got a wicket. It was the first match of the Australian tour. I got a wicket. Alan Border, captain, came out and I bowled a perfectly respectable off break to him first ball and he'd hit for 6. And they obviously had a bet. And he cleared the straight boundary. Anyway, more relevantly, that's the end of the entertainment. 58 for 2, Worcestershire. A long way from acquiring the draw. It's going to be hard work for Somerset, but you think they're on course at the moment.
Harder work for Worcestershire, I reckon.
Yes, absolutely.
Bang on 1 o'clock as well. I loved that. That's when they finished. They walked off. 64 overs.
If we're still playing tonight, it'll be over at 6 too, because I think they'll rattle through their overs. So, all going according to plan from a Somerset perspective, but there's still a bit of graft to be done for them, and a lot of graft, as you say, for Worcestershire. And the sun is still shining. There's not a cloud in the sky.
I'm going to race you downstairs now. Have you got your lunch voucher? You're going to have to go and queue up to pick up our falafel wraps. Vic and I are going to race.
Do I have to have a falafel wrap? And what's that coffee called
again? An oat milk
cortado,
cortado, yes. We'll have Vic on all these kind of things. Right, we'll be back in 40 minutes.
Unit of the Marcus Dreskothic Pavilion. Also today and on day 4, a simple a la carte menu including a plated roast will be available in the county room. That's situated
I'm James Roux, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
We got involved because I think we wanted to raise our profile locally. We were a growing business and Somerset County Cricket Club is well known, obviously within Taunton. We recruit primarily from the Taunton area, so really in honesty to start with it was all around improving our brand, making sure that people locally knew who we were and it really benefited us in terms of feeding our recruitment channels. The team at WPA really enjoy interacting with their colleagues at Somerset. I think we've seen incredibly high levels of commitment from the team, the commercial team that we work with. So nothing's too much of a bother for them. They're responsive, they work hard on our behalf, they've delivered on everything that they've said they're going to do from the beginning and more. It's been a pleasure, to be honest. It's the easiest partnership that we have to work with. Well, the benefits initially were around the kind of our profile locally and helping our recruitment. Now we're a growing business. We've expanded by quite an amount in terms of staff, but also customers in the last 4 or 5 years or so. And it's helped recruit the people that we need to fulfill our service requirements. But more than that, it's helped build our brand nationally as well. You know, being on the front of the County Championship shirts, as well as sponsoring the live stream, has allowed us to reach a wider audience than perhaps we expected to at first. We really thought this was going to be a local thing first, but actually it's gone beyond the boundaries of the local area out to the national. I think the big innovation from when we started to where we are now has been our involvement in the live stream. That's been amazing in terms of, again, that brand exposure. So many people watch the live stream from so many different parts of the country, in fact nationally, but all the way across the UK. And to see our brand up there when the live stream's on is a big thing for us. I think the success of the partnership for us comes down to those two things I mentioned earlier. First and foremost is, are we recognised locally? Well, yeah, we are now. Very much our brand is recognised in the Taunton and Somerset area as being linked to Somerset County Cricket Club, but also for what we do. We've also seen the more national kind of brand exposure coming through in a bit more brand recognition. So when we talk to potential customers, there's more brand recognition there now than perhaps there was in the past.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The umpires, Saggers and Pollard, have strode out onto the turf here in Taunton, followed by the Somerset men and the not-out Worcestershire batsmen, Kashif Ali and Ethan Brooks, 19 and 14 respectively. And we're in for a pivotal session. I'm joined for the middle session by Vic Marks.
Yeah, well, let's see which way. He's got plenty of options as Somerset captain. I think he's going to choose himself, which sounds a good idea to me. We had a couple overs from Archie Vaughan from this Marcus Trescothic end, which were perfectly respectable. Not much spin visible, but he was on target. So he had a look. Nothing too untoward. So Gregory himself is going to have a bowl, which is always a good idea, because even though it's not done much over the years, Gregory has the knack of just conjuring something from somewhere. No guarantees it'll happen, but it's worth a try.
Yeah, he has got that knack. He's got, almost two bowling styles, hasn't he? He's got his long spell style, and then every now and then that arm just seems to whip over. It's quite a whippy action, and can occasionally skid one through, swings it. We're about to find out what he's going to offer. Straight on the money and nicely played by Kashif Ali. Was there anything that excited you about the bowling of, in particular, I suppose, Jack Leach in that first session? He picked up that wicket, which was ideal. But
there was no real suggestion of significant turn, but he still got a wicket in the classic modern way for left-arm spinners. You've got to get that left leg out of the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you're going to be LBW if you don't and miss it.
Yeah, there's no hiding the bat anymore. The post-DRS umpiring mentality. If you slide that ball onto the shin, you're gone. But I'm going to start the session, Vic, with a message from one of your colleagues at the Beeb. He has, well, I wouldn't say he's being critical, but he's sort of, can you tell Vic to not have such a cavalier disregard for history? Archie McLaren got 424, not 426. So you're being watched, Vic.
So is that one of my... That's not Norcross, is it?
That was Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, well, he ought to have better things to do, shouldn't he, really? But I'm looking forward to see Daniel Norcross sometime, I suppose, during this summer, somewhere. It'll happen.
I'm sure you will. Lovely cover drive there from Kashif Ali. Slightly wide of a line and full, and made the most of by the Worcestershire batsman. Yeah,
he's forgotten the dodgy leg by decision from one of the umpires back in 1895.
No, he has an archive mind, doesn't he? He doesn't forget much.
Yeah.
If you are listening, Daniel.
Especially if it's done by Surrey players.
If you are listening, Daniel, we hope you are well. Keeper up to the stumps, pinning Kashif Ali back in the crease. James Ruse very comfortable coming up, and actually I think it was a little bit of a dare I say it, criticism of how Worcester went about their business. There was not really much intent shown from the keeper to come up, and it did feel like it was quite appropriate for quite a lot of yesterday, especially when Ethan Brooks and Waite were bowling.
Yeah. Yes, but that's four. He's quite close at mid-off, and it's beaten. Sweetly driven.
Yeah, Tom Banton, I suppose you can forgive him for looking a little bit stiff.
He does look a bit stiff, but it is human. He is reassuringly human. He's got his shin pads on as well, which must restrict you a little bit. They're rather bigger than the ones that I used to buy Nigel Popperwell. They were proper football ones that went down, didn't start until after the knee.
Yeah, that reminds me of Rocky IV and Mickey saying to Sylvester Stallone, "He's a man, not a machine." The first chink in the Tom Banton armour has just been revealed as Lewis Gregory finishes that first over after the lunch break. Worcester will be pretty happy with the way that went. Leachy striding purposefully towards Paul Pollard there.
Well, you've played with him, but he always gives me the impression that he likes to be bowling. He doesn't mind. Even if it's not turning, he likes to be bowling.
Yeah, he does like a spell, and he gets into his work and can bowl long spells, thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support here at Somerset. Keeping the lights on here in the commentary box. We might need the aircon as well. It's getting a bit warm.
Aircon in April? What's going on?
It's summer, Vic.
Well, it is actually. I'm overdressed. Went by the calendar.
Leachy just preparing for his first ball after lunch. On strike is Ethan Brooks. Plays a paddle sweep first ball. Trickling its way down to the fine leg boundary. Archie Vaughan, fleet of foot, not fleet of hand there, but he manages to reel that in, and 2 runs to Ethan Brooks.
You think there must be a bit of turnout there, partly just from the field that they've set. It's a massive gap on that leg side. I've never seen mid-on quite so straight for Leach. He's very straight. And then the next man is at deep backward square leg, apart from the umpire. So they're encouraging them to play, try and play it to mid-wicket if you dare.
Yeah, encouraging to offer that leading edge, a reverse sweep. So bold moves early on in this middle session. Josh Davey does well and restricts them to another 2.
Well, it's not a source of too much discouragement at the moment. They're annoying, these reverse sweeps and sweeps. But they also can create opportunities for a little top edge here or glove.
Yeah, I think with the slender lead Somerset amassed, I don't think runs are going to be a huge concern for the Somerset captain for quite a while in this game. Ethan Brooks striding forward to that one.
Got the leg slip very fine, and I guess that is for sort of a sweep that doesn't quite work. It's very fine. Oh, I haven't seen much of Ethan Brooks, but he looks enterprising.
Yeah.
What can you tell me? Can you tell me anything about
I don't know a huge amount about him, to be honest. I know there's 3 Brooks brothers, all went, brought up through the Warwickshire pathway.
One of whom was a fast bowler as well, wasn't it? A fast bowling all-rounder.
I've played a bit of cricket against. I was probably almost certainly the older brother in the early part of his career, but yeah, certainly I think all 3 of them are all-rounders, and I think very much in the modern way. He doesn't look like he's just going to block his way to a boring score. He's going to, as you say, be quite enterprising in his method in terms of batting a long period of time, but I don't think sweeps and reverse sweeps will discourage Leachy in any way, shape or form.
No, he's used to that now, and he knows it could yield runs, but he also knows that there is a risk attached. I suppose what you want is a bit of an uneven bounce, really, doesn't it? You want to bounce a little bit more and get the top edge or scuttle.
I always think it's the one that turns sharply away, and on day 1 he did get that one to Jake Libby to turn quite sharply off of relatively straight, and I think once you see that as a batter, as you said so rightly, that one that skids onto the stumps becomes even more dangerous because you're kind of playing outside the line of fraction.
Yeah.
Brings the shin into play. Gregory again with the keeper up. What you'd almost describe as like the umbrella field. 2 catches on the leg side. That cover is relatively close once he's finished walking in.
I mean, he's sort of bowling. It's become a bit of an LBW wicket. He's bowling straight. He's only got 4 men on the offside, so he's aiming to hit middle just about every ball and hoping that he misses one. He's not going to go over the top very often, Gregory. This pitch, I don't think.
You wouldn't think so. I mean, the ultra, aggressive play here is to bowl without that fine leg and have an extra catcher on the offside straight down the wicket. That would give a full ring of Somerset fielders in the face, and I think they've reacted straight away and they've put Archie Vaughan straight into that position. So they're bowling without a point. But I do like that. That's a very claustrophobic sort of feel as a batter when you can't see a
And
gap
I
in front of you.
suppose, I mean, the positive from Somerset is you're tempted as a batsman to open the face, as he's just done actually, and it was just a little bit short and wide. But you're encouraging him to play into that area behind square on the offside when he just picked up 4 for it there.
Yeah,
but it also enhances the possibility of a little nick to the keeper or possibly first slip, I suppose.
Well, certainly the modern day batter want to score runs, don't they? And I always describe it as you're encouraging the batter to get funky, open the blade a little bit, try and sneak a few cheap runs. But as you say, that does present the outside edge. As Gregory runs in and over pitches, but Banton's quickly scampering across the ground to collect that one. Yeah, I think we're going to get some periods where there's a stalemate kind of vibe, and you throw in the challenge over to the Worcester batters to be able to bat an enormous length of time. And it's probably fair to say in the early part of these two careers they don't have a huge pedigree for batting for hours and hours and hours, but we're going to find out today. Oh, that's close to sneaking through that inside edge as it goes down to Josh Davey at fine leg. That's the one they want, that one that just nibbles back, the wobble seam as they call it now.
When you started bowling, there was no wobble seam in the vocabulary, really, was there?
No, just the occasional one that you get wrong. And oh, that was good. Well, I think early on it was very much like you'd set the batter up with the away swinger, and then you'd bowl a big in swinger. But I think as I suppose cameras are more in play and analysis, you actually want the ball to swing away, and the straight ball's the one that brings the LBW in more than the big booming in swinger.
Well, that is I don't know how he did it, but I'm going back again to around about when I played, but Terry Alderman from Australia but was essentially bowled away swingers, and then he had one series, I think in England, where he just getting gooch, LBW, and it was with a straight ball, but in the context of a whole host of away swingers, and then it wasn't an in swinger, it was a straight ball, LBW, Alderman.
Yeah, I think most batters, I suppose you analyse a bowler, you face him for a number of overs, and you get kind of into the computer that there's a challenge out there, and if it's a way swing, you kind of set your game up to negate that, don't you? And when the other one comes, that's where those opportunities can be created.
He's hit that well.
As Ethan Brooks takes a couple of yards down the pitch and pops Jack Leach back over his head for 4. So yeah, there's some aggressive cricket being played here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Good for both teams, I'd say.
Yeah. He's hit it cleanly. Not beautifully, but cleanly. A bit of a bottom hand straight drive. He doesn't stay idle for long, Brooks. He's quite engaging to watch. Kept the field up after that. Just loitering a little bit, almost giving the single.
Not quite the famous field we saw on the last day of the season last year, where everybody was round the bat, but pretty close to it. Must beat Dixon. Will he reel it in? No, just enough to get it to the point boundary, and he's going to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, well, that's more. He gave himself a little bit of room, but it was just a little bit short, and he found the gap. And the outfield here for April the 7th or 6th, it's quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, if you turn the clock back 12 months and there was black matting everywhere, issues with the grass not growing, so credit to the groundsmen here. They've done a fantastic job of getting the ground looking as good as it is today. There's a man just lurking behind us, I'm sure would certainly be licking his lips at the chance of having a bowl. Andy Caddick. He's like the Emperor from Star Wars. You don't often hear him, but you can sense he's around. He's got that sort of, that Jedi kind of power going on. End of the Leach over. Worcester 84 for 2.
Yeah, well, he'd be handy out there now. Quick 10 overs from the river end.
Just to get warmed up.
Just to get him loose. It's not ideal seam bowling conditions now.
Yeah, if he's staying around, I'll have a little break in a short while, and you can have a little chat with Caddy if he's interested. Do we get a nod? Yeah, we got a nod. That would be nice. I mean, one of the day one findings, I popped over to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. There was an ex-players lunch, and Caddy was talking about doing a little bit of work with Casey Aldridge, which obviously clearly has helped. So that might be a good line of questioning for the Somerset great.
Well, I wasn't actually physically here, but I saw how he got his wickets, and he got them in the genuine way, didn't he? By and large, by finding the edge or hitting the stumps.
Yeah, he bowled quick. He had a lovely rhythm. It was quite noticeable that his gather was a lot more sort of loose and fluid, instead of pulling those arms and that ball in tight to him like I can remember him doing previously. He had a lovely high gather and just had a lovely sort of speed through the crease and a whippy arm, and he was noticeably sort of a couple of yards quicker than the other bowlers on show, and was getting that Caddick-esque pace and bounce, which obviously unsettles most batters out there.
Maybe pure coincidental.
I have a suggestion that is not going to be framed as coincidental. Lovely cover drive there from Kashi Valley. Nicely stopped there at point by Tom Lammonby. He's just grabbing his thumb at the moment. Didn't look like that went in cleanly. Looks like it's probably got him on the turkey drummer part of the thumb. It's always quite sore on that little fat pad you've got there on the palm of your hand.
Batsman will be a bit grumpy. It was a half volley really, and he actually nailed it, but straight to that one fielder in that region. It's going to be hard work, I think. I mean, you would bank them to get the next 8 wickets at some point. Not necessarily today, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind. There's always those cricket cliches. One brings 2, and I think that will be very much the thinking out there. But in terms of your arsenal that you've got at your disposal as a captain, it was quite clear that Brett D'Oliveira, as we see that ball whistle to the boundary, the one that he missed out on, he didn't miss out the second time, a wide half volley, and that's beautifully played to the cover boundary. You sense that Brett D'Oliveira was a little bit hampered, because whatever change he made was kind of like the bowler that had just bowled. It was similar trajectories. I think Tom Taylor, I think, was a standout bowler. He shapes the ball away. I like the look of Finch, again gets the ball away, but the other bowlers were just bowling straight at a batsman that plays the straight ball incredibly well. Didn't look like there was many options out there, but Lewis, I think it's fair to say, has some other sort of options up his sleeve. You've got the pace of Aldridge, a massive leg side boundary, so he could bowl and break up a Leach spell and bowl some aggressive overs just to change the momentum. So lots of different things that Lewis can do, and I really like the fact that they've gone early to brew up to the stumps.
One thing I was going to mention, that obviously he's an England bowler anyway, but they don't go to Leach or the spinner as the bowler of the last resort, which is what Worcester did essentially. The spinners came on late when the die was more or less cast and the batsmen were on top. And it's hard if you are always considered the bowler of the last resort. The seamers haven't done it. We've tried 35, 40 overs, nothing much has happened. We'll toss the ball to the spinner. Whereas in both innings, actually, Gregory's tossed the ball to Leach, who's obviously a far more accomplished spinner than anything Worcester have had.
It's not to be understated that that Leach wicket was the catalyst, really. The first hour, we were sat up here thinking, God, the Worcester players had bedded in. It was great overheads for bowling, and Somerset weren't quite getting it right. They'd raced on to 70. Didn't look like a wicket was coming, but that Leach delivery that spun away from Libby, it's a smart catch at first slip, but that really did start the rot. Yeah, I think the main thing you expect from Leachy is if a batter generally scores a boundary off of Leachy, they've got to take a chance.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the big difference here, isn't there? That there was some loose deliveries bowled, short and wide down the leg side that gave Banton like a free sweep to the leg side, and that just relieves the pressure, whereas Leachy's just going to be on you. He's going to make you come down the wicket, which obviously gives the bowler a chance.
Yeah.
Hard sweep there from Ethan Brooks. Archie Vaughan scampering round. Lovely bit of fielding out there on the boundary.
It's all quote from Archie Vaughan. People are interested in, obviously, and he's obviously a delightful young man, but I think he did point out, I think I'm a better fielder and probably a better bowler than my dad was, and I think he's right.
Yeah.
Actually, Michael was quite a fallible catcher, I remember. I was in the press box then.
Yeah, I think there was one-off memory. It was a real, it's like short extra cover or something, a real dolly that he spilled, didn't he? Yeah, I mean, that can happen, I suppose.
And he was quite a good off spinner, but I think Archie's got the scope to be he did bowl, Michael Vaughan did bowl Sachin Tendulkar in a test match with the perfect off break that came boom through the gate.
Yeah, I think we do hear a lot about that, as we've got plenty of cricket here this summer. Friday the 30th of May, a double header, Somerset men and women in battle. So go onto the website, somersetcountycricketclub.co.uk. Tickets are on sale now.
Well, I imagine that could easily sell out.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Surrey and Somerset, it's become quite a good little contest for the men, and no doubt the women as well now. That is a bit of a gift, really.
Back cut from Cashivalli is going to pick up another boundary. The scoreboard's rattling along at 3 and over. But again, I think runs are quite irrelevant. Yeah, Archie Vaughan, better fielder, better catcher.
He didn't claim to be a better batsman at the moment.
But I was going to say, if he can get 80% of the way there, I think Somerset have got some kind of player on their hands.
Yeah. He looks, when he covered drives especially, he does look like his father. But it was Michael. Did something that is, well, he did lots of things that is very rare, but one was that tour of Australia where in a losing side he played gloriously actually against the likes of McGrath and Gillespie. It stood out, got stacks of runs, albeit in a side that wasn't winning.
One of the first batters that really did quite upset Glenn McGrath. I mean, he was pulling him off his natural length, and
exactly.
He almost had nowhere to go. He played beautifully.
It was a golden winter for him.
Yeah, that era of cricketers, it seemed to draw the best out of a lot of players, those Ashes series around that time. 20 years on now from 2005. Who'd have thought
How
it?
old were you in 2005? I'm just trying to think. You were a pro then?
Yeah,
you were
24.
Yeah. Gosh, that old.
Yeah, we are that old.
Yeah, it all runs away.
I was getting teased next door about calling. I think I would have been waxing lyrical about Tom Banton's performance. I think one of my phrases, "Well done, young man," and I was getting criticised about sounding like Brian Clough. But I was like, well, I think I'm quite well nestled into middle age now, and I think I can legitimately call a man of 26 years of age, young man. Just jealous, Vic, really.
Yeah, well, it's something he made it look so straightforward, really. Now the ball. And the umpires are going to have a chat, so that's sort of encouraging for the bowler. He's not.
Martin Saggers had a great record as a county bowler. Played a couple of Test matches. Was he a couple or a one? He was a.
I think it was probably. I don't know.
It was a few, wasn't he?
I think it was more than one. He bowled away swingers, didn't he?
Yeah, lovely away swingers. Big wide run up, bustling action, elbows out. He'd definitely get to the front of most cues with the way he used to run. But you kind of think, come on, bowling umpire, ball's not swinging, come on, change it for us.
I don't think they have, though.
Not Sags, not knowing Sags. Like getting blood out of a stone. That'll encourage Lewis Gregory, that sort of shot, as he finishes his 4th over. Worcestershire 94 for 2. 31 overs completed here. The main number on the board at the moment is in that top right hand corner. 2. 8 more to go for Somerset. Worcestershire at the moment are making it hard work. This partnership certainly settled in.
Well, he's going to juggle it around. That's at least what he's got. 6 bowlers, and he's going to juggle them a bit, and he's going to try Aldridge from. Is it Aldridge?
That's Craig Overton.
Oh, it's Craig Overton. Is he going to try him? Yes, he is.
Looks like he's intimating that he's going to put a deep square leg out. So, in the batter's psyche, that the occasional snot box sniffer might be flying around.
Let's have a look. He is. In fact, there's going to be 3 men out there. I wonder if Craig likes doing this, but I suppose he's going to give it a go. But it's a slip-free field. There's going to be a very fine third man for the sort of uppercut.
I think the obvious bowler for this ploy would have maybe been Casey, but...
Well, maybe, except for if he's got his rhythm right, for bowling conventional swing, fullish length, it might muck him up. Yeah. Whereas you'd have thought possibly Overton has been around long enough to be able to sort of switch from one method to another. He's got the bouncer in anyway.
There we go. A little change of momentum here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. A ploy that Worcester didn't go for at any stage in that 670. Somerset already in the 32nd over. Just trying to unsettle the Worcester batters.
He's just had that one loosener, which was a good sort of goodish bouncer, and that's prompted a field change. So it's now it was 7-2. It's now actually a 6-3 onside field. 3 men out towards the boundary. And then 3 men loitering on the leg side, possibly for a spliced hook attempt.
Well, it's sometimes quite disconcerting as a batter when the bowler sets a field. It's inevitable the ball's going to be waist and above, and can often bring in a mistake. And a lot of players these days are pretty compulsive. There's lots of scouts out hoping for a top edge. Oh, a run. Cashivalli was not ready for that. Oh, clean pickup would have been a big struggle. Cashivalli would have been out by yards there if Dixon would have collected that. That would not be on the menu for Worcester, a run out at this stage. He was sitting on the old bat handle there at the non-striker's end, wasn't he, Vic?
Yeah, he was. And I think Brooks was quite keen to get up the other end, because it is an odd method to have to bat against. And I don't suppose you would have faced many... They didn't do it quite so often when you were playing this out-and-out, short-pitched
The player that springs instantly to mind was Morné Morkel when he came to Surrey, and Wagner.
Oh,
when he
Wagner
was at
especially.
Essex.
Yeah,
It was just a bumper. He'd try and swing the new ball. He'd normally end up his first spell going at 5 or 6 and over, and then he'd go to this bouncer ploy that he did so well for New Zealand. And he was brilliant. His direction of the bouncer was incredible.
And he would go 5 or 6 and over in the first half a dozen overs as he tried to swing it. He didn't swing much. He'd get driven, and then he reverted. And was amazingly successful, that's right.
Yeah, he did very well. And an incredible engine to do it for a long period of time.
Because it's hard work. That's what someone like me wouldn't understand. That it's actually hard work bowling bouncers all the time. I don't suppose you'd ever tried that. Did you?
I bowled plenty of bouncers.
I know,
Victor.
but not sort of 16 in 3 overs. I must have missed that.
Occasionally, with the bravado, I would be used as that role. Sometimes with scouts out, bowl your bouncers. Because I don't think, Wagner's not the quickest bowler.
No.
But his direction of his bouncer, he's always in and around the helmet, so he gets in your eye line.
What's the height you're looking for? Shoulder?
Well, I think you obviously only you get 2 for the over the shoulder, so you want a couple of high ones that you hope they flap at, and the rest of them you kind of want them up in the armpit region, really. Anything sort of waist is the one that the batters like to pull. But those ones that just get into your eye line, get the flinch mechanism going in the system, and that's when the mistakes can come.
Then, did you face that?
Oh, yeah.
Were you content to just let it go by? Not really.
What do you think?
No, I think you probably had a slap at it mostly.
No.
And you could get runs quickly, I guess.
So this is my thinking. So if you average, say, 35-40 as a batter, you'd be relatively content. And I worked out that I would hit at least 10 4s or maybe 6s before I'd make a mistake against the short ball. So I was pretty happy at taking it on. Yeah. So it just made mathematical sense for me.
Did you find that when you were playing, because I think Wagner may have done it, but they had such a sort of out-and-out field of, the 3 men out, 3 on the leg side, no mid-off.
Well, it makes you think. It does make you think, but often what happens when you're caught in too much, it's the same. I think it's the same psychology of what we talked about earlier. When you bowl a line that brings in the potential lead, top edge, and Somerset don't make that mistake. Ethan Brooks has played the sweep. Leachy strikes straight away from the Marcus Roscovic stand end, and Worcester are 3 down. The batter will be disappointed. Leachy and the Somerset man are not.
Well, he played a slightly high-risk game throughout. He middled everything else, but that was the classic top edge. The fielder on the deep backward square leg bounce. A shorter boundary there, so he was just loitering 4 or 5 yards inside that boundary. Straightforward catch, neatly taken. Great celebration from Somerset. They know it's hard work out there, but they've got a 3rd wicket. Leach has got a couple now. Mostly from batsman error, of course. The little switch of ends, the little switch of attack perhaps from Overton. I don't think Brooks, the way he took that single to get away suggested me that he didn't really look forward to having that bouncer attack. I don't know, maybe that's overreading it.
Well, I just find it remarkable how the game of cricket has really subtle ways at just biting you in the backside when you make mistakes. Because almost the same score with Rue on 30, Worcester dropped an almost identical chance on the opposite boundary. Very, very straightforward catch.
Right.
And it's amazing how, in this really important innings, Somerset have not made that mistake. They've taken their chance, and the door is very much open.
I mean, they could drop some now, but actually, over the last few years, their catching generally has been pretty good, I think. Adam Hose is coming out. I'm just trying to think whether you'd have played with him as well, you?
Yeah, Hosey, good clean striker. Probably known more for his one day batting, so very much in the old Banton mode. Good player when he gets going.
Went to Warwickshire from here, didn't he? And now he finds himself at Worcester. And in the red ball team, I think probably one of the reasons, I don't know, you'll have been around. He would have left here partly because he was sort of dubbed a one-day kind of specialist when he was
he did well.
here.
He did well, but I think Warwickshire came in with quite a strong offer for his services, and he was a bit part player for us in all respect. He was a young batter and wanted to further on, and that's that happens sometimes. Got to find your home. Yeah, good player. Played a bit of Big Bash cricket and a bit of franchise cricket around the place. Certainly an exciting player to watch. But yeah, the bounce, so the psychology, which we were talking about before, that exciting bit of cricket there. Off stump, six stump, just outside the line, you bring into the psyche, leave play. And it's just an added thing for a batter to maybe weigh on his mind. And I think when you have the bouncer theory or tactic in play, with so many men out, even if even if you're bowling a very good puller hooker, if I get out caught deep square with 3 men out, I'm going to get a rollicking from the coach, and it adds that shall I play it, shan't I play it? And often when I was experiencing that, you would start off right, okay, all the men are out, I can't really afford to take this on, I'm just going to duck and weave. And you get 2 or 3 wrong, you get hit in the ribs a couple of times or on the shoulder, and then I used to go,
hang this
I've
for a
had
game of
enough
soldiers.
of this. I've had enough of this, I'm going to play the more aggressive mode. And I think it's the same thing. You're just, when you've got 0.6 seconds to make a decision as a batter, if you can add in there the little spider sense, I really should be leaving this, I think you're just winning as a bowling unit. You're giving that batter a little bit more of a challenge.
What you're saying is you need, as a batter, there's no absolute right or wrong about how you play it, but you need absolute clarity of thought about how you are going to play it, whether you are going to just let it go by and wait till they get tired, or whether you're going to take them on and possibly get 40 or 50 in no time.
I think, yeah, exactly right. Because it does, when you bowl bounces, undoubtedly the run rate can skyrocket. But also, you're doing it to try and break the momentum. And also, like I criticised yesterday, it was also nice out there. When you've got a bowler with the adrenaline up, bowling aggressively, his body language is aggressive, you're just unsettling the partnership that's out there a little bit. And but you don't have to do it for long.
No. Well, that's the other factor, is that Gregory's got 6 bowlers, all with their own merits out there. So you can afford to say, look, it's Craig, I just want 3 or 4 overs of bouncers. And then you can, have time to rest and, you can come back in conventional mode later. Whereas if you've got a lesser attack, you can't really afford to have one of your bowlers out of the system for an hour because you're going to need him. He's got more scope to allow Overton to do this. I imagine he won't do it for 3 or 4 overs, unless he starts getting wickets. And then he's got time to let him have a break because he's got plenty of other options floating around there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, you don't have to be quick.
Just got to be well directed.
My phrase that I was describing earlier today, you've disrupted momentum. Something's not working for you, batters are comfortable, and you do something that just changes the feel out on the field.
Yeah. And your Wagner example is the perfect example. I don't know what his record for New Zealand is, but it's about 200 test wickets, I think.
Good.
And I bet you, of that 200, well over 50% came when he was operating short ball rather than swing.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a 4 there. Kashif Ali looks like he wants bad on ball. He's got that one away. Played it nicely off the hip.
I'm gonna go. It's all right. I'm going to try and use my voucher. I failed to use it at lunchtime.
Well, we don't want a malnourished Vic Marks for the
actually,
for the business end of today.
Might be quite a good idea just at the minute, but nonetheless, I've got to go hunting for us.
Now that is an ominous message. Vic Marks
I'm
is
off.
going hunting. The patrons of the Cooper Associates County Ground, beware. Thanks, Vic. Another nice pull shot from Kashif Ali as that ends the Overton over. Somerset got that 3rd breakthrough in the last Leach over. Yeah, brilliant and timely breakthrough. The partnership from the Worcester pair was rattling along in terms of run rate. Just that one false shot brought that opportunity. I'm going to also step out, and you're going to have the dynamic duo of Andy Caddick and Sam Dalling. I'll just welcome Caddy into the box before I disappear. How are you, Cad?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Got a nice afternoon off, I have.
Brilliant. And were you keeping an eye on the scores yesterday?
I was watching a little bit. We're all at home between the Grand National and it was an exciting afternoon.
Yeah, when you've played here for many, many years, you saw some big scores, but
usually against me, to be honest.
Yeah, well, the rare occasions where you didn't clean up, but yeah, seen a lot of big scores here at Taunton. But I have to say, in the ones that I've seen, there's very few that I've seen that were so flawless up until sort of didn't really make any mistakes until the late 200s, where you can excuse him a little bit, but really was quite a special innings.
Well, we all know it's not about the lad or the technique, it's about the mental pressure just carrying on. So it's a long time to bat. So and he did well. He's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean there are batters on the county scene that will be playing a number of games and probably won't get that in the whole season. So he's certainly had a great start to the season. I'm going to take a little break, and Sam Dalling is going to keep you company for the next half an hour, Caddy. Great to have you in the box, giving your insight, and probably a very, very well qualified man to talk Sam through the tactics of being the bouncer enforcer.
The bouncer enforcer. It's on flat wickets. It's got to be something in your armoury you've got to be able to use. So as far as this is concerned, it's about sitting in and hopefully creating stuff. Another good over by Leach. We just need him to be very steady, not be too overcomplicated, just hit the top of off and just create a bit of pressure.
Hello, sir. How are you? You've just been asked that, haven't you? But I'm going to ask you again. Why?
Well, it's probably coming better from you than Triggs, isn't it?
Well, he doesn't really mean it. It's not. It's sincere.
He doesn't mean
from
it.
Me.
He doesn't mean it at all.
Oh, what a beautiful day. Craig Overton going to come around the wicket, I think, here. Looks like there's a leg slip in, leg gully. Would you relish the plan? Men out on the hook, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Fine leg, like look at this.
Yeah, that's fine. I just would have put somebody under the lid right in front of his nose, just to create a little bit of a. It's a little bit hit and miss here, so you got to try and get him to play the shot. So.
Cashy Fally looking decent here, 41. He started last season with twin hundreds actually, up at Edgbaston, made 100 in the first innings, 100 in the second innings. Late comer to the game through the South Asian Cricket Academy. Didn't play red ball cricket until he was 15, Cashy Fally.
Well, it's a bit like Banton, isn't it? He hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket, and now he's realised that he needs to play the red ball cricket, and he's benefited from it. And I think it's coming to a little bit of an end where people sit there going, "Well, I'm just a white ball player," and I've always said, if you can face the red ball against some of the best bowlers in the world and stay at the crease, spend time at the crease and hone your skills, you're going to become a better player. I think this the world has changed. It's very much two divisions of Test cricket and 4-day cricket and all the one-day cricket in the world. And the one-day cricket is great. It's great entertainment for those youngsters and crowds coming in. But as batters, I think you've got to hone your skills on 4-day cricket.
We've got that man in under the lid on the offside though. So they'll take one to Tom Abel, scampering in. Yeah, I think it's a shame, isn't it? I don't think South Africa play a home test this year or something like that. It's just financially for some nations they seem to be moving away from the red ball cricket, which is a real shame.
I think it's just because the schedule doesn't allow them to play it.
Nah.
It's just one day 2020 Champions League, World Cup, and
you glued to the franchise leagues
It's
on YouTube throughout the winter?
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's the way it is, and it's going to continue around the world. And as far as what's happening in the UK, I think it just needs to be traditional, old English cricket, and you are going to benefit and build stronger sides because of the 4-day formats.
Well, if you look at the talent that's not quite in the test team, there's some wonderful players around. You look at a load of these scorecards in this first week, and you look through middle order, top order bowlers, and they're all England Lions or there and thereabouts. This game being no exception. You look at that Somerset middle order.
Yeah, there's some here now. He's bought the short leg in, which I like. It's just putting a bit of pressure and putting somebody in front of his nose. I don't like the fact he's packed the leg side field because he's not going to play the shot. So it's a balancing act as a batter, and it's a balancing act as a bowler and the captain to think, right, well, let's attack a little bit, but let's leave some spaces to allow him to play them shots. And then if he plays the shots, there is a chance. So he's eluding that. I think we're just gone a little bit too defensive as far as trying to get the batter to play a loose shot. He's not going to with that field because there's no need for him to with that field. But I'm glad that they bought a short leg and just to put somebody in front of his nose.
102 for free, end of the 36 over. Got Andy Caddick alongside me, so any questions for him? I'll have a look in the YouTube comments. I've got a little bit of memorabilia here. You weren't around.
If there's any questions coming, I'll leave now, shall I? And then
well, it depends what the questions are, don't they? We were having this. I don't know if we can get this on the screen.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier.
Yeah, Vic and I were talking about this. So this is so Dave Luxton mentioned that he had the ball that broke Brian Rose's arms or just one arm when the Australians were touring. We got Jack Leach from the Trescothic end, but we'll have a look at it at the end of this over if we can. When the Aussies were touring, Vic Marks was too humble to mention he actually got a half-century in that game.
Oh, he did he?
Well, 50 in the first innings, 48 in the second, top scored in
Victor
the second
doesn't
innings.
like talking about himself, does he, Victor?
No.
That's a bad ball from Leach. But he's got a good field here. In fact, I wouldn't have that backward point. I'll bring that backward point into a catching position on the offside under the lid, create some more pressure. You've got loads of runs to play with, so let's get a few more around the bat.
I was going to ask, is there a balance to be had, or actually should Somerset be thinking, look, there's so many, we're ahead, what, do they trail by 410?
Well, you've got to create the option, so
back-to-back boundaries. This time played off the back foot by Kashif, and that is going to take him to 50. Exactly 50 runs from 85 balls for Kashif. It's exactly what Worcestershire need in this situation. He's been out there for 107 minutes. That's his 8th boundary. 2 of them have come in the last couple of balls. They now trail by 406 as the fielder comes across.
Yeah, I think that's a bit overkill. He doesn't need to bring that fielder across. He just needs to, alter his line. He's now opened up the left side, behind the leg side now for a little paddle or around the corner.
He's a decent player, Kashif Ali. It's now a deep point as well, so that boundary option has been dried up. But you prefer, actually, in this situation, to not have someone out sweeping.
Yeah, there's no need to have someone out sweeping. You want to encourage them to play the shot. If it was getting tight and they were getting close to the target to make us bat again, then yes. But right now, you need to make them make a mistake, and making a mistake would be to leave that open and try and make them back away. That's a better ball. That's on the money. That's where he should be.
Leach through the 37th over of the innings. He, with these couple of wickets in this innings, actually is up to 498 first-class wickets as well, so potential milestone for him. His mind will not be on that at all, I'm sure. He's looking at those 7 wickets. There we are. Smile, you're on camera there, Caddy. So this is the ball that broke Brian Rose's arm. I believe it was Jeff Thompson with that delivery. Brian Rose was on 81 as well, denied him a century. So apparently this was won in a raffle and it was Ian Botham's testimonial, and Dave's mum had to guess. The prize was available for the person who guessed to the nearest run how many runs Botham would score in his testimonial year, and she guessed 1985 because that was the year where the damage was done, and that's exactly how many runs he scored apparently in that year. Pulled. Leach is down there at deep fun there. What do you reckon? Would you got this one to reverse?
We might have to work on that with a few Murray mints as we used to back then, but we would, if the Pakistanis had it, they would have picked the heck out of it, but we would have tried to do something with it.
What do you think of this field then, Kelly? No man under the helmet on the leg side. There is someone, Tom Banton, I think, for company on the offside. Pulled. We've got Tom Lammonby, a more orthodox square leg. There's a mid-wicket. I think it's Craig Overton halfway out at mid-wicket, presumably for the pull shot that goes wrong. There's also a deep square leg. A leg gully, we'll call it. Fine leg, third. Overton coming around the wicket.
It's a good shot. Well played, kept it down. This gives you an idea how slow this wicket is. So it's dried out a lot. So it makes for a very. Well, I should have say it makes for hard work for the fast bowlers, but you know these are the opportunities that they get, and these are the opportunities they need to try and just get the odd one wicket.
Question for you from Michael here. What ball would Caddy use to set up a Yorker? So all the bouncer talk is getting him thinking about the shortfall theory. So how would you set a batter up in this situation?
I wouldn't be coming around the wicket for a start.
Did you do that much in your career?
Nothing. I didn't bowl around the wicket. I just didn't like it. Didn't want to. I didn't feel it was good for me. And yeah, Yorkers, yeah, you try everything, but you got to keep them. Just got to keep disciplined. Or you can run over and fall over and put your spikes in the middle of the wicket. So that's another one thing you can do.
Wow.
But no, it's Yorker, bowl a slow ball. You know.
Don't see that much in red ball cricket, do you?
Yeah, no, you don't see a lot of them. And I used to bowl a slow ball bumper, which used to catch a lot out. And it's just about setting players up, and it's being patient. Sometimes you sit there and think, I've got to bowl it now, and you think, you sit back of your head, no, wait. So,
fine. I think that's going to be 4.
It will be.
Tickled away. Nice looking shot from Adam Hose. Moves on to 5. That is the end of another over. 116 for 3. So was there always an internal monologue going on when you were in the middle of a spell? Would you take advice from externally, from the skipper?
You would if we were trying to work a player out, but you know, this is the beauty of being a fast bowler. You knew how players played, and you knew, on flat wickets or good wickets, what their strengths and weaknesses were. So you tried to nullify that. But you know, there was an old saying Duncan Fletcher always used to say, and it's true. And it doesn't matter what format of cricket it is. You tend to bowl 3 maidens in a row, and 9 times out of 10 you will get a wicket. So it's about just drying stuff up and being patient and building pressure. I don't care what anybody says these days. Batters, when they're playing 4-day format, 1-day format, they want to be scoring. So if you're drying them up, you could cause them to make a mistake.
Leach, use of the feet, driven straight to Craig Overton. Ball goes up in the air. That was hit hard. The worst fielder really he could have picked out. Kashif Ali is absolutely fuming with himself. You can see his frustration. Just used his feet, tried to put that pressure back on Jack Leach. But actually the fielder was in a very good spot, just a little bit deeper than an orthodox mid-off, and Somerset have wicket number 4. Jack Leach has wicket number 499.
Yeah, using his feet, which he's been doing in a bit of this innings, but didn't hit it at all, did he? He might have just gripped a little bit, but I'd say that's an easy give.
And that's batter mistake, really.
That's
there.
a batter mistake. And as I said, it's about building pressure. If you're bowling 6 balls, whether you're a spinner or a bowler, hitting the top of off, you're creating pressure. So sometimes you just need to sit in, create a bit of pressure, and allow a batter, especially in this format, or should I say in this day and age, they do not like sitting, not scoring, do they?
They
don't care who they are. You know,
even
batters of yesteryear would sit there and they could block this out all day, face 50 balls and score 10 runs, but not anymore. They want to be scoring.
There's few and far between those kind of batters these days. Even 400 behind, knowing you've got a day and a half to bat, still trying to force it a little bit. It's going to bring Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper, to the crease. He's had a torrid couple of days, really. He'd lost a toss. Worcestershire was stuck in. They were 70 without loss, so they had a good first hour, but since then it's been all Somerset.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would have thought that having a look at the wicket, how dry it was to start with, I was quite surprised that Somerset decided to bowl first. So, but I do think that little spell of Casey Aldrich did make a massive difference and push the momentum all of Somerset's way.
Yeah, we saw Keshi Fally there just trudging off, really not happy with himself. Yeah, Jack Leach picked up the first wicket over the summer. If you would have gambled on that, and wouldn't have thought you'd got long odds, and Casey just turning himself already into a bit of a game changer. So, Brett D'Oliveira with work to do. A couple of men around the bat, Banton and short leg Abel in his eye line. Lewis Gregory at first slip. He will be much happier than his opposite number. Two captains enjoying very different opening couple of days to the season. Josh Davies at mid-on, really straight actually, almost standing behind the umpire here. Craig Overton so often found in the slips, but also at long on, long off. One of the best pairs of hands. You find yourself at long off very often playing the Craig Overton role in white ball cricket?
Yeah, a lot of the time. Usually fine leg third man out of the way, but no, yeah, taking quite a few catches at long on, long off.
This is good from Jack Leach. Lewis Gregory head in hands.
So we've got Tom Lammonby is actually at mid on, and Josh Davies behind backward point. So just to correct that.
Yeah, well corrected. Worth doing. Yeah, you're right.
So he is quite straight, Lammers. So, Mr. Lammonby. So that's what I like to see. 4 dot balls, build the pressure, new batter, create things to happen. Because as I said, players these days, they will not block it. They will not block 10 balls in a row. They will try and do something, and that can be to their detriment.
Speaking of Casey Aldridge, I think we're about to see him introduced into the attack at the River End, the end where he did that damage in the first innings. 5 for him as a knack of breaking partnerships, as we were saying. Who was the most frustrating to bowl at? Who would just sit there and bat and bat?
Well, there's a young Middlesex lad who then went to Surrey, and Mark Lambakash, who was probably the most difficult to bowl at. He was probably one of the last generation actually knew where the rough stump was. Because I don't really see a lot of players understanding where the rough stump is these days. So, but he would very much frustrate you. So,
and what made him such a good player?
He was very, unfortunately for Mark, he was a brilliant first-class cricketer. Knew his strengths and weaknesses, but it just didn't quite make it at test level. But for first class, phenomenal player. Great technique, and he watched the ball. So he's probably one of the most difficult in the county game because he was patient.
Starts outside off stump Aldridge, what we got field wise. Deep square leg. Looks like Archie Vaughan down there for me. He's just starting to go through his bowling motions as well. Jack Leach shining an autograph down at fine leg. Slip in. A wide slip, almost gully. And Evelyn Lammonby mid-wicket and in the covers respectively. Great bit of fielding by Sean Dixon at backward point. Cut away hard, that by Adam Hose. Saved the boundary. So he gets a high 5, gets a low 5 from Lewis Gregory. Likewise, James Rue. Not many days where 150 doesn't really get talked about. James Rue batted pretty well. It's like,
poor lad.
Anyone want to chat to me? No? Okay.
Sometimes you don't want to be people chatting to you when you've done well, but no, yeah, poor lad, 150, and it doesn't even get mentioned. But I think what's important is the way in which the partnership grew. A very content player, and James Rue, and a very explosive, positive, solid player in Banton. So the two of them complemented each other, and I think credit must go to James and that partnership for staying with him. It would have been a different story if Banton had gone through a number of other batters in partnerships, because his mindset would have probably changed.
He'd carry that.
Yeah, and a bit of shape as well, which is good. So good to see there's a slip in.
You're a wise man, Caddy, and Triggs spoke to James Rue this morning, and that's exactly what he said to him. He said, I thought, actually, what Bants needs here is some consistency. Just one person.
Just one person to stay with him, and just, no, definitely. Because that would have changed if he'd gone through 4 partners through that innings. His mental approach to the game, to playing, would have completely changed.
What's Casey Aldridge trying to do here?
Well, he looks as though he's getting a little bit of shape, so it's just a matter of being patient, especially with 2 new batters. Just be patient, build the pressure up, start from scoring, be disciplined, top of off with the odd back of a length ball just to keep them back.
Punched away. This time he will find the boundary. In front of square there, Adam Hose. He stood up really straight. Just a little bit of width.
Just a bit, just a little bit of width on the back. Which is a shame, really, because he bowled quite a good over there.
This time it went to Sean Dixon's right. Too far to his right for him to do anything about it. 120 for 4. 40 gone, 48 in the day, or a minimum of 48 in the day. They've been through them pretty quickly these last couple of days. Having a spinner bowling a decent chunk of overs always helps. Was that, as a quick bowler, when you had the spinner on the other end, a bit of a pain because you were back bowling within 2 or 3 minutes? You're like, I need to do a rest. Slow it down here, lads.
It just depended. It depends on the situation. But, you could have a situation where you said you'd get back to the boundary wherever you're grazing, as they say, and next thing you're walking back in because the over's over within about 2 minutes. So 9 times out of 10 for me, it wasn't that difficult because I just got into a nice rhythm. So if I got into rhythm, it wouldn't really bother me. Yes, you did get a bit more grace between overs with another seamer on the other end. But when you're working in partnerships and you end up taking wickets together, then that sort of nullifies the fact that you're not getting that much of a rest.
Flicked into the leg side. Casey Aldridge not getting much of a rest because he's at mid-wicket and he's chasing that one down. And just a couple. Who did you love bowling with? Who did you really click with in your career? Somerset or England?
Somerset, Charles Willoughby.
Yeah.
Me and Charles, I think that was a nice combination. Left arm seamer, aggressive seamer, pushed the ball across the right hander and myself. So yeah, that was a nice combination. And as far as England, Goffey was probably the ultimate. We had a very good relation, very good partnership. So it's no different to Broad and Anderson. You develop partnerships and you understand each character and you understand what they're trying to do. Goffey was always trying to get me to bowl up the hill into the wind.
And were you obliging?
Oh, well, I just said to him, that's fine, I'll just follow you when you're finished.
2 balls left in this 41st over. Leach. D'Oliveira just a fraction short, enough width for D'Oliveira just to wait and cut that away to the boundary. He'll feel a little bit better about life. Moves on to 626 for 4. You'd rather see that than have a sweeper out there at this stage.
That's a bad ball.
It is a bad ball.
It's a bad ball.
And
so
set fields for him.
Yeah, you're not setting a field for a bad ball. You're setting a field for a wicket-taking ball. So he's bowled 2 bad balls this over. So he just needs to concentrate on hitting top of off. He's a world-class bowler. He's just got to back himself to say, right, let's build some pressure.
Better.
6 of those would do.
Well, he won't get a chance for another couple of minutes. End of the over, 41 gone. Right, this is a big question. I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer it, and there's no disrespect.
Depends on how long it takes.
Why do you think Ramps never made it at Test level is a question.
I think myself and Ramps, and there's a few others, even Hick was a player in that era. We just didn't get the opportunities that they did now. So if Ramps, I'll give you an example, Crawley. If Ramps had been given the opportunities that Crawley had given, then Ramps would have been at the top of the... It was very much, you have to perform now, and if you don't perform, you're out of the game. So you weren't actually playing for the Test match you were playing in, you're playing for the next game. Always looking for a fast fix, so you never got that opportunity. It wasn't until the likes of Duncan and Nasser came along, and Duncan started backing you, and Nasser started backing you for doing what you were doing best. And then you actually felt as though you could develop your game and be a contributor to English cricket rather than just somebody who popped in, had a game and buggered off, as they say. But that was the biggest problem back then. There was just too many selectors, too many processes, too many one-test wonders coming in and just playing a one test because it was the thing for them to, you've done well on the county level, but so will you deserve a Test match? Well, yeah, but if you, this was the problem back then. So so someone like Ramps, I would say it was an unfortunate. He suffered from the unfortunate selection issues that kept him at bay. But phenomenal player.
Cut away. Despairing dive from Sean Dixon. Can't get anything on it, I don't think. 4 more to Adam Hose. He moves on to, or into double figures, into 30. Unlucky for some, 130 for 4. Let's have another look at that one. Short, too much
wide,
width.
He's bowled some decent balls here, Casey, and he does bowl with a bit of pace, so he just needs to keep top of off. Looks like he's going to change that by coming around. Well, he's going to have to, his line's got to be better now because any width will get dispatched the same place as that. So
what is the line he's looking for here then? What are we trying to do?
He's got to be on off stump. He's got to be middle and off.
Let's look at this. What do you think of this field? Leg slipping or leg gully. Able at sort of a short square leg. 2 out on the hook.
Well, it's the same field that Craig had.
Ducks underneath it. So is that all right, or is he just?
No, that's fine. That's showing your intent. But bowl a slow ball bumper.
You did it before they were fashionable, then.
Yeah, I did. I think I invented it.
You're a T20 winner, though, right?
Yes, we played a lot of T20. Won a couple of man of the matches. So
in that weird blue and red kit, wasn't it, that came in from his North
was heavy,
scratchy.
Yeah, it was heavy. I think we might as well have been wearing a canvas.
Yeah,
canvas tent. That's how heavy it was. Yeah,
it wasn't really sweat resistant.
No, it wasn't. The thing is, the bonuses was you had a sauna on the way. So you had your own body sauna.
Fine if you're going to a weigh-in, but I'm not sure for.
No, very heavy kit, that North Gear kit.
What a team that was, though. Great year at the Oval. Rained, didn't it? That final
it did. A little bit of rain affected.
Good fun, though. Cut away, fine. There is a fielder down at third. Really fine, so he's not going to cut it off. Another boundary in the over for Hose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's one of those. You can have this field set for somebody coming over the wicket.
Yeah,
and that's what I'll be saying. I'll be saying, Casey, forget this around the wicket because your leg side field, you got not a lot of protection on the offside, so your line has to be exempt. Anything just a bit of width. These batters are going to do what they've just done now, is to put it away. So I'd be saying to them, look, come over the wicket and have it coming into the... That's a better line.
When do you think it became fashionable to come around the wicket then? I mean, a lot of right-hand seamers seem to do it to left-handers now. It's
Left-handers, yeah, it became the...
That was Flintoff to Gilchrist, wasn't it?
Flintoff, then you had Anderson started doing it, and Broad started doing it. You've got to be... You still have to be able to do something with the ball. Whether you're swinging it back or swinging it away to a left-hander or a leg cutter, or an off cutter, which would normally be to a right-hander, which would be a leg cutter to a left-hander. It has to move away from the edge, and the majority of the balls, which you take weakest, are the balls that move away, not moving back in, move away, because that allows a batter, whereas you go the bowler, to work a batter out. So what changed the way I bowled was when I learned to bowl an off cutter, and that was taught to me by a famous little Somerset opener called Mark Lathwell. Came to me and he said, "Cads, you ever try to bowl one of these?" And I learned it and bowled it, and it changed my game.
What point was that then? What point in your career was that?
Oh, it will probably be late 90s.
What a player he was.
Phenomenal player.
Jack Leach continues.
No, that's a better line from Jack. So he's just toss it up a little bit.
Because he got
top of off.
He got 100 in that run to the year we won the C&G final, didn't he? Wasn't there a game at Oxford Park, or was Oxford or Cambridge, where Somerset was struggling a little bit, and I think he got 100.
It might have been
use of the feet down the wicket, just a single.
Oh, I can't remember. My memory's a sieve when it comes to things like this. But yeah, there was players I could turn and say that are quality players, and at international level or domestic level, and Lathers was up there with the Pontings as far as I was concerned. He picked the ball very late, very early, seeing the length very quickly, and he was a phenomenal back foot player.
He was pressing forward. Yeah, he didn't. Did he just one day sort of packed his kit up and one winter didn't see him again?
I think he just didn't like it in the end. I talked with him on the A Tour in Australia.
He played the 93 Ashes, was it?
93 Ashes, my debut with Mark.
Was it?
At Headingley. No, it wasn't at Headingley, Old Trafford. He got 50 odd, I think, in the second innings. He played well. But he just didn't settle for him.
Remember he went down and played his Devonian, wasn't he? Went down and played at Braunton a little bit.
Down at
after he retired,
Braunton,
Barnstable boy. 137 for 4, 43 overs gone. Somerset in a really strong position, as they have been for a good chunk of this game. 379 is the lead still. 45 left in the day. Sam Dowling alongside Andy Caddick. Any questions for him, please do get in touch. Jet from Gladiators, who posed the question about ramps, says, "Thank you very much for the answer. Now he can safely say that Andy Caddick agrees with him." There he is, Miguel Pretorius, making his way on as a sub-fielder, wearing that 27. Arrived this week, probably a little bit too late to play in this game, but he's been out there every lunchtime, bowling at Steve Kirby with the mitt on.
Well, it looks like we've got a bit of a competition for places for fast bowling.
Nice little competition. Alfie Ogborn's apparently come on. Gained a yard over the winter, which is something everyone says. How do you do that? How do you gain a yard?
Who's that, sorry?
Alfie Ogborn.
Oh, it's all about looking at a technique and seeing what you can take out of it. Because everybody has the basics.
Pulled away, just a single. Archie Vaughan at leap square leg.
I had a word with Casey about a year and a half ago regarding his hand, his right hand position, and all of a sudden he's taken that on board, which has been great. There's still a little bit of adjustment, a little bit of a work on the action, but now he can shape the ball away, and I've always said you don't bowl the ball with the right hand. You get into position with your right hand. You bowl the ball with your left arm, because that's the arm that you pull through and bring your strength through. So your right hand just holds the ball
Right.
The rest is really done with the left.
Did
But it's gathering yourself, getting into position is done with your right.
you change much tactically over the course of your career? Was there someone that
I
worked with
did,
you?
yeah, I did. I changed a bit, and that was just through working things out myself and trying to be a little bit more efficient, be a little bit tighter action. And you do. You listen to other bowlers, you listen to coaches, you listen to what everybody says, and you take little bits of what everybody said and you adapt it. Some stuff you'll say, no, that doesn't work for me, and then you never know, 10 years later it does. So everything changes. There's no different to a batter.
Single down to fine leg there. And all that work with bowling coaches and the people who've taken wickets, and it was Mark Laughwell who changed your career with the
off cutter. Yeah, I'll always give him his credit for that one. Yeah, Mark used to bowl. He was a good little bowler actually. Little seaman used to come in and bowl, and he used to bowl this ball, and he just said, "Cats, if you try one of these."
Too short. Not the right line either from Casey Aldridge. Trying to get something out of this pitch. Beautiful sunshine here. Still a decent crowd in on a Sunday. What better way to spend a weekend? Somerset pushing for victory here. Can they finish it off today? We'll be back tomorrow. Maybe Worcestershire can hold out for the draw. Be some effort if they can. I expect Winviz heavily in Somerset's favour.
That's a better line from Casey. So if you're going to come around the wicket, that's there you're hitting. You're hitting under the ribs, under the shoulder. You got a field set for that. I personally would have probably a leg slipping rather than just around the corner. He's a short batter. D'Oliveira is short, so he's going to tickle it rather than.
Ducks under that
Ducks under that one. So you can see he's going to struggle if it just comes around the wicket like that, up under the ribs. That's where you want to be, but it's always going to be that little feather.
Yeah.
It's not quick enough to disturb a batter who's going to get shocked and the ball's going to balloon to a leg gully. Personally, I'll be sitting there having a leg slipping.
Bit of a team talk going on here. Everyone has come together around Jack Leach. James Rew's there. Casey Aldridge is there.
Yeah.
Skipper Lewis Gregory was there. I think Archie Vaughan's been.
I'd be putting Archie Vaughan
given
on this
the
end.
nod.
Yeah.
Looks like that's what's going to happen.
I'd put Jack Leach on the other end for a couple.
Cap off. That's his preferred end, Jack Leach to River End.
And then I'll just use the likes of Casey and Craig as the alternate. Bowl 3 overs, 2-3 overs, bombing them, making them feel uncomfortable.
A couple more questions for you, Caddy. Which was the best away ground that you played in? I think everyone's assuming this was your favourite ground. Maybe not, but what's the best away ground?
I think every ground was away ground for. This was probably the best place I ever bowled here. Was the wickets were brilliant in the late 90s, early 90s, late 90s. Pacey, didn't do a lot, didn't go sideways, never seemed, but they were quick and bouncy. And Taunton was renowned with up there with the likes of Old Trafford and the Oval, which were quick wickets, bouncy wickets.
Was that Frosty's day? Was that when he?
Frosty's days, yeah. He knew how to get a hard wicket.
Vaughan in then, first slip, leg slip. Gets one to turn. To Adam Hose, 18 unbeaten he's got.
Now, this is just a little bit of education for people who are watching. You've got Vaughan who's now coming to the attack. I just don't understand why I haven't got a silly point.
Reverse sweep. He was out there, he was in the position early there, Adam Hose. It looked like Vaughan just held that one back a second.
Just, put some men around the bat. Put a silly point. It's right in his front of his face.
I need to see if Vic Marks is nodding in agreement or not. I know he's deep in concentration Vic makes that. Yeah, as ever.
Victor never had a silly point.
No.
He was too worried that he might get hit.
Vic's had his lunch. He's been.
But you don't have to do it for 4, 5, 6 overs. Just do it for a couple of balls. Just create a bit of pressure. You've just come on, and I do like Vaughan.
Looks a player, doesn't he?
I do like what he offers with the ball.
Cut away, straight to the point.
As he bowls a
it's always the way. Don't worry.
Short, long up.
Triggs this morning said Jake Libby is a man who never gets on the front foot, never uses his feet. And to be fair, he does like to strap in for long innings. And the very next ball, he danced down at Jack Leach, hit him out over the top. And he does that very rarely, says Jake Libby. Born into his third over of this innings.
There we go.
You're happy, man.
Oh, I'm happy now. There we go. Stick it right under his nose.
It's Tom Abel in there.
Things happen, see?
He's swept that for one, but he's had to take it from outside of stump. He's had to force it.
So it creates pressure. Creates options.
So did I get you on favourite away ground, or have you basically saying...
Right, favourite away ground. There's a couple of decent ones. Lords was always a favourite of mine. Wonderful place to play. Wonderful atmosphere. Whether it was a final of a C&G final or any finals. We had a couple of C&G finals at Lords. Great atmosphere. All the supporters jumping on the buses, coming to London. Test matches, wonderful atmosphere again. I've had some good tests at test matches at Lords. Probably one of the most picturesque you could ever play at would be Wanaka,
right,
in New Zealand. Not Wanaka, Queenstown in New Zealand. I'm saying Wanaka, Queenstown, New Zealand. Yeah, with what we call the Remarkables, which is a mountain range.
Aldridge continuing, one out to deep backward point. Sean Dixon. A mountain range to
it's a lovely mountain range.
Better the Quantocks.
Yeah,
a bit more height on them.
Quantocks look a bit worn compared to the mountain ranges in New Zealand and other parts of the world. Yeah, one of the most picturesque. But there's some other great grounds. Got some in the West Indies, Antigua, the old Antigua ground, Gravy, the entertainer, famous entertainer, used to hang off the scaffolding of the stand, entertaining the crowd.
It's what Triggs does now when he's not on comms.
Yeah, hanging off scaffolding.
He's down there somewhere.
Yeah, no, the thing is with it, when you play Test cricket around the world, there's some beautiful grounds. You don't really take in how beautiful they are, venues they are, because you're sort of just there to do a job. Yeah, I never had a home ground as far as Test cricket was concerned. Taunton was obviously not a Test venue.
Better from Aldridge. Was there a point, and maybe it was all of it, but was there a point where you went, okay, I can really enjoy this now, I love what I'm doing, relax into it, or was it always, particularly with what you said about selection with England, it's
a strange one, because when you're a young lad and you want to be a first class cricketer, because that's all I wanted to do.
Dropped into the offside, just an easy single there.
Yeah, so as a young lad came to Taunton. I obviously played a little bit in London, played a little bit for Middlesex Seconds, and got the opportunity to come down here. And you just want to play cricket. And it doesn't matter whether you got paid for it or not, you just want to be a professional cricketer. And back then, in the early 90s, you didn't get paid a lot, but it didn't matter.
Overpitched.
Bit full from Casey, but that's fine. He's trying to do stuff, but he doesn't want to do too lot here. Just wants to sit in. So yeah, so you come down to a place like this, which is a beautiful ground. It has changed a lot. Obviously, the old pavilion's gone here where we're sitting now. It's been replaced. The stands have changed. The Colin Atkinson Pavilion hasn't changed. But it brings back a lot of memories when you'd walk down to the dressing room for a day's play, and you walk into the bar at the bottom, and you'd either get a joyous crowd going well done, or you get a very annoyed crowd asking what the hell are you doing that for? But and then the opposition used to come to the bar afterwards and have a pint or whatever before they went back to the hotel. So you had a great environment. Those sort of days are gone. But there's some beautiful places around the world you can play that.
46 for 4. 46 gone, 42 remaining in the day. Archie Vaughan is going to continue. I remember as a kid I used to hang around underneath those dressing rooms for autographs. It was members only, and what was his name? There was a steward who used to always be outside the away dressing room. Cliff, he was called. We used to sit. He was a big chap. We used to sit and chat to him. I'm not sure how keen some of the members were on the gaggle of 8, 9, 10-year-olds stood there trying to get autographs up on that old wall, trying to catch players' attention. It was beautiful.
But like I say, I came down here to play. I enjoyed playing cricket, and you don't think about the money, financial side of stuff. You just want to play. It's
who got you down here then, first time?
Oh, it was well, Jack Birkinshaw used to be was a friend of a gentleman.
Too short, pulled away.
He's got away with that.
Got away with that one, yeah.
So Jack Birkinshaw was in the coach down here when I first came down here, but he's a very good friend of his, because Jack was from Leicester, and a very good friend of his was the chairman of cricket up at Hampstead Cricket Club, where I used to play in London, Roger Oakley, and I managed to get a trial, came down here, got smashed around everywhere in the one-day game against the Australian University side. Thought I'd lost my opportunity. A day later, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11. We bowled first. I took 8 for 32, and it was the rest is history. So
cut away. Josh Davies going to chase it. I don't think he's quite going to get there.
That's not a bad ball from Vaughan. So it's you can see the batters are just trying to do a little bit here, make things happen. So don't mind things like that if he's backing away and the ball's taking it off the stumps.
150 up for Worcestershire there, 151 before. Long way to go, but these little milestones, they will help. Still trail by 3, 6, 5, still very much an uphill task.
Well, going back to this where I said earlier, it doesn't matter what state of the game is, batters like to score runs. And right now, they are way behind in this game, Worcester. But if you're going to let them score runs, it gives them confidence, it pushes them forward. We just need to dry it up, create a bit of pressure. We've got field set that creates pressure, but I think we just need to sit back and just keep things quiet a minute.
Jab to Lammonby's at deepish mid on, hit too well for there to be a run. Last ball. 47th over, 155 for 4. Something in Archie Vaughan's eye there, I think. Just a fly, or he swallowed something, yeah. Always pleasant, that. Yeah. You have that happen to you many times?
Yeah, I've swallowed a wasp.
A wasp?
That's what it was. Luckily I saw it go, and luckily I managed to get it out quickly. But yeah, I swallowed a wasp one, yeah.
You're not allergic to them?
No,
good.
Thankfully.
Oh, well, that would have been a worry, wouldn't it? End of the over, left alone. Played for no turn there. 155 for 4. I found the scorecard. Graham Thorpe played in that game for Surrey. Do you remember if you got him or not?
Oh, I can't remember.
I don't think you did, sorry. Who else was in that side? It's 8 for
8 for 32 it was. I broke my thumb second innings, my first batting innings, and I bowled. I spent, I think it was Guy's Hospital in London.
Julian Wyatt playing in that game.
Yeah. There were good cricket. It was strong cricket teams back then.
Gareth Townsend.
Yeah.
So from there, how did it happen back then? Were you contracted straight away, or was it just being around the summer?
Let's just
hang around.
Yeah, because at that stage, Peter Anderson said to me, right, well, what are we going to do to get you qualified? Because obviously he had faith in me. He could see that I might make it as a bowler. So the next year or so, we sorted out the qualification and just played second team cricket while qualifying. Played for Clevedon as their pro.
Ah, yes.
And then it all went from there. Got straight into, after a very good first season, I think I took about 75, 80 first class wickets the first season, and got a call up to the West. And where did we go? No, got a call up for South Africa. No, not South Africa. Australia the following year, then on to West Indies in the winter.
Decent start. Jack Leach is into the attack at the river end. So we might see spin at both ends. I don't know yet. We are for now. Anyway, let's cut to Josh Davey at backward point for no run. Still bathed in sunshine. Yeah, 71 wickets that. For some, so the dream was always pro cricket. Was it?
Dream was a professional career. You couldn't be a professional cricket in New Zealand. You, for me, it was, I had to work for my father, earn the money to keep me going to play my game. But yeah, always wanted to be a professional cricketer.
Turned out all right.
Yeah, it turned out all right.
Turned out all right.
Turned out okay.
Did you enjoy it? I don't know if you've answered that question yet. Then did you get?
I did. I did
enjoy
it. I enjoyed the challenge. I loved the challenge. I always had an attitude of, I'd always, if we were struggling, I'd just go to the captain and say, just give me the blooming ball. Let me bowl.
Worcestershire needed a bit of that yesterday, I felt.
Well, yeah, just. I was always the opinion that, if I was bowling, I had an opportunity to get them out, and just wanted to bowl. The quicker I bowled them out, the quicker I put my feet up. That was my attitude. That became a little bit frustrating, of course, when we bowled the opposition out for 180 or 120, 180, whatever of 50, 60 overs, and then we get bowled out about 120.
Well,
you'd be strapping your bowling boots back on again. But
you can only control the controllables, though.
So it was always a batter bowler love-hate relationship. There always was. Always will be. Bit of banter.
Where do those all-rounders sit? They just hover in the middle.
Oh, they just hover in the middle and just keep their head down.
Sitting on a fence, as Triggs does often. Pushed out into the offside for no run. 157 for 4. End of the 48th over. Worcestershire.
So
very much in arrears. What have we got? An hour, half an hour till tea.
Half an hour till tea. It'll be on overs, not well. It'll be on time, but
32. Yeah, we might even get more overs in today than the schedule 96. Always a minimum of. What did it get to 110? But was it more than that when you played?
It did go 110. It was starting at 10:30 in the morning and finishing at 7. Yeah, it was ridiculous. And then
struggle to get those in, or did teams sort of?
I think it was 3-day cricket, you see, so they're trying to get the overs in, and it wasn't until we went to 4-day cricket that went to 90 overs or 96 overs, wasn't it?
We are 96 now, yeah. 157 for Archie Vaughan. So we are seeing spin at both ends. Good turn there. I mean, he started on middle stump.
Good turn straight. So he just, I think the variation that he can provide just needs to hit top of off and let the ball vary it off the pitch. But keep it dry. When you see 3-4 overs of dry, a couple of maidens. See, that's what I'm saying. He's bad as I don't care what.
They're all the same.
They're 300 behind.
All the same deep down.
They're 300 behind, and they just want to play shots. So, and that's where we can capitalise on that. So it's just a matter of being patient, making them make the mistakes.
There is one such shot.
That's a good shot. Not the greatest ball, but it's a good shot.
It's going to bring 4 runs, I believe. They were just checking as to whether it bounced. No, or it's gone all the way, I think, is the signal from Tom Lammonby. 6 runs, in fact. So, yes, batters do like playing their shots. Adam Hose does as well. Very good white ball player. Played some T20 here at Somerset, actually, before he went up to Warwickshire. 6 of the innings, I think. Good cricket. Pushes it to Lammonby. Takes a quick single. Realises that mid-on is fairly deep. Put Archie Vaughan under a little bit of pressure. Relieves a little bit of pressure for himself as well. 39 he's got. D'Oliveira has 12. Worcestershire skipper, he'll be feeling that pressure. Do you do much captaincy at all?
I did captain the side for a couple of occasions. I did okay.
Enjoy it?
We won a few. Yeah, loved it.
Bowl yourself from one end the
bowl
entire
myself
day.
from one end for the entire day, and then not give anybody another chance. No, it was really, I remember we had a nice game against Gloucester many years ago. We bowled them out and we made them follow on and won the game within 3 days. So
was this in the promotion season? Was this the one where
Trez
Trez
in
put
my
his,
ear saying it was true? That's how bad my memory is.
Is this the one where Trez put his bank card down
No.
for post-game? Shah Wellaby told me that story. A bit before that. Caddy was bowling quite sharp, says Triggs. A few slips in for that one. You enjoyed that. 9 slips. Captain steamy in.
Well, you know, as I said, I need to put my feet up.
Always a little bit more special beating Gloucestershire as well.
I think I had 12 in that. It was 12 for, I think, in the match.
I'll find it.
Now I've got Triggs in my ear. No, 9 in the second was against Lancashire, 9 for 32. That's the only time I took 9 for. I'll just drop that one in there. No, it was, I think it was 7 and 5, I think.
50 partnership up between these two. 67 balls. You've got good memory.
I can't. I've got a terrible memory. If I remember rightly, it was my wife was giving birth to my daughter. So, and I was captain. If I remember right.
That's why you were bowling. You were trying to get away quickly.
Trying to get back to the hospital.
Jack Leach, 499 first-class wickets. Somerset needs 6 more to win this game. Pushed to cover by Hose. What kind of year are we talking about here then, Caddy? I'm just trying to find it. 98?
98.
I won't tell you the headline because it's Caddick finds full blast at last.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, bloody headline writers, pardon my French.
Well,
Andre Van Troost as well at the other end, was it? Both for you, wow.
Well, yeah, but the problem with the Rooster was the ball never came back without 6 marks all over it. So it was one of the most challenging partner bowlers to have at the other end, but, you know, he could bowl quick. He was scary. I remember one game, I think we were playing Worcester here, and Tim Curtis was opening the batting, and the first ball of the game, Rooster bowled, it hit him square in the head. First ball, didn't move, bang.
I shouldn't laugh really, actually. Cut away. They're going to take a single chance for a run out here. Good bit of fielding. That's a good bit of fielding by Sean Dixon. Oliveira just saying to Adam Hose, we maybe don't need to be taking those sort of risks at this stage in the game. Let's not push those quick singles if we don't have to. He was sharp. Isn't he like a dairy farmer in Holland? No, I mean, he would be back in Holland.
Well, he worked went and worked for a pharmaceutical company.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was close.
Yeah.
End of the over. 50 gone. 167 for 4. Vic and Tree's going to come back in. Change at both ends. Vic is deep. Whatever he's concentrating on there,
he's just putting intense, a bet on,
isn't it?
He's putting a bet on the Grand National. He's just realised it was yesterday.
And he's booking his next ski holiday already, Vic. He enjoyed his. We're going to disappear. Brilliant to have you with us, Caddy. Thank you so much for that. 167 for 4. Archie Vaughan to continue.
Andrew's just skipped out. And Trigo's glided in. That lifts everyone up a bit. That was probably 4. It's not necessarily from the most sharper fielders out there.
Yeah, always nice. Always nice for the bowler to get one saved.
He's cool. Not going to stop that one though.
Very familiar territory, this Vic. starting my afternoon's work after an incredibly long Caddick spell. Did well there, didn't he? He must have been at least 40
Well,
minutes.
it seemed to be moving around a bit in the last hour. I don't know whether you can...
Well, he picked up at least one wicket, didn't he? Another, you'd have to say,
You like a long
dismissal.
spell.
A couple of poor gifted wickets from the Worcestershire batters to Somerset.
Well, caught mid-off the spinner. It's not one that goes down well in the dressing room when you're trying to save the game, I suppose. It was a bit of a hack, wasn't it?
Yeah, he batted beautifully. Just past 50 and just a bit of overconfidence there, I guess. Adam Hose has looked very good for his 45. Brett D'Oliveira on strike to Archie Vaughan. Not huge amounts of spin on show here for the Somerset off spinner.
Yeah. Before we started this innings, I thought, well, Leach is going to have to get 4 for 80 here, and that would probably... I think he's going to have to get a bit more than that, actually. Well, not going to have to, but he's got 3 for 55 already, of 20.
Well, he'd certainly like that next one to bring up his 500th first-class wicket. That would be certainly a nice moment for us to call. He'll certainly get his chance. Yeah, I think it's just a case of rotating the bowlers and, again, just trying to change momentum from time to time. Brett D'Oliveira looks very content with playing very much within himself. Adam Hose is a very attacking batter by nature. We've seen some glorious attacking shots, but will always open the door occasionally to an opportunity.
It's interesting. I remember listening to you and Sam earlier in the day about how do you go about batting in these sort of situations. And really, you just got to summon up your selfish gene, really, because if you rationalise it, I mean, dear old Geoffrey Boycott, he loved this situation, loved it. It's a flat wicket. The opposition are bound to attack quite a lot, so there's gaps in field. The wicket is bland. What more could a man want? You can, I mean, you may not save the game, but you can score some runs out there.
Yeah, that was my train of thought, I must say. It's, you know, throw over the opportunity narrative, I suppose, of, you know, good pitch, sun shining, good crowd, nice ground.
Yeah.
You know, how many runs do you want to kickstart your season? They're certainly out there.
And it's also interesting too that it's a funny game, cricket, because there are quite a lot of periods within the cricket match where, you know, you talk about selfish and unselfish cricketers. Actually, it's a real asset sometimes to have a selfish cricketer in your team who's going to just bat and bat and bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
In sort of isolation, not worrying about the match situation, but just, I like batting.
It's always been described, cricket, hasn't it, as a team game played by individuals, and you have to have that sort of, you know, selfishness about you. There are an enormous amount of runs out there for one of these Worcester batters if they can just do what Tom Banton and James Rue managed to do, which was just find a tempo and stay in that bubble. You know, there's no extravagant movement, and even though Lewis Gregory has got a number of different options that can throw you out, you know, you almost get yourself back in every time there's a bowling change, do a bit of hard work, and all of a sudden the next bowler probably feel quite innocuous on this pitch. But again, it's a massive mental test, especially after spending how many overs did they bat?
150.
150 overs in the dirt, as the cricketers like to call it, grazing. There's a lot of grazing for the batters.
Anyway, that's what he's doing, Lewis Gregory, and he's got scope to do it. He's just shuffling it around. So we're going to see Davey have a ball. Are we? No, he took his cap off. He completely fooled me. I saw him take his cap off and walk purposely towards the umpire, and I thought, he's going to have a bowl. No, he's going to let Vaughan continue. Vaughan's bowled 6 overs for 30. Doesn't sound great, but he's bowled okay. There's not that much help there for him.
Just getting a bit of breeze, Josh JV, to that to the hair. Those felt caps, those old traditional felt caps, can get a little bit warm when the sun beats down on them.
I tell you what Vaughan would like but won't get in this match much is he was exceptional bowling his left-handers when he had his run of success last year.
Off memory as well, he had particular success when I think there was more spin on offer in this particular scenario, but he bowled around the wicket a lot to the right-hander, so the one that slides away brings first slip into play, and the one that spins sharply in brings short leg into play, but doesn't look like there's that much spin on offer at the moment.
No. But I mean, his figure's done great, but he's bowled okay. And he's clearly an asset. His all-round capacity is an asset. Ooh, there's the... He's got a sort of Aussie-style field now, and there's 5 men on the offside. He's given himself a little bit of protection with a deep man on the cover boundary, so he's going to bowl a slightly more aggressive line, which is a little bit wider of off-stump. Brings in the outside edge. That's not going to quite do it, but... It's what Swan used to do so well. He's brave enough to bowl with just a little bit more width than a lot of traditional old off spinners in my day. They hated giving runs away, so they'd be always hitting the stumps middle and leg to a predominantly onside field. But if you open up that offside, at least you can get that outside edge occasionally on a ball, on a pitch that's not spinning that much.
Yeah, you'd certainly know from a technical point of view, Archie Vaughan's got quite a straight run up, very much over the top. Whereas in my mind's eye, Graham Swan was a bit more rotational and used to get a bit of drift away from the right-hander. Is that fair to say?
I think so. Yeah.
And I think that brings that wider line into play a lot more. How did that miss the stumps?
I mean, that might have been a bit quicker. I mean, it looked like a long up, but he missed it. I don't think it was quite that short, and it might have been a bit quicker. And how it missed the stumps, I'm not sure. But you'll probably let you know in a minute. Oh,
the ball's ended up behind James Rue. And in between the batter and James Rue, there are 3 pegs in the ground. That must have been very close. That's that line that Big Marks was just talking about. Brought an outside edge into play earlier in the over, just slid through. Brett D'Oliveira just playing for a bit of spin that wasn't there. So yeah, there's enough to play with, but like I said, I think the very much the key to the game is the mental side of the game, which
the situation is still pretty hopeless for Worcester, but not completely hopeless. Now, keeping going with spin. A lot of the fast bowlers keep going towards the popping crease as if to say, I'm ready now.
Well,
but he's sticking with his spinners. It won't be long till tea, actually.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Craig Overton has just done a bit of a Stuart Broad there and has swapped the Bales over.
Right.
That seems to be a modern thing, the old change of luck.
So 35 overs remain. So we're actually on course for a conventional tea time.
Delightful.
We like that.
Two of Worcester's most senior batters at the crease at the moment. Somerset will just, I think, recognise that this is a pretty key partnership to try and break. I think they'll be pretty confident once this is broken that the batters to come are a little less known in terms of batting immense amounts of time in the game. Some good strikers. Certainly batters that look to play their shots. Somerset won't mind that. 175 for 4 here in the afternoon session on day 3 here in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset, bar the first hour on day 1, have pretty much played the perfect game so far.
Shuffling of the field, open that mid-wicket, come on. Fancy a little nurdle there. Possible leading edge. I'm not sure Brett D'Oliveira will fall for that. We'll see.
Yeah, he's got form of some pretty lengthy knocks throughout his career. Certainly looks like he's not going to be taking the attack to the bowler too many times, just feeding off the occasional loose delivery. Playing what would be described as a captain's knock.
Yeah, he's playing the responsible innings. This slightly alarms me, but I was fortunate enough, actually, because he was a great cricketer, but I played against his grandfather, Basil D'Oliveira. What a career that was. I think he lied about his age, a bit like Bill Alley did, actually, when he came here. He lied about his age, just knocked 2 or 3 years off when he first came over to play in county cricket. He played up in the Lancashire Leeds. But Basil D'Oliveira, well, was a great cricketer well into his 40s. Played for England, probably, I can't remember exactly, but at the age of about 36 or something like that, having come over from South Africa. And of course, the D'Oliveiras have been playing for Worcester ever since, just about.
A bit before my time, but yeah, to have a stand, and I think Martin Sen had a magnificent record. He was actually mentioned on day one when the captain of the Worcestershire team at the moment was called Basil by Harry. I did pull him up quite quickly on that one. But
Harry Everett called him Basil.
Yeah, Harry called him Worcestershire captain Basil D'Oliveira.
Well, they've always had the same initials, haven't they? But he ended up, Basil D'Oliveira beautifully stroked away. He really just timed that. Wasn't a great delivery, but caressed it away to the backward point boundary. So, a bit of a lull here, and a good little partnership building up for Worcester. They put on 64 together now, without many alarms at all.
Yeah, Basil D'Oliveira just shy of 20,000 first-class runs, 4,500 and 551 wickets at 27, so very fine cricketer.
Yeah, he bowled, he didn't bowl leg breaks, he bowled little away swingers. Ooh. Ended up coaching at Worcester for a long time. That's going to get the boundary, I think. So runs coming a little too easily for Lewis Gregory's point of view. 2 good conventional shots from slightly shorter length balls. He's going to try coming around the wicket now. He hasn't quite got his length right. Not much margin for error on this pitch either.
I think it could be time to see a little bit of a change from the telescopic stand then, and a bit of seam up. Maybe Josh Davey to bowl that stump to stump with the umbrella field keeper up.
Well, maybe, but maybe you wait until after tea. I mean, it's bad enough for a spinner, but for a quick bowler to be asked to get loose for 1 over, which is all we're going to do.
Yeah. I think you're probably right. I think you are probably right there, Vic. They're going to leave it as is for now and have a little bit of a tea break meeting, strategise, catch up with bowling coach Steve Kirby, who will undoubtedly come up with some magnificent plans. Cunning plan. Yeah, I have a cunning plan. Said magnificently by the man who I believe was from Clevedon, Robin
Tony Robinson. Baldrick.
Was he? Baldrick. Was he?
Yeah, Clevedon. I actually, bizarrely, was watching like a...
Baldrick and Caddick.
Yeah, must have
Oh,
been...
well known in Clevedon. That's
Must have
probably
been one of my son's junior football matches years ago, playing at Clevedon, and I was just like minding my own business, watching the game, and at the corner of my eye, I was like, "Oh my God, it's Baldrick!" Go on, mate, say it, please.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Lots of useless information in this void. Sat next to you here, Vic. Beachy doing a bit of directing, pointing, just breaking up that offside field, just staggering it a little bit, potentially dropping one a fraction deeper and squarer. Lamman be the man that he's just shuffling around.
He is.
And now he's dropped both of them back.
What's his gunning plan?
Very shit. I'm very shit. Keep moving, Abe.
He just tells me that he wants to just flight it a little bit more.
Yeah, flight it a
up
bit
little
more and probably just a little bit wider of off stump maybe. Actually, the old-fashioned way of trying to look for the outside edge or the slice drive.
Vance will get it this year, won't he? He should.
Actually, if anyone, I mean, he's not going to take liberties, D'Oliveira, on what we've seen so far. He's played very conventionally. No reverse sweeps or anything like that from him. Not many conventional ones.
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira has certainly wedged himself in 57 balls faced, 23 runs, so certainly looking just to feed off the occasional loose delivery. Hose up the other end has been far more the aggressor so far. As Leach finishes his over, and that will nearly finish the session for the day. One more before that clock will tick over to 10 to 4, and we can all scurry off and find ourselves a snack to keep us going. Archie Vaughan's going to continue his spell from this end, and how much with the Somerset fans and players love a little breakthrough here.
Well, I guess it's like scoring a goal just before half time. If you get something just before an interval, it's just what you need as you sit down and have a cup of tea and think about what needs to be done in the final session. It's going back over the wicket to Adam Hose. He's outside the line. He's going to keep playing his normal way though, or his enterprising way. He just needs one for his 50. He'd like that, perhaps for 40. Not sure Brett D'Oliveira necessarily enjoyed that shot.
Much easier to do that.
Yeah, he's in a strange position there. He's really saving one. But anyway, that's the 50 for Adam Hose.
Well played, former Somerset man. Adam Hose brings up a half century off of 68 deliveries. Played very nicely. Played some lovely cut shots off of Casey Aldridge. I think Somerset will be relatively happy with their work so far. 4 of the 10 wickets they require to win this match.
Yeah.
A couple probably fall into the category of gifts, so they'll be great recipients of that as Brett D'Oliveira plays a beautiful late cut through to the third man boundary for 4. A little bit short, a little bit wide.
I suppose
well played.
It's a little example too. There's quite a height difference between Hose and D'Oliveira, and also a difference in how they play. D'Oliveira's a small man, and he's been very quick on anything just fractionally short of a length, which might be a reasonable length bowl to Adam Hose, but not to D'Oliveira. He's cut him twice, and he's flicked him through mid-wicket, short balls that, well, perhaps not quite long hops, but he could just wait on the back foot. So a good length to D'Oliveira is not identical to a good length to Adam Hose, probably.
Yeah, at the moment there hasn't been that side spin just to get into the batter's psyche at the moment. You can be pretty assured at this stage that the line bowled will
they're rushing in. We're getting one
still
more.
be the line you'll face as we're going to scamp around and get another over in. One more Leach over. Could it be the wicket that Somerset desperately want? Jack Leach's 500th to take us into the interval. We'll find out in the next 2 or 3 minutes. 190 for 4. It's normally that time of the game where you get the gamesmanship and batters of shoelaces are undone all the time to try and stop that extra over.
Well, there won't be one after this, I don't think.
Mothers' meetings in the middle.
Yeah, we're mates, but we don't talk. We used to talk quite low enough for.
Still very much all Somerset here in this game. I suppose the players' motivation for that third session. A lot of keen golfers out there. Could they have a day off and stride the fairways instead of the outfield here at the Cooper Associates? That's enough motivation for anyone. Vic, what do you think?
Well, I think if you want to play for England, you've got to be a keen golfer now, haven't you?
It seems to be.
Look at Leach.
High up there.
He's gone. No, I don't. Oh, I think that's well done in the end from one of the senior citizens.
I think the real telling phase, and I don't think this has happened yet, when you get ECB cinch sort of logoed golf travel bags. I think that's the moment when you really have cracked it as an England cricketer, when you get free golf travel bags. But they definitely packed them before the old extra pairs of gloves and bats.
You'd love to be playing for England in this era, wouldn't you? Do you? Absolute dream world for you.
Any era of it, but yes, I mean, yeah, the chance of making a few quid on a day off, you know.
Well, there we go. A gentle finish to the session, where Somerset have picked up 2 wickets, but thwarted in the last hour or so. Partnership of 75, D'Oliveira very solid, and Hose more enterprising, has played well, so it's looking like we're going to be back here tomorrow, that's for certain. Sam's got some treats for us, I don't know what it is, but
I always come bearing treats.
Yeah.
Are you going to be back here tomorrow as well?
Yeah.
Is that a treat? No, there's a treat. That's
well, that's
glorious.
all
You won't be you've not got a tea time at 9 a.m. have you, or anything like that?
No, I'm here.
Fully committed to the cause.
Are you?
I'm here. I will be here. Well, I'll be back in about 20 minutes' time, but in the meantime, we're going to leave you over tea with something a little bit special. Connor Hyde, who is one of the participants in Super One's cricket, part of the brilliant work that the Lord Taverners charity do, the brilliant around the nation in disability cricket. Connor got into cricket that way, plays up at the Yeovil Hub, and he is running the London Marathon in a couple of weeks' time. He's got a very special story. He will be the first participant in Super One's cricket ever to run the London Marathon. Naturally, he is raising money for a brilliant cause. He's doing pretty well as well. So we're going to leave you with a little video that the Lord's Taverners have made with him. I'm not going to say too much more, because the video is well worth 5 minutes of your time, and then a QR code will appear on screen. So if you like what you see and would be willing and are able to donate, you can scan that QR code and donate to a very special cause. So I will leave you with that, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time.
Some people with a disability at the start think they can't do stuff, but in my mind it's opposite. I think you can do stuff with your life, you just got to adapt.
Connor was born with cerebral palsy, epilepsy and learning difficulties. We didn't know if he was going to live. He didn't talk for 5 years. He couldn't walk properly for 3 years. We have terrible times when he's in and out of hospital and it's awful. As a mother, perhaps I actually grieved for the boy I thought I may have lost. That he would never be able to have a normal life. He was told if he did sports, it would help him with his CP, help him get stronger. Sport is Connor's life.
If I didn't have it, I don't think I accomplished a lot.
He runs everywhere, but the main problem is his epilepsy.
You could faint at any time.
When he goes out running, he normally needs to run with someone else. Even though he's had all these challenges, he's grateful that he can run.
I feel so lucky because everything I've done, my parents always supported me.
A lot of mainstream sports don't really include people who have disabilities, whereas Super Ones is fully inclusive. He absolutely loved it from the first time he went.
I didn't know at first it was cricket. It just came out of nowhere, really.
After a few months, he got more confident and he was asked, would you want to lead the warm-up? He was then able to transfer those skills elsewhere.
He started coaching 2 years ago and he's been working on the All-Stars programme, but he's also been coaching on the Super Ones programme at Yeovil as well.
He's one of the people who's helped me do what I can, be more independent.
He's always trying to improve himself, not only for himself, but so he then can pass that on.
The fact that they get to see Connor and have him as their coach is a really good role model.
He's looking for, what's the next stage? How far can I go? So he now helps out with the gym and walking cricket for the over 50s. For him to come in and say, I'm going to work, I mean, that's something I didn't think I would ever hear.
I make sure all the gyms are nice and clean. If someone needs a court, you log them in the system.
He has proved it doesn't matter if you have challenges in your life, you can do amazing things.
When I was younger, I didn't think I was going to do nothing, but I proved a lot of people wrong.
The biggest thing I would say is let them do it. Encourage them and be prepared to let go. And a group like Super Ones is so encouraging.
If I didn't have cricket, I don't think I would be as happy.
Oh my God, I am so proud of him. He's happy, and to me as a parent, being happy is it's the most important. Sorry.
Couldn't say thank you enough, really.
You turn your life around.
Chris Gregory. Please welcome back for the evening session, Somerset.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, bathed in sunshine, as it has been since the start of day one, well maybe half an hour into day one. It's an absolute glorious sight. Sam Dalling here, been alongside Triggs and Vic Marks all day. Worcestershire resuming 191 for 4. Adam Hose reached his half century just before tea. He's got 51. Skipper Brett D'Oliveira has 27, but it's still a pretty bleak picture for Worcestershire. They're trailing by 327 runs. Looks like Josh Davey is going to have a go from the Marcus Draskovic pavilion end. Somerset searching for those final 6 Worcestershire wickets that will bring them a first victory of the season. James Rube is up to the stumps and Adam Hose is on strike. Slightly funky field, couple of fielders in the covers. Craig Overton there, the big figure, you can't really miss him. He casts a very long shadow at short mid on. Tom Abel at short mid wicket. Sean Dixon a more regular mid wicket. Mid on and mid off look to me to be Tom Lammonby, and is that Alfie Ogborn? I think it might be on as a sub fielder. Archie Vaughan at backward point. And there is a deep fine leg, deep backward square leg. First runs of the session. I've got a guest with me. Always enjoy getting guests up here in the commentary box. It's a very special one. He's got his Somerset shirt on. He's taken off his stash. He's taken his gilet off. It's a bit warm in here. We can't afford the aircon up here. Welcome, Mike Unwin. How are you doing, Mike?
Fine, thank you. You enjoying the cricket? Special day yesterday?
Decent couple of days, isn't it?
It was.
You're going to try and get Tom Banton's bat from the innings or something for your collection?
If possible, possible.
Man, we can get that requested.
Last year, of course, Lewis Goldsworthy broke his bat, didn't he? But we didn't get that one either.
Oh, you don't want a broken bat, do you? Doesn't quite get the line right there. Good glove work from James Rude. Mike, you are can I call you the curator of the Somerset Museum?
Volunteer and trustee.
Volunteer and trustee, okay. But tell us a little bit about the Somerset Museum, because you've been working very hard for the last couple of years. How long have you been involved in it?
3 years now.
3 years now.
Yeah.
And you've been working very hard to digitalise everything that we've got over there.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We started off back in just after COVID. There was very little done during the COVID, so we had a lot of catching up to do. And the first iteration was getting the spreadsheets sorted out. I inherited a 2011 set of data, which was in row format rather than columns, so everything had to be moved from rows to columns. And then I merged that with the current one I was doing, and we now have a spreadsheet that contains about 3,000 items. It's getting unmanageable, so I've started to use a system called eHive for cataloguing the items. If you want to go on, just Google eHive Somerset. We're on the free version at the moment. But no doubt we're going to have to upgrade to a paid version in due course. And they'll do the take-on for us.
What you're saying, Mike, is we need to build a bigger museum. Is that right? We've got so many items because the museum isn't just in digital form, right? It's been over there, hidden away in the corner, a hidden treasure at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Yes, it's a 15th century barn. It was part of the Taunton Priory that was dissolved by Henry VIII in the dissolution of the monasteries. And the barn is the only remaining building. But of course we still have Priory Bridge Road, Priory Avenue, Priory Road Avenue and so on, to remind us of the Priory. In 1986 it was bought by the Somerset Supporters Association,
Just pushed away down to third. That's going to bring the first boundary to D'Oliveira. He moves into the 30s. Last ball of Josh Davies over 59 gone, 196 for 4.
The Somerset Association supporters bought it to enlarge the car park. Subsequently, a lot of that land has been made into the indoor school, and they had the vision in 1986 to have a museum. By 1988 it was renovated in its first iteration, and 1989 it opened. A good collection, but we've built on that since. And then in 2000-ish, we received a big bequest, and that allowed us to complete the renovation, come into the second iteration, if you like, with the girder work, the upstairs gantry, and so on. And the museum's been developed since then.
Lewis Gregory going to start us off from the river end again. Keeper up to the stumps. Adam Hose on strike, looking good. Retaking his guard, 52. He's going to have to step back into his crease with James Root there for company. Craig Overton again at a short catching mid-on. Driven, good bit of fielding by, I think it's Tom Lammonby there. Left-handed, so it might be Alfie Ogborn, left-handed. I wonder if Brian Rose was involved, because Vic was telling us earlier on that actually when he was playing there was no sort of commercialisation. There wasn't a club shop, you couldn't buy the shirts, you couldn't buy the hats, and Vic was saying Brian Rose was the man that started all that off. And I'm trying to find the comment, someone in there had his IVA Viv Richards t-shirt, he remembered wearing it back then. So I wonder if Brian Rose, I wonder if it was his idea to start up the museum.
More of the Supporters Association.
I'm only winding you up,
We've
Mike.
got some Brian Rose memorabilia.
Oh, have you? What have you got, Brian Rose's?
A shirt.
From any particular game, can you remember? One of the cup finals?
I can't remember the game. I know we've got some. And certainly we've got a blazer of Vic's.
Have we?
Yes.
What size blazer did Vic wear back in the day?
His test blazer.
Oh, there we go.
He brought 3 in and was delighted to clear his wardrobe. But over the autumn and winter, we've done a lot of work. Have you heard of the Sporting Heritage Organisation? I
have now.
You have now. An online organisation that looks primarily to support sports museums a bit. I don't know, Heart of Midlothian Football Museum, the Rowing Club, the Hockey Museum, and we're part of that as well. This time last year they started to focus on hashtag art and sport. We put some things on our website. And it was very successful. We got a lot of hits, and from that we reimagined one of the floors, the upper floor, and built an art gallery at the end of it.
Oh, beautiful! Okay.
Mike Tarr, who the artist and trustee, built that for us. We've got some lovely paintings up there. Ian Botham by Fiona Davis from Martock, Bill Alley, and the one my favourite is Recreation at Bath. This was painted by Alan Derman.
Okay.
If you've heard of Alan Derman, his main claim to fame was I'll call them risque pictures.
Okay.
1960 travel pictures, people bathing at Weston-super-Mare for British Rail.
Ah, okay.
That was his.
And so he is the artist that has done that picture of the recreation. Was that a risque one?
No.
Okay.
I was talking to his son. He said, yes, I went to the cricket match with Dad. Dad painted and I watched.
There's a lot of people that do. Jack Russell still goes around various county grounds painting. Have you got anything of Jack's in there? Just try and get something of Jack.
No, we haven't got anything of Jack's.
Oh, he's a Gloucester, isn't he? So maybe we don't want him in the Somerset Museum. It's a good line from Gregory. Hose plays it with a straight bat. 196 for 4, 60 overs gone. So I think the big question probably, Mike, is so people can find there's a website they can visit for those that are afar. That's there permanently.
Yes.
I think someone actually has very kindly put the link in the chat. FSM.
FSM?
Yeah. SomersetCricketMuseum.co.uk. And when are you open? When?
We're open at meal breaks, lunchtime and tea time in full-age games. The between innings at the 50 over games, not T20, but we're thinking that we will open between innings in the double headers.
Ah, yes, of course.
So when we have a women's game, we have that break between.
Fabulous. Umpires Saggers and Pollard just coming together. Maybe Somerset trying to convince them that ball might need changing a little bit earlier than scheduled. 60 overs on it already. Lewis Gregory asking the question, are they going to have a change? I think they might well be having a change of balls. Let's have a look, see if the box is going to appear. Yes, it is. Gives us a little break. Now, speaking of the women's team, Mike, historic occasion. Is there a section for the women's side or for Western Storm?
We've always had a ladies' display from when Somerset was nominated as home of women's cricket. A lot of that went back to Lords. We kept a lot, one of which now we're completely on trend, Charlotte Edwards. So we have a Charlotte Edwards tribute, and of course she's the new head coach of England.
No better person for the job.
Absolutely.
She was the obvious candidate, right?
Absolutely not. We've built over the winter a Western Storm display.
Lovely.
And Lisa Padgett and Trevor Griffin have given us a lot of stuff. We've got Heather Knight's 50th cap for when she played.
Oh, wonderful.
Which she gave us. Anya Shubsoul's shirt, Sophie Luft's shirt, to name but a few. I'm name dropping.
You are here, yeah. But some decent names to drop, I'd say.
And also in that era, from Polly Rhodes, she gave us Sue Redfern's umpire coat.
Ah, okay. Wonderful.
Of course, the first lady official.
Yes.
And Jasmine Naheem, who...
Yes, I know that name.
Her husband, her husband were the first man and wife to officiate at a first-class match.
Ah, really? I did not know that happened. They've got a new ball. Josh Davey going to take it. Not a new ball, but a new 60 over ball, and it's all volunteer run, right? So people like yourself, trustees, volunteers. So can people get involved if they are so inclined?
If they want to. And one of the latest thing we've done is built a Somerset ladies area. Lots of photographs of junior teams coming through. Wish we could get a few more. A shirt from Jess Hazel. And the one that I like is a little autograph back by Charlie Dean. Because Charlie was down picking her bat up from MLH on a Saturday afternoon in secret because it was embargoed.
Yes, we didn't quite know the news officially at that point, right? Not. Okay.
But she autographed her bat, and then a couple of weeks later she took a hat-trick in South Africa.
Not a bad cricketer. Potential future England women's captain as well, Charlie Dean.
Yeah. So that's the women's collection. And of course, to make room for that, we had to relocate Somerset stragglers. So we moved stragglers from one end of the museum to the other.
Okay. Constantly moving stuff around then.
Oh, yes.
Too much stuff? Is there room for it? We are going to have to build a new museum, Mike.
We've got more in the storeroom.
If anyone is out there, has the funds, nice rich benefactor, we're all good museums and theatres who need someone.
Absolutely.
You'll take the cash, won't you, Mike?
So one of the things we've done most recently, within the last few weeks, is taken a long slide set of the Somerset 150 years and put it into 8 posters. And we have those up in the museum now, so you can follow the history of Somerset right the way through in a series of posters.
Beautiful. Are they available as souvenirs, replicas of those, or anything like that? Is there any?
I could send people PDFs and put a donation.
Could sort that. Yeah. Okay, all good for a donation. There's some lovely stuff people could. That'd be a nice, wouldn't it? A set of 8 posters commemorating 150 years.
Ken Palmer's son
Somerset
dropped in last week with several of his dad's memorabilia. Cricket balls from his 9 for 57 against Notts in 1963. What's Josh going to do? A cricket ball from his 7 for 36, all bowled.
Oh wow! Okay. Did you see in here? Did you see the ball we had in here earlier on? We were talking about the game between Somerset and the Australian touring team, where Vic Marks was too modest to mention. He made 50 in the first innings and top scored in the second. We were talking about Brian Rose's broken arm. Jeff Thompson, wasn't it, that broke his arm? And someone on the power of the internet, someone in the live stream, Dave, said, I've got the ball that broke Brian Rose's arm, and he brought it in, and we had it on the live stream. It was part of an auction around Ian Botham's testimonial here. Love a bit of cricket memorabilia. That one is dabbed down to third. Nice little shot. Open the blade. Couple of runs to the scorecard. Worcestershire closing in on 200. You must remind me, Mike, because Triggs very kindly gave me a load of his old playing shirts from the sort of late 2000s as part of an auction. So I've got a few of those in a bag. So I'll bring one of those in. I mean, that can probably go into storage, and when there's a little bit of space, we might let Triggs into the museum.
Yeah. The last thing that Gary bought in for was Ken's ball celebrating his double in 1961 when he
Oh,
took
wow.
114 wickets and 1,036 runs.
Okay. So you have to get
the coveted double in those days.
down to third this time. I think they might get 4. There's a long old chase, and it's a chase in vain from Archie Vaughan. So that brings up the Worcestershire 200. 202 for 4, 37 overs. 37 runs for D'Oliveira, 61 overs gone. Sam Dalling alongside Mike Unwin chatting about this. So you're going to have a Ken Palmer section, basically,
yes,
aren't you,
yeah.
of the
We
museum?
cleared out a little box that used to hold photographs of the building of the floodlights.
Ah, okay.
We just made some space.
There you go. Well, you've got to constantly innovate, haven't you, doing
Oh,
these
we've got
things.
to.
Last question, Mike, before I let you go. We're going to bring Vic Marks back in. I'll put you on the spot. What's your favourite item
Well,
in
I'm
that
just going to
museum?
come on to that.
Oh, go on.
The double was in 1961. Bill
Yeah.
Ali scored 3,000 runs in 1961, and we have his bat.
Ah, okay.
Bill Ali's bat. But if I can just mention one
Of course you
other
can.
thing.
Of course, yeah. Of course you can.
Polly Rhodes last week gave us the 2024 scorebook.
Oh, wow.
And we have it open in the museum at the game that we're playing now from last year.
Pushed in to the offside. Much Tipex in there from Polly?
No.
She's
And of course, one more thing,
Go
if
on.
I may.
Of course you may.
Jeff Cam won.
Jeff. Oh, of course. Yes. Jeff Vian, who's who's on the board here as well, isn't he, Jeff?
Yes. Operated the camera post-COVID and set the bar for every other county to follow.
Well, he was around the world, wasn't he, with Sky as a camera operator. Watched a lot of cricket through those lenses. Is he selling books this year, him and his wife?
No, not yet. No, I believe he will be.
It's not wet and windy enough for him to stand out there. Way too sunny to be book selling.
So that's the work we've been doing in the winter.
Sounds like a lot of work, Mike. A lot of work, but a lot of fine work that hopefully is bearing some fruit.
We had a lot of Worcestershire supporters around the museum. Both.
Oh, wonderful!
It's really good, really good.
Wow, you can tell just by the way you speak about it, Mike, that you do it with a lot of pride, and I know it's appreciated by a lot of people. There's a few comments as well coming in of that. To that effect, effectively. Jeff Cam was amazing, says Lady Blade Binder. Is it operating? Can people use Jeff Cam in the museum? Maybe
what
that's
we're thinking of trying to do is build a technology centre area. So perhaps a Bakelite radio playing an old TMS or something like that.
No, I don't think he has. I think there was the bails have been broken there, but I think it was an LBW shot. It crashed into his pads. I don't know if Rue broke the bails. Yeah, it was James Rue's gloves that broke the bails there.
Hello to all the guys on the live stream. It's great. Real company.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's a real online community there.
Yeah.
Mike, well, it's lovely to have you on. Thank you
you
for popping up. Thank you for your patience as well. We've kept you waiting a little bit.
Don't worry.
I apologise for that.
Don't worry.
Mike Unwin of the Somerset Cricket Museum as Lewis Gregory is into bowl. And Adam Hose is defending, so remember. And I think, actually, I haven't turned Mike's microphone off. I've said goodbye. I'm going to ask you one more question. Are you open when the Walker and Talker events on? Is that part of the museum as well?
What happens is they meet you over in the long room, have a cup of tea, biscuit, walk around to the ground, drop into the museum for a 10-minute talk, and then go back to the long room for a longer Q&A.
You got that talk perfected now.
Off
by heart. You have it in your sleep, I reckon.
Yeah, and I've also done a couple up at Gloucester.
Ah, lovely.
Because
okay.
very sadly, Roger Long, who's the historian at Gloucester, died recently.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And I've been sort of covering while they sort of get themselves sorted out. So.
Okay. Oh, well, brilliant. Thanks very much, Mike. Lovely to have you on. Mike Unwin on there. Pop down and see the Somerset Museum whenever you're in the Cooper Associates County Ground. Constantly changing, constantly being updated.
New things coming.
We need a bigger museum. But you can always check it out online as well. The internet, it is a beautiful building as well. If you're too hot, you go in there. It's a bit of cooling. It's lovely and cool in that barn. So if you need a bit of shade, you're very welcome, Mike, as Lewis Gregory. And I know how hard Mike has worked. It's his pride and joy. And he's always in the live stream comments as well. As he said, part of that lovely online community and the museum to which Vic Marks has donated as well, Vic.
Well, my wife was thrilled.
I was going to say, it was probably you were probably pushed out the door. The bags were by the door anyway, and you thought, wow.
Well, yeah, it's weird. They had these old blazers, which I thought, well, I can't get rid of them. But no one's touched them for the last... I mean, I'm sure I could have got into them, Sam. Absolutely. They've been loitering around for several decades, and we're a better place for them to come to rest.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? The beauty of county cricket. I remember going to that museum as a kid. It's been there, as Mike said, a long time, 89. Need to get some of that original merchandise. If they haven't got any of Brian Rose's original merchandise in there.
Well, sure, we had a floppy hat once with all our signatures on or something like that, and I think my son-in-law plucked one out, We have slightly better signatures there, so you could actually tell whose was who. So there was old Colin Dredge and Both.
Here's Josh Davey. Moved away from spin. With a lot of spin before T-Vic. Did this surprise you, this move, or was it?
Well, yeah, I guess not much happening. I mean, it seems ridiculous even to suggest this, but I just wonder whether it's dry enough to just hope for a tad of reverse swing. I'm not sure I've seen any, really.
In early April.
I know. And perhaps there isn't, but basically we've got a little spell of Davey and Gregory. He's got one sort of wide slip. And actually he got that to move away a little bit. Essentially bowling straight with 2 short men on the offside, 2 short men on the leg side. You miss, I hit, but no great movement. Just to try to conjure a wicket from somewhere else, and I think if they did conjure one, then Leach, even though it hasn't turned very much, but would be the man to come and torment the new batsman.
His partnership.
Oh, he's
always in the midfield. He's 86 now, 146 balls. Yeah. So it's been a while since we've been able to use the term new batter. Worcestershire will be delighted with that. I love the fact that Polly Rhodes donated the scorebook as well. People think it's all done electronically these days, and it is. But Polly's there doing electronic, doing it written.
Doing it both ways.
She's brilliant at what she does. Polly, I think she's been dealing with a fair few technical issues over there this week, which is stressful because it's happening. The cricket's still happening, right, in real time, and you score it. So she's doing a wonderful job. We're going to see her after play as well, Polly. I haven't seen her yet this season. Worked away behind, well, I'd say behind point. There is no point fielder in there.
They're almost leaving that gap to try and induce the sort of outside edge. I think they've got a wide sort of second, third slip, but no one else behind square on the offside, so they're inviting the batsman to hit the ball down there. The trouble is the wicket is so true and the batsmen are so set that they're essentially middling it. But there's an element there of, okay, in fact they've decided they've had enough. They can take the slip out and leave a man protecting that wide third man area.
It was always going to be hard work, this.
Yeah, I think there'd probably be a wee bit disappointed. It hasn't spun a little bit more from the perfect pitch, but there is just a flicker of shaping away from Davey. He's not a huge swing bowler, he's more of a seam bowler, really.
Yeah, Andy Caddick was saying that Casey Aldridge was getting the ball to shape a little bit.
Yeah.
Just need to find
it. Feel a bit naked when there's no slip. Even though there's not much movement, it's a shame in this situation to get a nick that goes through it. Somewhere around first or second slip. The slips are out. But the game evolves, doesn't it? When I was playing, if you didn't have a slip, it was almost an admission of defeat that we're done for. Nothing's happening. No slips. It means that you've almost given up hope, which is not the situation here, of course.
Bit of patience here required, isn't it? Second new ball due in 17 overs.
So we'll get that tonight.
Yeah, the over rate is very, very good.
The over rate is very good. There's only actually, there's 25 overs remaining that have to be bowled today. They might bowl more than that. So that would be in the back of Gregory's mind, I'm sure, that if all else fails, we will have sort of 2 bites of that new ball. tonight before the close of play for about 7 overs. Now we're going to bouncer mode. Who's going to do it? Is that still Gregory?
Still Gregory.
Oh, I hope his back's all right.
Well, I have wondered that this year. I don't know how reluctant a bowler he will be. He missed a bit of last season.
Yeah. But he's going to come in and, judging by the field, he's going to pepper him.
Yeah, there's the first one.
I haven't seen Gregory do this very often. It's usually one for... Well, I don't think the bowlers really like doing it. Because, it's a lot of effort. And B, it kind of must mess with your rhythm a little bit. But Overton's done it for a little while.
Aldridge did it for a bit.
Aldridge did it a bit. So I think it would be a bit much to ask Davey to do it. Because it's just not his style at all. And now, sort of dutifully, Gregory's going to have a go.
Well, it's, leading from the front, not asking anyone to do something he wouldn't do himself.
Exactly.
I'd have liked Gregory of about 12, 13 years ago to do it when he had that last season when he first came in and he was pushing up towards 90 mile an hour.
Was he?
It used to be very sharp, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's as Pete Trigo was explaining, it's all about... Hello. They're only doing it to D'Oliveira, however. So there's a complete change field for Adam Hose. He thinks he can get it shoulder high to D'Oliveira. He can't get it shoulder high to Adam Hose, I think.
There's probably about 1.5 foot.
The week he was now standing up.
He just needs to be back of a length.
So he's not going to be bouncing here unless it's a real surprise. That was a sort of false shot. He thought that was straight and he might have been whipping it, but he got some inside edge on it and may have been a bit of false optimism too. Just needs a mistake. An LBW. It's an LBW type of wicket now, isn't
it? Worcestershire will be delighted if they can get through today. Only having lost 4 wickets, maybe 5 wickets. They just need to show a bit of fight, which they are doing.
Yeah. Well, he's cracked that one for a bit of width and he goes for it. I mean, he's batted his normal way, which is what you have to do in this scenario. He's naturally an aggressor, so there's no point in him trying to play like Jeff Boycott. He'd be more vulnerable doing that.
Who's on to 56? Adam Hose. Back in Taunton, where he played a couple of years. So what do you reckon? These two for a couple more, then a little bit more spin before that second new ball. Chuck it to Leachy and see if he can get one to turn.
Or even want to go on and hit that front pad, a lazy front pad.
Well,
but,
yes,
yeah, I mean, Leach, you can't have him bowling all day, all the time, but Leach, just look at the scorecard, he's conjured 3 wickets, 3 of the 4. So he's your likeliest weapon, but you just want to give him a little break, preferably against a fresh batsman, but that may not be possible. That's another 4, I think.
Yeah, no one down there.
So, I mean, if they're going to bowl that line, I think they need a bit more protection or even a wide slip again. Hose, if he sees width, he's not letting it go. Bit of loosening going on from Casey Aldridge, perhaps it's time for him again. And he'll be thinking, I'm going to have to get Jack back on, I think. Offers probably more of a threat.
214 for 4 then, 64 gone. Let's have a look elsewhere. Surrey fighting back. 316 for 8 they are now. Ben Folkes is 68 unbeaten.
Still in big deficit, but time's ticking along in this.
There's always draws at
contest.
Chelmsford early on in the season. It seems to be difficult to get a result, and then when you get to June, July time, Davy's going to continue for now. Where else are we playing? Nottinghamshire have got a healthy lead against Durham. 201
Still
is their
batting
first
away,
innings. They just finished. 579 Nottinghamshire were bowled out. 425 for Lyndon James. Josh Tongue, who, believe it or not, is making his debut for Nottinghamshire, missed the whole of last season, having left Worcestershire. He made 55, batting at 10. That will have frustrated Durham. 4 wickets for Matthew Potts in and amongst. 35 overs he had to bowl.
So there's a lot of runs around, essentially.
Yeah, there are a few. What else is Division 1? Sussex batting again. Their lead is 99. They've still got 10 wickets remaining in their second innings, so they claim the first innings lead. To get a result that isn't a draw there is a big push, given the time available. Given what those pitches are probably like. 5-8 plays 4-5-4.
Hampshire, that's a good game.
They're stuttering a little bit. 93 for 4, so they're chasing a relatively low total. Still need 55 runs to win. Don Best picking up a couple of wickets, so it's 2 for 18 for him off 8 overs so far. Should get there, Hampshire. First game without James Vince for a while.
So the first winners are Kent in the second division, aren't they?
Yeah, they've won already, haven't they, up at Northants? I don't know if he's an overseas. He's South African. I'm not sure whether he's overseas or as a European passport. It's not even in the live games. It's in the results, isn't it? Kent won by 144 5 runs. Called Keith Dudgeon, 7 for 36. He picked up
for Kent.
For Kent, Adam Holyoke, huge
start.
Yeah, new name, Keith Dudgeon. What a start though for Adam Holyoke there at Kent. I believe, having chatted to Darren Lehman in pre-season, that means Darren will be paying for dinner at some point in the next couple of weeks. Lehman taking over at Northamptonshire. Adam Holyoke, the Kent coach. 2 big names.
Well, it's the battle of the two. You know, it's not a football manager scenario, but we've got 2 high-profile,
very high,
charismatic. Both born in Australia, of course. Adam Holyoke played for England, captain England in one-day cricket, and has come back into the game. Sorry, last year, wasn't he? And
he did, yeah. He was doing some coaching last year. So he's led a remarkable life, actually.
Yeah,
Adam Holyoke.
Yeah,
tried
cage
everything.
Fighting.
You ever tried?
I've never
cage
tried
fighting
that,
ever on your
actually.
agenda?
No.
Triggs, any cage fighting?
I think if there was if you were taking a bet, I think Trigo would be slightly shorter odds as a cage fighter.
No, if we
could find Gareth Batty. No, he's not having that. So
wouldn't be much of a fight, was it?
Well, it would last for half a round. I've just heard.
Okay, depends how long the rounds are. 2:15.
We all know which way it would go, obviously.
For 4.
No, then
it's the kind of thing Harry.
Anyway, Adam Holyoke. I mean, he is a charismatic figure, and he's had a colourful, difficult in times life. But I think he could well be a good coach.
Lewis Gregory is going to continue to D'Oliveira. Yeah, he'd worked with England Lions and things a little bit before. I don't think he'd been out of cricket completely, and when he came back into it, I think Andrew Strauss got him back into it. That's a 100 partnership up for these two. They've dug in. The skipper at D'Oliveira. A little hug between him and Hose. They're in a little bit of trouble, potentially. I mean, they're still staring down the barrel of a big defeat. There's a lot of work to go if they're going to make this respectable, but these two have dug in. Frustrated Somerset a little bit in the last couple of hours. So have you ever tried any sort of fighting, Vic? Boxing? Have you a pugilist in your
No, I don't remember doing any boxing.
No.
No combat.
No combat. No history of combat in the marks. No, me neither, actually.
No, not even, not at the back of the pavilion or anything like that.
No.
Oddly enough.
It doesn't surprise me, and that is very much a compliment.
I think Lammonby's warming up.
To catch the eye? Something a little bit different, bit of left arm?
Well, anything's possible. Just a couple overs, just one little nick, one little something, cork cover. But he's certainly warming up. Could be a Lammonby-Leach combo in the horizon. But he's definitely doing... He's got the other person who used to be able to bowl, but I'm not sure they trust his body nowadays, is of course Tom Abel. I think since his injuries, he hasn't bowled.
It's a bit of a...
when I've seen him, actually, he was capable of swinging the ball. He could swing the ball. I'm not sure this ball would swing much, but... And had little golden spells here and there.
Yeah, he did. Got a first-class hat-trick, I think.
Yeah.
But yes. But yeah, it feels like if you do the cost-benefit analysis, the risk versus reward of Tom Abel having a ball, particularly when you've got all these seamers and Lammonby who we might see very shortly. Who would have been in your side the man they turned to in a situation like this as the 5th, 6th bowler? Was Nigel Popplewell a genuine all-rounder? Or did he bowl a bit?
Yeah, I mean, he was a batting all-rounder. He became a batting all-rounder. When he started, he was more of a bit of, handy bit of both, but he became a really substantial batsman. But he had his moments with the ball, bowling in medium pace, brisk medium pace, but more than Lammonby. I don't know how many wickets he got, but he may not have got 100, but he got a few. I remember when I think it was even before I started, Closey put Brian Rose on once. I don't know if I was playing, but he was left-handed, who bowled a bit like Lammonby, actually, but probably not quite as serious as Lammonby, but he suddenly got 3 wickets in innings against Gloucester, against all the odds. That was when he was young. He also could keep wicket, actually, quite respectably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, was this false alarm, or is this...
This
is
like
not Lammonby, this is Jack Leach. I'm just trying to think who else. I mean, Viv obviously bowled quite a bit. Either his quick off breaks or his little seamers. That would be another sort of give him a few. Denning was a complete non-bowler. Pete Roebuck actually had an interesting bowling career in that he played for Somerset under... I don't know. At the age of 13, he played for the under-18s, bowling leg breaks. He was quite a prolific leg spin bowler as a young kid. And then when he went to university, he started bowling orthodox off-spin. But fortunately not that good. Well, not that. So I did that. I did that instead.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of his career, he bowled off-cutters and won us the odd one-day match, and then went on to play to Devon and bowled quite a lot, batting at number 6, bowling kind of quite fast off breaks or off cutters almost. Latterly, I used to put him on the bowl. When he was captain, he made me open the batting a few times, which I didn't mind trying. And when I was captain, I used to chuck in the ball, especially when I was in dire straits in one-day cricket, and he actually won us a couple of games. Here's Leach, anyway. And there's a chap called Richard Harden who bowled a bit like Lammonby. But he could sort of swing it very gently with the left hand, but he was very reluctant to bowl. You can't be serious, is it?
Not many reluctant bowlers. Most people fancy it. Wicketkeepers love a bowl, don't they? They like to charge in. They all bowl quick. in their heads.
But it's quite handy just having someone who is respectable, who just might sneak a wicket. And I don't know whether we're going to see Lammonby, but he might be. He hasn't got many first class. He's got a few one-day wickets, Lammonby, I think.
There was a summer.
We opened the bowling in
T20, didn't he? He used to bowl the first over, and usually only the first over. Well, actually, when he first broke into the Somerset senior side, I think he played as in T20 as a middle order all-rounder with bat 7, 8, 9 and bowled a couple of overs.
Yeah.
He's got 11 first-class wickets, 15 in T20. And always remember, I don't know if it's one of those where he only ever did it once, but because he did it, you think back, oh, well, he must have had a bit of a golden arm. I remember Alex Barrow breaking at least one partnership. I think there was a game at Hampshire where he did it. Neil Mackenzie was another one that did it. Oh, he got Neil Mackenzie.
What did he bowl?
Alex Barrow, did he bowl little medium paces? Very medium. Very, very little, very medium.
Well, a friend of Pete Trigo and me, Julian Wyatt, I remember, he bowled little medium paces, and he was put on one time as we were sort of trying to conjure a sort of last innings run chase against Essex, whereupon he got Graham Gooch out. didn't cheer Graham Gooch up very much. But then I played club cricket with Julian briefly, and he bowled a few little ugly little seamers quite effectively.
Right, end of the over.
End of random. Let's have a look. After all this, it'd be nice to see Lammonby coming on to bowl, because that's what we're getting mildly excited about, but we're not seeing him yet. Gregory's going to keep going. As I say, to D'Oliveira, he's got the I'm going to bowl short at you field placements, but not to Hose. He's going to come round the wicket.
Yeah, in my mind's eye, Vic, I'd imagine a Julian Wyatt bowling spell, he'd get quite angry, wouldn't he?
Well, he'd get red in the face, certainly.
Yeah. He definitely made the purple pip 11, didn't he? He used to rouge up quite quickly.
Yeah.
Especially when I was misbehaving when he was coach.
Good, yeah. Well, I'm sure you deserved it.
I had a couple of hair dryers off of Julian
Such a
Wyatt back in
soul
the day.
In many ways.
Yeah.
I think he was. Well, you'll tell me, but I always thought he was a very, very good coach.
Excellent coach.
He's got that fine enough. It's just for the single, I think. Oh, he's scattering back for 2.
Oh no! We've got buzzers.
Oh dear!
It's going to be a lot of buzzers as well. This could be. That's a 6.
That's at least 6. I don't think they can have any more than that. He's signalling. I would imagine that is 6, but I can't see how many fingers he was holding up there, the umpire. We'll wait until confirmation comes onto our screen, but I would think that's 6, wouldn't you?
Well, I think they completed. I think you've got to be completing the 2 when the throw crosses the stumps. Or they've had to have crossed in between. Yeah, I would imagine that's a 6.
Well, he's still on strike, D'Oliveira, so I think that must be the case. It's gone down at 6 there.
And he's moved on to 50 as well.
Yes.
No one's realised.
And they're going to congratulate one another. Okay.
It's one way to get yourself a 6.
But Julian would have been sort of running the academy when you started.
Yeah, he was second 11 coach. Pete Robinson was working as well. Yeah, he was great inspiration. Has been for my whole adult life. Actually, I still stay in touch with Jules. Yeah. He's actually got a really intriguing cricket business at the moment. Actually, he's developed this a virtual reality sort of headset with the I think it's a Meta headset made by whoever makes those sort of things, and you can. It's like a training aid where you can, theoretically in the winter when you can't get to a net, you can still hone your game. So yeah, it's a lot of those sort of games are quite popular now. So if you do have a headset, check out Runmaker. Yeah, I think he's sold into a few schools. I think it's very much in a development stage still. But yeah, it's.
I met a
nice.
friend. I mean, it's obviously a coaching aid, but I met someone a while back who said he's got something like this, and he'd spend hours of an evening. You're kind of playing virtual shots. I suppose do you have something in your hand? Do you have a sort of bat handle?
Well, there's a gaming version of it, but Jules's version is very much, and that's more like hitting home runs, like stick cricket. You can hit 6s and 4s at will, but Jules's is very much a training aid, from my understanding. And I think they've
up here, wouldn't we?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I've been in touch with him many times talking about it, and I think they've developed. Because obviously one thing you don't want is a full cricket bat being swung around the lounge at home, cleaning up flat screen TVs and light fittings. So I think what they've managed to do is produce a handle where the attachment attaches to it, and it's somehow weighted to feel like a cricket bat. Okay. So again, as a young cricketer, if you're really motivated to get as much practice as possible, the ball fires down at you in your headset, and you can shape the shots and work on certain shots. So it's got some legs, I think.
Do you therefore get an indication, if you're using this, as to how well you've coped with that?
Yeah, you will obviously get a feedback through the handle that you've timed the ball. I think you're in your virtual world that you're in with this headset on, you can see the indoor centre or the ground you're playing at, the machine or bowler bowling at you, and obviously the sensors will pick up your bat path. If you're presenting it in line with where the ball is, obviously you'll hit it in the middle, and it's good.
I think we need to get him up here, mind you. It'll take some explaining.
Well, I mean, I'm probably doing a bad job of explaining it.
You're doing a lot better than I could possibly manage, but I've seen the 2-minute little video or whatever you call it that Jules has got. So he's got an alert and sort of active mind still. Not really much turn for Leach. He's bowled very few poor deliveries.
Just sent him a message now. We're gonna get Julian White in to explain all things Runmaker. Maybe he'll bring the device with him, and I could maybe demo it.
You could demo it. You'd be the man.
See how many times I can nick
Clear
off
the
in a session.
6 more. It's just broken the glass of the press box.
Yeah, it is good. Like I said, I mean, it's you think about the youngsters these days. The real motivated cricket fans out there. Most youngsters will be very, very used to having a life in a headset and gaming and all that sort of stuff. And combining the two seems like a pretty reasonable idea. As Leachy finishes over, Worcestershire 222 for 4. Somerset in search of these 6 wickets. A great partnership developing at the moment. Captain Brett D'Oliveira has just passed 50 with an almighty 6, and Adam Hose has played beautifully, you must say, for his 61.
We promised you Lammonby, and we're going to get him, I think. Yeah, left arm over. I think James Rue's just wondering where shall I stand? Up or back? He's going to stand back to start with. I think Gregory's just gone off the pitch because Overton's waving his arms around a lot. It's not going to be a slip. I still feel uncomfortable without a slip. I know must be dating me. Just one there, just in case.
Especially the angle sliding across.
Left arm over, going across the batsman.
You'd be bitterly disappointed if an edge went through that area. You'd certainly have to stand, I'd say, like a second slip and get very close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see on day one. Lammer's out there with his tape measure, marking his run up.
Who did that?
He was in the psyche from from ball one. He started with a no ball, which won't please him. 4 off the first ball of his spell.
Arms going up, but I think that was either pitching. That was pitching outside. He didn't hit it. I suppose that's.
This could be maybe one of the latter plans that Lewis Gregory would have been thinking about today, and good to see them trying lots of different things, different combinations, tactics. Hasn't
spun
too
as much
fruit.
Hasn't spun as much as you thought, has it? Really?
No, I was surprised actually. I mean, I'm used to being wrong. I don't often admit that I am, but I did think that Leachy would get a little bit more than he has. Not to say that won't appear at some stage on day 4.
Yeah. And that's what happened beautifully last year. They got that ball to turn just enough to be a significant turn, didn't they, in those games? But this is more similar to the match against Kent last year, which turned out to be an epic contest. When Somerset must have bowled them out cheaply, they got a big lead, and then Crawley came in and got a 250 odd. I think Somerset were left with about 200 to get on the last afternoon, and they got them actually quite easily. But it was a long but entertaining game of cricket, and they must have bowled them out very cheaply in that first innings, which is often, as we've seen, the best time to bowl at Taunton.
Yeah, it's always had that characteristic to slightly flatten out, and I know it's always been that fine balance between a good cricket pitch that promotes the 20 wickets, or certainly assists the 20 wickets, and going too far in favour of the spinner. That's always the balance, because you know, Somerset as a club do try and play the game right, but you know, it's home advantage.
Once or twice
and
it's gone over the top. But the ones last year were perfectly acceptable and very good pitches, I thought, when spin dominated, but it wasn't the raging turners.
Yeah, agreed. It's
that we had a few years back, just occasionally.
It's one of the frustrations for the Somerset cricket fans when the ECB sort of came down quite hard on the club, and you know, it was absolutely no different to what Essex used to do at Chelmsford when they had Danish Canaria, and now, you know, modern day Simon Harmer. I know when Lancashire won the county championship, when they turned the square round at Old Trafford, so they played all of their cricket at Liverpool, and I think Kerrigan got 80 wickets or something. That was turning all over the place, and nothing much was said about that. And then as soon as Somerset prepared a pitch at the turn, the ECB were very excitable. But we are where we are.
And in the process, 2 Somerset spinners played for England did quite well for them, namely Leach and also Don Bess, actually.
Yeah, shock. You have a ground promoting spin, and you have the emergence of 2 players who have played a big part in the last sort of, well, certainly this man on show now has played a big part in the last 5 or 6 years of England cricket, and yeah, that was kind of the reason. So yeah, it's always a bit of a confusing message sometimes, but we are where we are. I think Somerset back themselves to play on good cricket pitches and be the better team, which they have been for the majority of this game. But yeah, it's certainly showing signs of being a sort of classic Taunton pitch, where if you bat well, you can make an awful lot of runs.
Yeah, I mean, he's bowling well. I mean, you know, you could see why he's getting excited with that last delivery. He's trying to hit it off the back foot, but it was dead straight, not that short, but you can trust the pitch.
Yeah, you're just waiting for a little bit of a chink in the armour here. are one of the Worcester players, and I think probably Hose looks the one that's going to try and force the occasional shot that might create an opportunity. But at the moment, I think Somerset will be pretty content to just nestle in a little bit. 10 overs before the new ball, which will be a big time for spin and seam. That harder ball might just offer a little bit more to Jack Leach.
Well, if he's actually very accustomed to bowling with a new ball, if that's what they want to do. Is that 4 more overs? No, not quite. I mean, Somerset will need, for their own peace of mind, at least 1 more wicket tonight from somewhere. I don't quite see where it's coming from yet. There is that new ball available in, I think, 9 overs after this. He's just bringing his mid-off up. That's right. You don't want to. Dolivere is less inclined to go aerial. Invite him if he wants to.
Well, Leachy with his body language is certainly thinking wickets, and this next one for him will be particularly special as it's number 500 he's seeking at the moment.
Well, he doesn't look
slightly elusive.
Doesn't look to be straining for it. He's bowled nicely actually in this little spell. He's nothing away. Hasn't found much turn. The ball's gone soft, of course. Doesn't help.
Beautiful vista there on screen at the moment. The sun beating down across the ground. It's been glorious weather. Not a cloud in the sky all day.
Award-winning health insurance. WPA. Proud sponsor, official health
many people in the Taunton area to come down and spend their Monday in the sunshine tomorrow.
Okay, Rue has allowed Lammonby 1 exploratory over, and now he's going to come up and stand up. So he'd like Lammonby to get it around that off stump.
Yeah, I think you could maybe one of those leg side catch with the angle. One of those leg side catches could conceivably pop into that vacant slip area.
Yeah, I think I'd like that.
I only think that because they've left point open and they've got the third man as the only real protector of that side of the boundary. So they're encouraging the batter to open the face on one.
Yeah.
Makes me think that you kind of want to slip in there to sort of complement the opening you're offering the batter.
Yeah. I mean, they've left a lot. They've left the gaps have been square of the wicket. They've got these men at straight mid off, mid on, shortest extra cover, shortest mid wicket. So they've got the drive covered. So they are inviting the slightly open face shots. You just think one slip, just in case they don't quite get it right. However, they haven't got one. Overton's still in charge. I think he is. I can't quite spotted Gregory back on. I'm sure he's all right. He's just pulled a long spell.
Is that not Lewis at short extra cover? That looks like his stance.
Perhaps it is. Yeah.
He has quite a familiar stand with arms crossed posture.
Yeah.
Overton might just take on just to give him a little bit of a mental break. Lots of experienced cricketers out there. You've got former captain Tom Abel as well that can, I'm sure, offer plenty of leadership.
Yeah. It's quite a sensitive position to be a. I mean, he was captain, of course, for 7 years. So you have to be quite a sensitive man to not. And I'm sure Tom fulfills this very easily, but not to be barging in and saying, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. You just, initially especially, you just wait to be asked rather than try and... Well, I don't think it'll worry Lewis Gregory, he's been around for so long anyway, but you see my point. There is an art to being an ex-captain in the team, that you don't want to be suddenly trying to run things. You just need to give a back seat, but of course offer advice when you're asked, or offer suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, it was mentioned or talked about on day 1 and 2, you know, talking about the emergence of some of the players when I was playing that we see out there now, and I was very much talking about their characters and what they brought. Not only are those players quite close in age, but, you know, quite remarkably with, you know, young, successful sportsmen, they don't really carry that kind of an ego, to be honest. They're really good guys, and you know, that's part of the melting pot of characters Somerset have. There aren't any difficult characters or people you think are a nuisance. They're all very, very positive. They get on, they don't try and step on each other's toes, and it works really well.
Yeah, you're right.
And also there was, you know, he'd done his term. It wasn't a removing of the captaincy as such. It was more of
more his decision, wasn't it? And I think it was a good decision actually. For his, I mean, he was a bit unlucky. He got that injury, because I would have thought he got that very fine, didn't he?
Yeah, nicely played. Just opened the blade on that. Played with soft hands. Going to pick up a couple of runs.
The only thing that went wrong with that decision is he got injured for the start of the season, because I still feel that we talk about Banton now, but Abel, if he doesn't get he's one of those cricketers that you think should have played some international cricket at some point, and he might still do it, but
there's a couple of occasions where he was going to play.
He was in a T20.
Bangladesh, wasn't it? Bangladesh,
he got injured.
He was going to play and did a hamstring just before. He's been a couple of times. He's been in squads, and the word was that he was going to play, and has picked up, you know, untimely injuries, which can happen. But yeah, I think with those sort of dynamics you were talking about, those sort of emotions and those confrontations and those things that you don't really want in the team normally come when there's been an axing and someone feels disgruntled, whereas I don't think that's ever been the case, which is
it certainly wasn't the case with Tom Abel, and Somerset have been fortunate in recent years. There have been several players out there who could easily captain the side very well, I think. Well, Gregory and Abel for a start, but I'm sure Craig as well. I've just managed to get rid of our screen. I'll just hand it over to our
tech professor. There we go.
Working again.
I wouldn't do that if you had a plate of food in front of you, but I'm happy to lean across you to turn the TV back.
We've got our engineers on it. It's now working again.
Over completed there by Archie Vaughan, Worcestershire. 2:36 for 4, 15 overs remaining in the day's play today. You could probably play on for another couple of hours. The sun's shining, beautiful conditions here. Beautiful conditions for batting. And the Worcestershire middle order are showing some good resolve.
Yeah. The more experienced middle order now compared to some of the other batsmen. D'Oliveira has looked very composed in a slightly more passive vein. Hose is a natural aggression, but he's got the balance right since tea, and doesn't look too frustrated if he is bogged down for a little while. He's got 60 odd on the board now and feeling comfortable.
Yeah, he's looking good. His former Somerset man, Adam Hoser, and that is
well there, James Drew, didn't he? No, he didn't. He missed it.
There's a rather ordinary delivery there from Lammonby. 4 byes, which started day 1.
Oh, did it?
First ball of the day was down the leg side from Overton. Took a naughty bounce in front of Rue, straight through. 4 byes. We thought, oh, here we go again.
Well, I'm no wicketkeeper, but that was challenging. Left arm over, foot outside leg stump, standing up.
Yeah, I think that's the shot that
it looks like Somerset are trying to encourage just a good top of off, just outside off stump ball, and Adam Hose has back cut that. But I think the pitch is a pretty easy pace, and that soft ball isn't really offering much to Lammonby at the moment. Brett D'Oliveira back on strike. Really do feel, Vic, that I'd like to see, and the new ball is due, Overton Aldridge. Like to see Aldridge with the new ball. That would be my go-to from the river end. He bowled beautifully on day one, and give him a harder new ball. There is a suggestion, because Lewis Gregory both times has left his first spell quite late, that maybe he doesn't like bowling with a new ball, which is something I can't quite compute as a seamer, but there are a few out there that don't really like the feel of the new ball and like the lacquer off.
Well, what's that? Is it because it's a bit more slippery, and I don't know. You liked the new ball, didn't you? I remember that season where you got it early April and you managed to hang on to it for most of the summer. I can't remember which year it was.
I managed to keep it.
Something happened, and you started off with that new ball.
I kept it for 2 seasons.
2 seasons?
2 seasons, and I really enjoyed it, because, as a swing bowler, you've got that, the lacquer just kisses off of a fresh pitch.
So tell us,
it was lovely.
About the lacquer. I mean, it's right, isn't it, that it tends to swing a little bit more once you've... it needs about 4 or 5 overs before because is that right?
Occasionally, yeah. I've always found the new balls swing straight away, but then my pace it probably falls into the category of drift. But yeah, even if you get a ball that doesn't swing, then it's over to the ball shining experts on the field to buff one side, get the lacquer off, and then shine one side, and obviously the opposing side gets a bit rougher, but normally a Duke's ball will swing from the start. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see, but because he'll want to take that new ball quite definitely, because obviously he wants to make another inroad before tomorrow. 6 wickets, 6 wickets still standing. There is hope for Worcester to get out of this hole, especially if they get through that second new ball, which will not only be significant tonight, but also tomorrow morning it'll still be fresh, that ball.
Yeah, well, I think taking it straight away as well gives the opportunity for another new ball that's later on in tomorrow as well, if needed. But also, I think it's not just the seamers. They will want Jack Leach to have a hard ball in his hand. But so I could only envisage, unless it's really successful, the new ball burst will only maybe be 3-4 overs from that river end before you see Leachy into play. That's why I kind of feel like Casey Aldridge is your man.
No, I can see the logic of that.
Now that must concern you. But you can see you can see my logic. I've won him over, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
It's taken me a couple of seasons, but Vic Marks is on my wavelength. It's official.
I'm surprised he took Leach off, actually. Well, maybe he's saving him for just so he's nice and fresh for a couple overs at the end with the new ball. So Leach has done that quite often for England when they've been playing overseas. What he has done, Gregory, is ensure that his potential new ball bowlers have actually got plenty of overs left in them. I mean, I haven't got the figures in front of me, but Overton feels like he's only bowled no more than a dozen overs in this innings. Likewise, Aldridge. So they should have a lot of energy there to take the new ball tonight. He hasn't over-bowled them throughout the innings.
Yeah, that is the benefit of a all-rounder that's a spinner, and Lammonby that's managed to get through this
I suppose, little dry spell here just to get through to the new ball. He's only bowled 3 overs, but they've been relatively economical, and that was a bit of difference from yesterday when Brett D'Oliveira was scratching round for overs and those bowlers came on and were going for boundary after boundary. You kind of lose control of the game, where not that runs is an issue, but you never really want the batters scoring too freely.
Okay, well, thank you, Tom Lammonby. Leach going back to what I think is his favoured end. It may not, well, statistically that may not be true, but that's the end he prefers bowling.
It's true. He bowls a, I would say, above 70% of his overs will be bowled from that river end. I've plucked that number from thin air, by the way.
No, but I hesitate to do it again, but I think you're about right. And he's got to be able to bowl both at both ends, but I've heard him say, I like bowling that end. Caddy used to say that, and which was his end?
Caddy was this end, almost exclusively this end. I was exclusively the other end.
That actually, generally, the prevailing wind would help you a little bit more with your away swing from the river end, wouldn't it?
It's not as obvious as it used to be, since the ground has been relaid a number of times and levelled every winter. It used to be quite a bit of a slope to get up to the crease, and I always liked, I mean, probably because I was a change bowler, so I always liked bowling. I always felt like I bowled harder into the pitch if I was bowling uphill slightly. I always felt like I got a bit floaty bowling downhill, and like I said, you can't see it now. It doesn't seem that obvious, but it really was. There was a certain tilt.
Yeah, I have
here
that
at Taunton
memory too, from way back.
Yeah,
because I prefer bowling that end as well.
Yeah, the prevailing wind definitely comes from what is now the Pegasus building across the ground.
We also preferred that end because the boundary's a bit longer straight.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been pre-Lord Botham stand end, so the boundary would have been a bit longer?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think when they built that stand. I think I was still playing when they had the stand. But they bought it.
I reckon it was like 99 they built that stand.
Oh, no, I didn't. Is it that? Oh, right.
97,
yeah. Oh, was it really?
Somewhere around there?
Oh, no, well, nowhere near. And that's encroached a little bit. So the boundary was a little bit longer, perhaps. Especially one-day cricket. Felt uncomfortable bowling this end. Even in those days, the little bats. Well, actually, they weren't that little. Those jumbos, magnums.
Yeah, that was a big, thick piece of wood, the old Duncan Fernie Magnum, wasn't it? My first cricket bat. Bought for me by my dear Nan, a Duncan Fernley 405. The Graham
well, I helped christen that.
Well, yeah, thanks for that. It was a beauty.
Gave them a few of those 405. Well, not gave them, took them.
I suppose the real one you wanted, I think that was like the middle sort of range one that they produced. The expensive one was the Magnum and the Attack, which was Botham's Botham's brand.
So
had a great evening with Lord Botham at Yeovil Town Football Club a couple of Fridays ago.
Oh, right. What news?
Hosted him in a MND charity night. There was a mixture of Yeovil Town fans and actually, you know, I suppose because he's in some way in our sphere, you don't sometimes realise how big a draw and a star Ian Botham was or is, and you know there were lots of people. I've come all the way from Leeds to come tonight, and someone came from deepest, darkest Sussex to come and, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost awkward because I kind of hosted a pre-drinks thing with him, and some chap came up to him, "Oh, do you remember in 19-something you signed my bat?" And Botham's like, "Well."
Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, good.
Yeah, it was really nice actually. He was on
good form.
He was on top form. He was exceptional actually. Brilliant stories. Very, he's sort of, I was kind of hosting and Q&A and all that sort of stuff, and I think my my way in was to sort of get the crowd quite jovial. So he loosened up and was telling some brilliant stories of the sort of what people really want to hear, the parties with Elton John and
right.
and the stuff that got him into trouble. And I was,
so you've got to tread a little delicately.
Yeah, I was very much pro. He sort of gave me a bit of a tease about my moustache at the moment. I said, well, to be honest, mate, the blonde locks, the mullet and the moustache was my inspiration as a young man, so this is kind of your fault. Yeah, he said when we were talking about style and being an icon and all that sort of stuff, he said I remember when I was getting my hair dyed and I shaved my moustache in, my motivation was just to annoy the ECB.
Well, he's always been, I have this memory of 1981, just as when he was at the low point, he was just about to be sacked, or perhaps he had just been sacked or resigned as England captain. Everything was falling apart. But obviously before Headingley happened, before his comeback, we were playing in Glamorgan. It's a sort of a little bit of an accident. We were playing Glamorgan, and so everything was going wrong for Ian. He just got his pair at Lord's in the second test against Australia. He'd just been relieved, or he'd resigned from the captaincy, so everything was falling apart, and he'd agreed to go to some quite a big function in Cardiff, fundraiser of some sort, with the likes of Gareth Edwards and a chap called Mike England who played football for Wales, and possibly I can't remember Max Boyce, but all these sort of people were there, and it was a grand occasion, and he'd agreed to speak. And he grabbed 2 or 3 of us to say, you're coming with me. And I was really concerned about it, because he was at a low ebb, everything was going wrong. And I was nervous that this is going to be difficult for him. But he absolutely waltzed through it, and was taking the mickey out of himself. And I was so impressed that he sort of coped with that, amid all the chaos that was going on around him, in terms of his own cricketing career, etc., losing the England captaincy. And so I don't know why I should have been so worried, but he actually handled it extraordinarily well. And it probably cost him at the time, but it didn't seem like it. It didn't, he managed to disguise that.
Yeah, he's certainly been a focal point for many decades now. This man bowling is here at Taunton, Jack Leach, striving for that breakthrough before the new ball. 11 overs remaining in the day's play here. Somerset desperate for this breakthrough. Quite excellent rearguard partnership brewing here between D'Oliveira and Hose. 59 and 69, batting a lot of time, batting well.
There's an element really of let's get to the new ball. Keep them bottled up. They might make a mistake. They haven't looked like making a mistake for the last hour or so. Jack's just shuffling the field a little bit, but it's only a couple overs before it's due now. No frills from D'Oliveira. No reverse sweeps from him. He's played beautifully, actually, in a very composed, measured way. Hose has actually reined back. He's slowed down. I think they'll both realise they've been around the significance of the second new ball, and we need to be there. If we've got any chance of saving this game, we need to be there and be the men to deal with the new ball, where it should move a little bit more, and Nicks might carry. And it's our job to be there.
Definitely going to be a key moment in the game, and certainly will maybe change the way that tea for the Somerset players in particular tastes tonight. If they can get another wicket or 2 tonight, but it's tough work out there. plenty of things tried. A little question on the, perfectly acceptable question. I was at times a little bit critical about the lack of ingenuity or change of plans. The keeper didn't come up very often, and what are my thoughts now with how Somerset have gone about, and we've now taken 4 wickets. The pitch is looking quite docile at the moment, but we've had keeper up, seamers bowling, we've had Lammonby, spinners, we've tried the bouncer kind of theory a couple of times.
Yeah.
But you have to say it's been fantastic batting from the Worcestershire pair.
Yeah, I mean the challenge for the batsmen has not so much been the surface, but the situation, i.e. being so far behind the game. But this experienced pair, not worried about that.
I do hope that when the new ball's taken there, you just see that, right, this is a moment. Someone grabs the game and runs in hard. It's a real short burst for hopefully Craig Overton and Casey Aldridge, or maybe Josh Davey. Someone's got to get in the scrap. I said this a few times. There wasn't much of that on show when Banton and Rue were piling on the runs. My hope is,
would you take it straight away? Straight away.
But what you want to see is a shift in momentum.
Yeah.
Craig Overton to, do his usual extra long follow through, a stare, a glare, a few words, just to try and get into a bit of a scrap. That was kind of my point that I made yesterday. Nobody was trying to unsettle the Somerset pair and almost allowing them just to tick along on their merry way. Hopefully, Somerset will show a little bit more than that.
Ooh. You just get excited by one that's not been middled. Hit that onto his leg.
But the opposition are also allowed to play well, and these two are certainly doing that. D'Oliveira, he's got form for batting long periods of time. He's played within himself, he's played correctly, he's played well. He's not really gone chasing the runs, he's just picked off bad balls when he's been offered them. He's, it's kind of like the way you want your captain to play in this situation. Adam Hose has played a few beautiful shots, especially those cut shots that he played against Casey Aldridge. They were outstanding. There was a real crack off of the middle of the bat. He's played exceptionally well. These two are going to be obviously key wickets, but they're making it incredibly difficult for the Somerset lineup so far.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of keeping an eye on Overton, and especially, he doesn't look like a man who's just about to bowl, does he?
Well, it's not out of the realms of possibility that Leachy could take the new ball.
Well, no, but that's quite possible. I don't think I'd give it to Leach and Vaughan.
No.
But there is no obvious loosening exercise coming from any of the seam bowlers at the moment, which surprises me. But we're going to watch Leach now. He hasn't done this, but the only thing they haven't tried really is going to come over the wicket. There's not much rough there. It's I suppose it's hard out there, isn't it? It's not.
A couple from Hindley yesterday to Rue turned sharply outside the left-handers' stumps, but obviously the right-handed batter will have the option just to pad it away if he goes into those wider footholes. I haven't really allowed into my thought process the fact that they wouldn't take the new ball, but obviously, they've been out there 80 overs. They might just want to hold off and take it in the morning when everyone's fresh. That is a possibility, as Adam Hose sweeps and sweeps hard, sweeps well and picks up a boundary, takes him on to 74. Beautiful shot, and he is a very good sweeper. Leachy bowling outside leg stump will probably promote that shot.
I think if he's going to bowl outside leg stump to that field, I think actually the slower you bowl, if you're encouraging that sweep shot, top it up in the air, so you're more likely to get a little, to get a slight misjudgment on the bounce. You're more likely to get that glove or that, when it's sort of flat and outside leg stump. Anyway,
I think if Adam Hose had a trademark shot, it would be the sweep. Actually, he's quite good at sweep. He sweeps seamers as well in the limited over stuff. He's a very good hard sweeper of the ball. But they've put a scout out there now. Josh Davies out on the boundary.
Very square though, isn't he?
They've got the catcher on the leg side, and as he steers that one through the offside, he's going to pick up another couple of runs.
What? I still see no evidence of bowlers loosening. What? Someone shouted, but I don't know why. There's someone in the middle. That's Aldridge is, I don't know, doing sort of gentle exercises.
Yeah, that's a proper village cricket style warm up, that, isn't it? Just a little windmill of the arms. I'm ready, skipper. Who's just rocking back and flicking that through mid wicket. Beats the diving Tom Abel. He's going to pick up another run. Yeah, one of those.
He doesn't like this. He's had enough of this over the wicket. He doesn't. I don't think he's that comfortable bowling over the wicket to the right handers each. Anyway, he's had enough of that. He's going back round.
I mean, with the size of the score that Tom Banton got yesterday, it feels like this, for a 4-day game, has just had excitement all the way through it. This feels like a lull period, but certainly not if you're in the Worcestershire dressing room or in the fan camp. I'm sure they're very happy seeing their middle order churn a few runs as we just.
I don't know why they
half past 5.
Why worry about loosening up? He just doesn't need to. He's coiled already, it seems. Well, I don't know, but the new ball's coming. And Overton's ripped off his sleeveless sweater. And he's just now doing a few little exercises.
That's a modern-looking bit of warm-up there, Vic.
Sort of knee jumps, or what do you call them?
I think that was Darren Vaness, the strength and conditioning. He used to call Russian marches, lad, and that's the Russian march. So it's like a
sort of silly walk, really.
It's a John Cleese style dynamic hamstring sort of stretch. He's going to bowl a couple of balls to his mate Tom Banton.
Well, I saw that. I was at the Champions Trophy. We went to the border, Pakistan-India border, and they have a sort of quite a prolonged ceremony, and it reminded me immediately of John Cleese and Silly Walks. There's sort of this very high-kneed march, very rapid, slightly ridiculous. This, they have this ceremony every day. And it attracts. They got stands on either side, an Indian side and a Pakistan side. They're supposed to be, sworn enemies,
posturing to each other.
But it's all very well choreographed between the two nations, doing almost identical routines with lots of high-stepping.
I've got louder Dr. Martins than you.
Yeah. Anyway, so the new ball is taken. A couple slips have surfaced. Overton's got it in his hand. There are half an hour, or how many overs left? 8 overs to go. And here we go.
Just a bit of extra zip off the pitch with that new ball. Nicely played there by Adam Hose. Gets a inside half on it.
I think you might have your way, I just sense Aldridge has been alerted. He's at second slip.
Yeah, I think that's on the whole been the
Slight criticism I've had of Craig's bowling on the whole is just been a little bit too straight, I think, this game.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see him just a stump or two over to that offside, bring in those two catchers. Aldridge and Lewis Gregory are the awaiting slips. Aldridge in particular is very close there at second slip. There we go.
He's engaging with the batsman.
There we go. He's going mad dog on him. Just to let you know I'm around.
He's certainly running in with purpose. And
so one thing we talked about is Overton strays straight again. Adam Hose doesn't miss out, clips that beautifully off his pads down to the Colin Atkinson for another 4. He's on to 82. Yeah, for those listening yesterday, Vic, we were just talking, you know, that little bit of intent shown there by Craig Overton. There's no, you can't really attribute any sort of, it's not going to get you wickets necessarily, but, you know, is it just, you just like trying to light that little fire in your belly just to get that little bit of extra percent, get that adrenaline flowing. Oh, that's close. Is it a bit too high? I think it is. Just up onto the inner thigh pad of Adam Hose. But already a little bit of theatre created there from Craig Overton. Good signs.
yeah, I think it's a bit leg side.
Just
as well.
going down, yeah, okay.
But it's beaten the bat, which hasn't happened much for the last couple of hours.
Beat the bat, a bit of a stare. Yeah, you're right there, Vic. Going down.
It was sort of slanted in rather than the away swing shape. Now then, you've had your way, Skipper Trigo. I think it's going to be Casey Aldridge.
Yeah. Positive mental messages from the commentary box down to the
Well, I expect they've
floor.
got an earpiece attached to your microphone, Pete.
Why wouldn't they? Or someone from the Hildreth sound said, Trigo says. No, I like it. I like it.
Well,
exciting times. Aldridge with a new ball in hand. Worcestershire pair have played beautifully for the large part of this afternoon. A couple of gifted wickets opened the door nice and wide for Somerset early on in this innings. Kashi Valley played beautifully for his 51 before holing out to mid-off. He was visibly disappointed with that shot, but these two have come together and they're making life uncomfortable for the Somerset captain and team. Seven overs remaining in the day's play. Looks like we're set fair to finish on time, Vic.
Yep, just about.
Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, when there's a triple hundred scored, 46.3% chance of a draw.
Well, I was obviously glued to the stream yesterday afternoon, evening, as Tom Bantam was marching towards his triple century, and I was with you again. I won't make a habit of it this summer, but there was a consultation with the predictor, which you quite rightly queried, because you tossed in the notion of it's a sort of 80%, 20%, or 19%.
I think I went 119.80.
Yeah.
I think it was my...
Well, that's not looking so silly now, because the predictor had it 98, 9...
It was 0298.
Yeah. And, well, where's the predictor been?
Yeah, I think...
I
think we can call upon it. We can summon the Trade Nation win predictor at any time.
Okay. Well, I think you should do that. If
the Gremlin will fire up the MacBook.
They've got to put a bit of coal on the fire first, have they?
They've got to summon the Gremlin, and he will get in touch with the algorithm, and we'll get the win predictor.
Hang on.
Up to date.
Well, you see, that's amazing, isn't it? We've just had out of the ether magically. It's 96% win, 4% draw.
I think he's been on the Thatchers. Yeah,
I would have thought that's I would have thought that's. Yeah.
I would probably go with 0.
Yeah. No, I think we're happy.
30, 70.
Oh, really? That pessimistic?
Yeah.
From a Somerset perspective.
Yeah, I just think that.
Well, I suppose what you're being rational, because if you were saying 20% last night, the possibility of a draw for Worcester has improved since the situation last night. I'd say that. So you're being logical. I
think one of the factors that you got to put into play is after this wicket, it's pretty inexperienced.
Well, Wait can obviously bat, but the tail, they do seem to have a tail. We don't know.
I'm not saying they're not good players, but they're relatively unproven in terms of batting for a whole day. I mean, let's remember that batting for a whole session for a young or inexperienced player, that's a tall ask. We've got 3 full sessions left. 1 wicket could rapidly change this game. Let's be honest about it. So I still think Somerset, even though where we are now, it's looking tough, and Worcester are playing beautifully, and one mistake could wrap this game up in an hour, and that's.
But you're still saying 30%.
That's what we saw in the first innings.
Yeah. Okay.
Tom Taylor can play. Wait can play. Allison, from what I've heard, can play, but they're hitters. They're not batters. I'm sure they've got some hundreds in the locker somewhere, but I think someone who can go out there and bludgeon an 80 and 90, as opposed to someone that's got to bat for 4 hours, that's a whole different kettle of fish. Yet to be seen, and lucky enough, we'll be back tomorrow, and we will be able to witness what transpires yesterday. But with balls like that, they're still around. Only one of those has to catch the edge, and all of a sudden, the Trade Nation Gremlin will be having an absolute head
smug
fit.
again.
He'll be
Whoever
looking
he is,
smug.
or she.
Gremlin's are non-binary, I think. I didn't assign gender to my gremlin.
What's happened to you, Pete?
Well, I'm just modern man.
Absolutely, 21st century man, dressed like it.
Dressed like a 1930s cowboy.
Oh, he's trying to engage again. He didn't have the ball though.
Yeah, I'm maybe it's just an old school, way of thinking. But those little signs just tell the batter that I'm here. I'm in your face a little bit, and I'm not going away. And I think that's what you see. There's nothing in this game that gives you anything for free.
Mm.
But I just like it when I see a bit of character, a little bit of attitude, and trying to unsettle the batter.
I can't remember. Did you talk to him much out there when you were bowling?
Yeah, if the time was right, and I said it yesterday. I think Alfonso articulated it brilliantly.
He went looking for an argument almost.
Yeah, I mean,
well, and Jimmy Anderson's done that.
It's
for 700 or 800 or whatever, 700 odd Test wickets.
Well, I think this mentality has probably come from more physical sports, but I did mention Roy Keane. If you're feeling flat, pick a fight with someone. Just just to get your own.
But in your football
energy
career, it's quite difficult for a goalkeeper.
You wanted to stay really quiet as a goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard about. I mean, the other person someone was talking about the other day was Glenn McGrath, who's off the field is the most delightful, sort of quite gentle, fair-minded. 5-0, I know, but a delight. And I've seen him bouncing kids on his knees and he's just charming. Except for when he's got a ball in his hand.
I mean, there's so. I mean, you could go. You can go and watch a game of Sunday evening 20 over cricket, and there'll be a number of guys that once they step on the rope and it's game time, they're there to have to get involved, and I think that's what sport does to you. It's not. Doesn't define you as a human or a character just because you're combative on the sports field. It just means that you care about what you're doing. You've got personal pride. You're trying to put a shift in for your team, whatever your motivation is. But yeah, sometimes there's lots of players out there. I mean, the bowling coach at Somerset now was a prime example.
Yes.
Steve Kirby used to finish his run up. He had snot dribbling down his face, and he was talking all sorts of nonsense that you had to get subtitles for, and you knew you were in a battle, and that's what you want to see, whether the game's going flat or whatever. I mean, Justin Langer was brilliant for it. He would just pick one of us on any given day, do something, and you knew what he wanted. He wanted you. He wanted you to get into a scrap. I mean, there was one stage he banned, like I said, Sam or Harry quite rightly said yesterday, in the modern day, a lot of these lads might have been overseas, being teammates with one of those lads, but you're not mates out there. And JL, if you had a friend that played for the opposition,
and you were chatting away,
you were under threat of death. If I catch you being all nicey with him today, Treeks, you're going to have it, basically. He didn't want the nicey, but again, JL, great guy to have a beer with, and lots of friends and all that sort of stuff. But on the field, Casey running in hard.
He looks to have a good rhythm,
beautifully at the moment.
Yeah. He looks like he knows where it's going at the moment, doesn't he? Oh my goodness! The field. I was going to say fielding essentially has been good, except for one or two of the throws. Tested route, and that is a landmark 150 partnership, I think. So we've seen some big partnerships. This game, you never know what's going to happen in this game, especially at Taunton. We've had some fantastic games of cricket over the last summer, and this one's not done and dusted, despite what the win predictor says.
Yeah, and the reality of the situation is that they're going to have to double this to save the game, you'd think.
Well, they're going to probably have to bat, just about have to bat all day, won't they? I mean, there is a scenario. It's a long way off, but there is a scenario that Somerset need 40 to win in three overs or something like that. 2 overs, 3 overs. Possible.
Well, anything's possible. Do you foresee a Jack Leach?
What's a Jack Leach?
A Jack Leach spell now? With that new ball?
How many overs left? Yeah, well, I do think that's possible, whether it's for 2 overs or 1. You want to do it probably at Aldridge's end. That's a very, very reassuring forward defensive. If you're up in that Worcester dressing room. He's running in with real zest, is Overton, but it was met by such a convincing, composed, gentle forward defensive.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the delivery there, but no lateral movement to speak of, and D'Oliveira defensively shaping up really well, but he's been given a license to cut and he's accepted it. What a great shot that is through cover point for 4. That's been a real mark of his innings so far. He's been watchful, but anything loose he has put away.
Yeah, he's done it well too, on top of it. I think the notion of a leach over is gaining ground, I suppose. I mean,
Oh wow, that's a glorious shot from Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, it's just
perfect.
Slightly over pitch, but that new ball, if you get it in a metre, your bat, it doesn't half race away.
Perfect cover drive, I noticed.
Yeah.
For some reason there, Craig Overton looks like he's having a little bit of a dart at Adam Hose, trying to make himself angry. Trying to go from Bruce Banner to the Hulk. There he goes again.
I mean, he is rushing in, but not much is happening after he's let the ball go.
Sags, leave it go, man. He's definitely having a word, Craig Overton. He's not getting a response from the batter, but he's trying to get involved. There we go. All eyes on the next couple of deliveries. Big, deep breath from Craig Overton at the top of his run. What are we going to see here? He's bowled that hard into the pitch and it's met the D'Oliveira barn door, and he's played that over sensationally well. He's still chuntering away. He's gone full Glenn McGrath.
Well, you can sense, you watch him run in. I mean, he may not have perfect rhythm, but he's running in with real sort of vigour. But once the ball's bowled, not much has happened. Beat the bat once.
Well, I think that's just. I think that just gives something like context to what I was saying yesterday into today, because we try and be, we commentate, we say what we see, whether Somerset are good, bad, or indifferent. And we credit the opposition when they're playing well, but it's just brought on over that Brett D'Oliveira has played beautifully. He's peeled off a couple of boundaries, but
that could be out. He's got it.
But we've just had an absolute beauty. The accidental Yorker on the toe of Adam Hose, and is that the door that Somerset need to open for tomorrow? They will be absolutely cock-a-hoop in that huddle now.
They are.
5 down. Adam Hose goes for a beautifully played 82.
Well, what's this with the accidental Yorker? How do you know?
Because I just know there's an accidental Yorker.
Let's have a look at it.
It's gone hard length. It's speared in right on the toes, hitting the base of middle and leg, maybe leg stump.
How do you know that's accidental? That's what I want to know.
Because I've been listening to Caddy all day and everything's an accident unless he did it. Absolutely brilliant. But again, that theatre, you've got 2 fast bowlers with a new ball in their hand. You've got one up one end trying to fight the batters. And it's just created a bit of an energy out there. And Casey Aldridge has struck. And that is the difference. That's what you want to see.
Well, I mean, he's beaten the bat of a man who's been in there for about 3 hours or more. And whether that Yorker, I being a generous soul, that could have been a preconceived Yorker. Not enough
Well,
Yorkers
you
are bowled
played a
nowadays.
lot of your cricket with one of the great Yorker bowlers, Joel Garner.
Joel Garner was a great Yorker bowler.
Next time you speak to him, tell him that Trigg said that they're all accidents.
And he used to practice them, but not very often. But he didn't need to. Anyway, now that sort of changes the complexion. If you're Lewis Gregory and you're Craig Overton, you were just about to put Jack Leach on. I think I keep Overton on now.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's
and you know, you'd quite like to have Finch on strike, but I wouldn't bother with Leach. Hello, what's happening now?
That's a box in a sock. Doesn't look overly hygienic, but as long as he gives it a regular wash, I suppose.
Is it? Oh, this is Banton, is it?
Banton has just put the short leg pads on and is
now he's duty bound to cover up.
His abdominal guard has been inserted.
It's just that his shin pads are dark black.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Vaughan is still loosening, but forget it. In my book, Overton can continue. I'll tell you what, that was. I reckon that was another attempted Yorker. You don't believe me, do you? It was accidentally full down the leg side then, according to you.
It was accidentally down the leg side.
Well, it was accidentally, yeah, that's true.
Adam Finch out there now. And this was the time yesterday where Somerset just ripped through that lower middle order. That's a huge wicket. The Worcestershire pair just ticked over 150 as a partnership. Nothing was happening. Now all of a sudden there's a chance.
It's just the one wicket, but it means such a lot. This has been such a good partnership. He played really well, Hose. And then he was surprised, as you were, and as apparently, according to you, Aldridge was, by a Yorker.
I'm going to ask him. He'll be honest.
Will he?
Yeah.
I think there was appropriate response to this prowling media man that is now Pete Trigo. What do you think? I know if you bowled that.
Definitely an accident. Onto the.
He's not moving much there, is he, on the crease?
Onto the thigh. You hope the thigh pad has done its work there. That one towards the back of the left thigh can often be unprotected.
Just trying to picture you now, a few years back, having taken a wicket just before the close, a vital wicket with Anthony Gibson there with his microphone. Well, that Yorker, was that really intentional, Pete? And he'd do anything to get a wicket, Anthony, he'd say.
It's not a common delivery, is it, to bowl in 4-day cricket? Sometimes you just get them a little bit too full.
He's bowling Yorkers all the time now. Well,
he's getting his length all wrong, Vic.
I mean, the Yorker has gone out of fashion. It's gone out of fashion in one-day cricket, and I understand why now, in that the margin for error, if you bowl Yorkers, is so much smaller now than in the years gone by, because people just hit that low full toss, which in the old days used to be quite a handy delivery because it was down there, and they hit them so much better now, and they prepare for them, and bowlers are frightened to bowl them. So the Yorker in one-day cricket is seldom used now because of that, what is perceived as a high risk, and it's also a difficult ball to bowl. But I still don't see why in championship cricket, in red ball game, anyone should be shy of attempting to bowl those Yorkers, especially tall people like Aldridge. It's more venom from it's harder to pick up, perhaps.
Irrespective, it was a fine delivery, you know, they're always hard to play. It was right on the toe. Adam
just
Hose.
hitting leg stump, I think. I mean, it was it's okay, but it was so full. Yeah. I don't think it was. I'm not sure middle would have been much. Anyway, Overton quite rightly is going to keep going, even though in the previous over, D'Oliveira seemed to have no difficulty whatsoever.
Oh, that's a beauty. Oh, all of a sudden. All of a sudden.
So can you just, Adam, help me here? Finch has come out as a night watchman, is he? Waite would be. Is that right?
Yeah, he probably. Yeah, he has. He was maybe. Was he 9?
I don't know.
10?
Waite was 7, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think Waite would be. Matthew Waite.
Yeah.
Was the 7?
Yeah.
Played nice. Tom Taylor was probably would be next. I think Tom Taylor, then Waite, off memory.
I've got a funny feeling.
Maybe the other way round.
I fancy Waite came at 7. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't.
Well,
really
you
matter.
could Tom Bowler them, couldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. Waite was 7. Finch was 11.
Oh, okay.
So you're nearly right on both counts.
He got LBW to Lewis Gregory, so that was another one of those accidental straight balls.
Yeah, accidental length ball, I think.
No, but I just. A little noise down the leg side. Bit of pad, I think. An optimistic appeal from behind the stumps from the Somerset.
Where are we now? There's
Cordon.
one more over after this. So yeah, he's a fully fledged night watchman who's promoted from a number 11. Be nice to get rid of him too, and they've got the. He's charging in, Overton. He's dealt with that all right, though, hasn't he?
What a shot that is from your number 11. Night Hawk is the chat. Is he going to go out and knock it around a little bit? That's not the normal sort of shot you expect from your number 11, but he's played that beautifully. But I just like the theatre that Craig Overton has created at that end. Loves getting in a bit of competition. Beautifully played.
If he's a number 11, he gets into some good positions, doesn't he?
There's no such thing as like. There's very few real obvious number 11s around. You know, they spend so much time practicing their secondary skills nowadays. I think I played a fair chunk of my career here with Charles Willoughby.
Yeah, he was a proper number.
He had a bat for the whole time.
Yeah, one bat.
One bat.
Ever since he played for about 5-6 years.
He was a one bat. Not a mark on it.
Well, he did. No, that's not entirely
Got
true. I mean, he was a very poor batsman, but I saw him hit probably half a dozen sixes.
He got 47 was his first. He came off the field after getting 47 here, and he was devastated
that he didn't get his 50.
He was devastated that 47 took him past his wickets tally in runs, because he was desperate to finish with more wickets than runs, which actually, if you think about it, when you played 400 first class games, 800 wickets, that's an effort to not nick the odd one for 4. Brilliant stuff.
I did see him hit sixes. Occasionally he'd hit a 6, wouldn't he? But he was useless. Is he still around? Did he go back to South Africa?
No, he works across the way at the Cooper Associates. Right. Partner of the club. He's into that.
That's right.
Into all that financial advice stuff.
Oh right, so he stayed.
He stayed. I think he tried to go back, but didn't really feel like there were
better
commercial opportunities for an ex-cricketer in South Africa.
He was. You obviously played with him, but he was a lovely cricketer to watch, because he was a classy left arm swinger, wasn't he? And a cheerful soul, it seemed. Yeah?
Yeah, great guy. Great guy.
Oh, couldn't bat.
Couldn't bat. He used to walk out if I was not out, he'd walk out and we'd meet halfway, and his first words were always, "Sorry, Treeks."
Just get that in early.
First time I met him was we played a pre-season game in South Africa, and I'd never met him before in my life. There was like a terrace of seats. He walked down onto the ground past me, and I hadn't spoken to him previous to that. He just looked at me as he was walking out to bat and said, "I am the worst batsman you'll ever see."
Oh, right.
And he wasn't wrong. Aldridge goes for the bouncer there again.
Well, that's
nicely
not a
played
bad
by
ploy.
Brett D'Oliveira.
Well, he's got Finch on strike, and the field is coming in. Where are we now?
You have to say,
got 3 balls left.
Brett D'Oliveira has played magnificently today. real captain's knock, a bit of a rear guard action. He's pounced on anything wide of the stumps. He's played with touch, played with class.
Yeah.
I think he holds a massive key for the rest of the game here for Worcester. That's probably quite an obvious thing to say, but he's batted superbly well as Aldridge steaming in this last over of the day. Can Somerset get that, what they would view as a bonus wicket to take them into the close? 5 down at the moment. Worcestershire 280 for 5. Oh, little sting. 3 slips waiting, and Finch has just ducked into a short ball that hasn't really got up. And
well, I think that's a fair short ball. We've seen how he took it on against Overton and middled it, and he's just given him a... He played it well in a sense, and he didn't go after it. He just let it hit him.
Yeah, I think he's gone from night hawk to night watcher for this last over. He's got the captain staring at him from the non-striker's end.
He's done quite well. He's actually done his job now because it's the last ball. In one sense, he's done his job. He's protected the next batsman.
One last effort. Another accidental Yorker played marvellously well by Finch, and that will close day 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset will be buoyed by that 5th wicket that they managed to get. A brilliant Yorker onto the toe of Adam Hose will give them a little bit of an easier night's sleep. There'll be some tired bodies on both sides here rocking up tomorrow morning. We hope you join us. It's been a pleasure today, Vic and Sam. Summarise the day for us, Vic, to close proceedings.
It's been a good contest today. I mean, I missed the first 2 where Worcester were completely outplayed, but they've fought back pretty well today. The wicket is still very true, and it was always going to be hard work once Worcester got through that first new ball, which they did reasonably well without too many alarms, just losing 1 wicket. D'Oliveira, Hose fought brilliantly. That last wicket feels very important. I mean, they're a pretty well-driven side, Somerset, but it will just lift them a bit, because if they'd gone through the entire last session and an hour in the middle session without taking a wicket, you'd start to think, well, hang on, how are we going to get through? And they got through the new ball as well. Well, getting rid of Hose is a big plus. They're still very much favourites to win the game, but you've still got to do it. You know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. If someone stays with D'Oliveira, that it's going to be a bit tense tomorrow. We're into day 4. Somerset firm favourites. I can't really quibble with how Somerset have gone about their business. This is a surface that is, as it often does at Taunton, seems to get easier and easier to bat on. It doesn't deteriorate much at all. Not a cloud in the sky, not much movement, but they've worked hard. They've got their 5 wickets. I think they knew it was going to be hard. That's sort of why he batted on, I guess. That get all those runs in the bank to know that all we've basically got to do is find those 10 wickets and not worry about a little run chase at the end. So, game is still on, but Somerset firm favourites. They haven't done much wrong today, but it's been hard work for them.
Well, we have a look at the match summary there. The first innings of Worcestershire, 154. Starman Casey Aldridge. Some top batting at the top of the innings from Gareth Roderick with that 58, and then the Somerset scorecard really dominated by the new highest individual run scorer for Somerset, Tom Banton, with that 371. Almost a sideshow, the 152 that James Roos scored, but there we go. There's that partnership in the middle there. You feel like breaking that has just made Somerset feel a little bit more cosy going into the close here today. But 5 wickets will be hard to come by tomorrow. Jack Leach, the star man, as he so often is, 3 for 69. But that wicket Aldridge at the end there could just tip the scales.
One of the best accidental Yorkers I've seen for a while.
One of the best. Hopefully,
maybe
if Sam interviews
you'll
him,
find
he
the truth.
can ask. Yeah, I'll send him a message later. But we hope you've enjoyed the coverage here from the WPA commentary box. We appreciate you spending the time enjoying the day's play with us. If you can't be at the ground tomorrow, please tune in again. We will be going live from around about 10 to the start of play, so 10:50 tomorrow morning. We wish you well. Have a great evening, and we'll look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow.